through. We're at, of course, Circuit de Catalunya de Barcelona. This place is awesome. The Formula One cars go here. I absolutely love this track, one of my all-time favorites.
It's the heart, it's the birthplace of motor racing, of course. Well, the central heart of motor racing in Europe, and of course, yes, Circuit de Barcelona, where they do Catalunya, sorry, not Barcelona, where they do the Formula One testing. As you know, they used to do quite a bit before it goes in the Middle East. But we're going to be able to see these Porsche cars for the first time in this series, round 3, make their way around this tricky circuit, of course, with 16 of those turns. Lots of elevation changes and lots of overtaking opportunities as well.
Here on the starting grid, the session's going to start in about 2 minutes, so there's no better time to start going through some of the starting order here. And like you mentioned there, Dean, everybody for this race is in those Porsche cars, so everybody's in semi-exact cars, so we don't have to worry about any of that, balance of performance, or certain teams taking some ballast and certain teams not. So starting off in first position on the pole, you got Dan Tan in that 889, and then Mayer in the 98 car, Daniel Goles in the 44 machine, followed by Cerny in the 118 car. Then you've got Klaus Nyring in that 214 machine. Then you've got Joge in that 147 car, followed by Strieg in the 88. Gafford in the 45, followed by Bergkamp in the 81. You've got Buteman in the 13, followed by Schroeder in the 222 car. Then you've got J. Peters Weem in the number 69 car. Nice starting spot for them in 12. Then you've got Felipe in the 711 machine, followed by Armin Aterio in the number 22 car. Then you've got Philip Ballawender in a 67 machine, followed by Diakowski in the 192. Getting closer to the top 20 starting spots being finished here, you've got Bourne, followed by Gagalandini in the number 33. Then you've got Gomez in the 720, followed by Velikov in the number 20 machine. After that, in 21st place, you've got Urban Atat in the 853, followed by Aronin in the 714, and then you've got Mick in the 84 machine.
Be ready to go. Nerves are going to be racking, of course. You're going to be doing a rolling start. I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not mistaken on that one. It's generally always a rolling start. You got 6 hours to get it done this time rather than 9. Still the same team members will be driving these beasts around this track, trying to conquer the heart of Spain. This is the challenge split.
Yeah, usually instead of each driver having the car for 3 hours to themselves, they're going to, deduct 1 hour off each of their stints. So everybody gets 2 hours in the cars for today. So it should be about the same pit strategy in terms of when everybody's going to come down pit road and all that. It's just for a shorter race time. So I expect things to be a lot more amped up today because things are going to wrap up a lot sooner than they are this week compared to the last 2 times.
I'm looking forward to it. I hope everybody else out there is looking forward to it. And don't forget to type in HyperX for the competition of chance of winning some of that fantastic HyperX gear that some of the teams will be receiving if they win the championship, no doubt. And there is some brilliant HyperX gear. Of course, that is the headset of choice for all of your esports racing, anything. In fact, when it comes to esports or even just listen to some tunes, they sound great. Don't forget, shout out to HyperX.
So you can see all of our competitors now rolling off the grid as they get started for their sighting lap, a pace lap as it were. So they're all going to go around the track, and then the next time they come down the front straightaway here, we are going to be going green flag racing. So things are starting to amp up. Dean, is this the point where you got butterflies in the stomach still, or are they kind of settling down now as we get closer and closer to the start of the race?
You're not a motor racer if you don't have butterflies in your stomach. It doesn't matter how many times you do it. Even Formula One driver, even Max Verstappen right now, if he was in one of these cars, would have butterflies in his stomach because the race start is crucial in an endurance race. You can't afford to be spinning around in turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, or any of those other 16 turns so early, because then you're going to make up all that gain again. All that qualifying you've done is down the drain, and then got to get it on. So that's what we've seen so far, haven't we, in race 1 and race 2 of the Challenger split. They're very, very cool, calm, and well behaved. And not so much, let's say, for what happened in the cash split and the other events in the turn 1 and 2 in Italy. These guys are a little bit more well behaved, but then again, you can't touch wood, but they'll be able to do it and then bring their energy into the endurance, get some overtakes, get some jobs, and the pit stops and all that sort of jazz too are always going to come into effect and into play.
Well, as these guys roll around the track right now, you're going to see them weaving back and forth, and that's just to try and put some temperature into those tires. As you folks at home are probably aware, ACC is all about warming up your tires to the optimal temperature and pressure to make sure you have as much grip as possible before we start to wave the green flag here. We all get green flag racing, so you see a lot of these drivers right now weaving back and forth, just trying to put heat in those tires. And Dean, talk about, the risk that you run if you don't put enough heat into those tires when you get down to turn one.
Cold tires means cars. There's even one at the moment. I like that there was one of the cars just actually spinning off the track. Let me just call it
you can see
there.
Rejoin, that golf-colored Porsche.
I think that answered your question.
Up the road. Yeah, yeah, you're going to be sliding like Romain Grosjean in the Baku Grand Prix. I remember that a couple years ago, and thinking Ericsson hit him.
But yeah, crucial to get that temperature in there. But at the moment, just take it easy on the loud pedal. That's really what you have to be doing. You can't just plant that thing to the floor and hoping that the car's going to point in the right direction to enter the corner. And as well as your brakes are also cold, so remember not to slam them too much. These guys know they're professional. Guys and girls and everybody that's behind the wheel of these motor vehicles. They've been practicing. They put the time in. Of course, the big difference is now they have 26 other drivers or 25 other drivers on the track to compete against.
So you can see everybody now lining up Noah's Ark style 2x2. They're going to come out of the last couple corners and through turn 16 here to get the green flag. You're going to see them come out of the corner, and then of course they're now being told by ACC where they have to put the car. They have to cross the start finish line at the precise point in time. Otherwise they'll be flagged for a start violation. That's why you see everybody slowing down now to a crawl. The field getting organized as they come off the corner. Now everybody's in the hands of Dan Tan here as he comes across the start finish line. Finally, the green flag is out. Everybody can put their feet on the loud pedals. These cars go screaming down into turns 1 and 2. Polyakov got a much better start than anticipated. We'll see if he can make any sort of a move around the outside. Look at him fan out. There's got to be 5 cars wide as they go down into turns 1 and 2. Everything's clear for the first 10 rows or so. A little bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah, just a couple of cars running off, and there's one into the fence into the background. There's also a collision in the midfield. That's caused another carnage effect in the midfield.
Oh yeah, it continues to sort of snowball. You see one car get sideways just as everybody comes through the first couple of corners. That looked like turn 3. One of the cars got extremely loose, went to catch it, and by the time he could, he was already a little bit too sideways and being collected by some other cars. So we're all going to see him now start to single file out. You see a couple moves get done here. Indeed, there's no better time to make some early on moves in this thing. The more positions you gain at the start, the more, the more you have to lose. The less cars you have to pass before you get it back up to the front of the field.
If you're confident enough, and Dominic is probably right on cue with that for the Revolution Sim Racing team, looking in the 44 car to make an opportunity. They got a little bit too early, well, as you can see coming out of the corner, because that's you said, the tire temperature not quite there. Also, it looks like a run for P5, right on cue there. A fantastic director, of course. Can he get it up on the inside? Oh, they are argy-bargy. What do you think of that, Austin? Racing?
I'd say that's just more of a racing move. You're automatically, if you don't want to pinch the guy on the inside, if you're on the outside, if you're on the inside, you want to force that guy on the outside wider, so you don't have to keep that car as bogged down coming off the corner. So I'd say it's really close to a racing deal, but it's so hard to tell in these situations because in every single one of these, there's one guy's side, the other driver's side, and then there's the truth. Or argy-bargy going on.
Absolutely, had to lift off at the moment, otherwise you get forced into the pit lane entrance right there. And now going to be a may drag away down. It's almost 3 abreast, could be going into turn 1 here.
Yeah, they are 3 abreast. I tell you what, I'm really digging that kind of vintage Porsche look for him. You can see just a regular color on most of the car, and then of course there's the black lettered Porsche down each of the doors, very reminiscent of some of the earlier Porsche machines in the 70s.
Yeah, one of the best motor vehicles of all time. Of course, this car has so much performance in it. It has the power, and it has the traction, more importantly. It glues to the track. And wouldn't be a person on the planet that wouldn't want to have one of these parked in your garage.
So up front, it's still Polyakov in the 98 car. Dylan Tan, of course, won the pole for this race. Started the race in first position. He's fallen back to second spot right now. We'll see if he can... Oh, look at him, a little bit argy-bargy there, forcing one of the other cars just a little bit wide there as they go through turn 5.
It's gonna have you have to do a little bit of bumping to get the job done with these as they climb their way through some of the S's. You will expect to see that all the race. As long as everybody's still pointing in the right direction, that's going to be a lot of the overtaking you see and keeping it within And overtaking opportunities coming into turn 10. You see now that's very, very tight. One of the tightest corners you're going to find here in Barcelona. So courageous, Catalunya. Keep saying Barcelona, my apologies. We are in Spain, put it that way.
Oh yeah, Barcelona's fine. They're calling this the Barcelona Cup, so it's fine to say that as we go into the rest of today. Looking here at Luca Filippi, this team's been one of the faster ones. That 7-11 team, they've been really close to podiums both times. They've just been on it. Phenomenal drives from them, and of course now this will give us a pretty decent time to talk about the points standings as you go into this. Of course, for the Challenger split, and you can find all the different team standings with the top 5 on the VCO Twitter page. So if you're curious to what that looks like for the other 2 splits, go ahead and look there. Legion of Racers is in the first position. They've got a pretty handy lead over F1 Memes Racing Team. Then it's Pit Stop UK in 3rd, Revolution Sim Racing in 4th, and then you got the FCY Petrol Brothers car that rounds out the top 5.
We'll see if they can continue that momentum here. We're watching at the 7-11 car. It could make a run here for sure, because who's gone a little bit wide up the road? They have a drag strip right now. Now it's going to be swinging over a couple of right-hand turns and now your left. So who's going to be on the racing line here?
Boy, that was really close there coming off the corner. It looks like he's even going to be swamped by another car just behind. I think that's Assetto now coming into the picture, that red machine.
You're right on cue. That is the 192 car. Absolutely.
Oh man, and look at that. I believe that's Philippa maybe, or Ballawender losing another position just behind. So they're getting swamped right now by all the other drivers here. You've got to kind of just, put everything aside, get everything back into the optimal temperatures and pressures for the car, and kind of just quell all those butterflies for the moment. Looking back further in the field, this is the driver in 19th place. This is Luca Gagliardini, the Absolute Motorsport Asalith car.
Yeah, having to get involved in something. You can see the massive gap there of 4-point-something seconds to Gomez running in P18. So something happened there that they get pushed off the track, and they're sliding into the corner. Power slide. Still kept it, I think, on track, but going to have to lose a place there. But that was a heart in the throat moment there for the team, of course, for the other 2 drivers probably watching this, no doubt.
Yeah, continuing to just not really have that car up underneath them as much as they would prefer. That was a big old slide. I believe that might have been Muthen. It's really hard to tell. That could have also been J. Peters Weem as well in that 69 car. Not going for very much of a nice ride so far, but of course only a matter of time until they do get that car back up underneath them, and it's starting to perform how they would like it to. Looking back here, this is Philip Ballawender. Philip was Mr. 2-for-1 there out in Coda, so this is about where they've run it. Usually they have a little bit more speed than this, but of course it is sometimes track and car specific. Usually they're one of the teams racing the McLaren, and of course for today everybody's in the exact same car.
Yeah, we'll get used to those some livery changes between the teams. Lots of battles brewing. If you look at the timing tower to your left-hand side, this is one of the closest ones. There's the Yeet Machine. Remember, the Yeet Machine has a bit of a camera hog per se, because they're always in the wars, aren't they? Always battling their way back up through the field. Qualifying performance, once again, from the Yeet team hasn't been showing to their race pace.
Yeah, and sometimes you just feel for those certain drivers. I'm one of those guys, the qualifying pace isn't there, but in the race pace, it's a lot better. It's a lot more efficient for me to just go ahead and, run a qualifying lap like how I would in the race pace. It's just kind of how you get on. So for some drivers, it's not too surprising to see them qualify mid-pack and then have, top of the pack, front of the pack speed. So you can see him all over the rear end right now of J. Peters Weem. Looking at just, barely gets down to the inside, and that car just ahead is very loose, struggling for grip.
Yeah, they were confident on the power, didn't they? Yeet had to commit to it at a little bit of a twirly-whirly moment, and that's a job done for the overtakes. The overtake the 222 car of Mr. Richardson, I believe, very soon as well, too, because, of course, on the multiple streams that we have to Command Center, we'll show you the rival split will be starting very soon. So if you get a chance in multiple screens, multiple monitors and phones, check that out. Mr. Filippini in P11 looks like the 7-11 car's ready to make a run as well, too, for P10 position right here on cue.
Yeah, look at these 3 cars. You could practically put them under a tiny blanket right now. They're just heel and toe, nose to bumper, all the way, all 3 of them. So right now you're looking at, that's the 7-11 car, the 192 that we're on board with here, looking at it.
Not really much of an overtaking opportunity there, but until the exit now. And you got a series of a couple of lefties. Great, as you go down the hill a little bit. So your braking's going to have to be a little bit earlier. This is why it's one of those fantastic Formula One test tracks, because it gives a bit of a challenge to the car for everything. I don't think there's any overtaking opportunities here. Climbing your way back up the hills. Brilliant sensation of speed through there. You get it right. You're getting off-track adventures too. You don't worry about that this early into the race. You've still got 5 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, Tommy's getting a couple good runs here, and he's kind of, poking his nose out here and there, but he's not quite close enough. Doesn't quite want to commit to it right now, but you can tell there's still a lot more speed in that 192 car than I think everybody is kind of realizing at this point in time.
Nice battle brewing still for P2. They have the fast slap, but keep an eye on this one exactly. Look at that. Get the power down the rear slides, and it compromises your exit speed, but they're still keeping it. Don't lift is the rule. But through there, you're going to have to just compromise. And there it is.
Yeah, he was still sideways coming out of the corner there, just having a really difficult time of putting the power down. That just tells you how much these guys are struggling for rear grip at the minute. Usually at this point in the race, everybody's kind of just starting to find their P's and Q's, but these guys are still going after it. These cars are some of the hardest to control on the entire sim. You can see, look at that one. Look at Philip just sending up the inside there, almost touching doors there with Aslan just up the road. These guys continue to race within inches of one another.
Great on board from Michael's machine, the 267. He could see an opportunity between both of these drivers. I would say, as a team engineer, let them race. And then if they start pushing each other a little bit off the track, there sees an opportunity and slide on by. Easier said than done, because look, now they've been overtaken from behind. But looking at that battle, so this is a great squabble here. And that's for P10 essentially at this point.
Yeah, boy, Dean, you were talking about that camera hog of a team, that Yeet car. Look at them. They're just in there. They're about that third or fourth car in this battle right now, so they're definitely continuing to stay in the trenches, continuing to prove you right. They're just in the thick of it.
That's again because it comes down to that qualifying performance. You can imagine if they get up the top of the timesheets with the 98 and the 889 car that we usually see, which is still in the lead of this race. Fastest lap is to the 889 car, but for now, this is where the hot zone is. Once again, always surrounding the Yeet team.
Yeah, no real surprise there, as well as see Dylan 10 having the fastest lap for that 889 machine. That car did qualify in the pole. Didn't have the strongest start, too. And this, he's going to realize this is a 6-hour race, so he doesn't need to lead every lap, but he certainly would like to be the car out front setting the pace of the 6-hour deal. Still continuing to look here at Philip Ballawender in the number 67 car, so we can go now further up the field at Klaus Nyring, and this is that team. This is that 214 bunch. You wouldn't recognize it right now unless you knew the name, but these are the guys that ran that Bentley machine that did so well out in Coda and then did so poorly out in Monza.
Yeah, belief that the NSN Racing team need to pick up the game, but once again, they're all equal machines now, so there's no weight ballast. You got the only performance that you could possibly do is how you like to tweak it, how you like to tweak these machines to your driving style. Of course, not just your driving style, but your other two teammates.
Yeah, that's right. Each of these teams are going to have 3 drivers apiece, and all 3 of those drivers kind of need to agree on a setup. There's certain things, creature comforts you can do, like change the brake bias, maybe a tire pressure adjustment here or there, depending on who's going to hop in the car next. But otherwise, all these cars are running their own setups. These teams have had a couple weeks to work on them here. As you can see, Klaus now sliding that car to the outside of the lap machine down there to the inside, and oh, it's going to get really tight right there.
You don't want to be laps going through there. That's occurring already. This is an endurance race, so we've only got, what are we, almost only 20 or so minutes into this, not even that, because the Rivals has already gone underway. The cash split will be underway shortly after that. Overtaken opportunity a little bit further back in that corner, as you can see the Golf livery car further back. This battle still resuming here, close for the NSN Racing team. Are they lining up for an overtake? Once again, you don't have to be just sending a dive bomb just yet. You have plenty of time, but if the car gets a little out of shape coming out of the corner, you have to seize the opportunity.
Well, that's what we saw a couple minutes ago, too, and I'm so glad you touched on that. As it's sometimes you don't force yourself into an opportunity. You just wait there right underneath that guy's rear wing and let him, wait for him to make a mistake, and then you seize that opportunity, get that car down to his inside where he's getting all sorts of squirrely up off the corner, and then the move's halfway done already. You just have to complete the pass. You can see Klaus is all over here, the rear end there of Helden in that 118 car.
There's Luca Filippini. I think that's an overtaking opportunity there. Down the main straightaway into turn 1. Plus you overtaking there. And remember, too, as an endurance race, well, you're also trying to conserve your tyres. You're also maybe doing a bit of fuel saving. We don't know all those pit stop strategies yet. I'm not even quite sure. Austin, when are you expecting some of these drivers to come in for their first pit road experience?
I would have to say, too, we're at about that 50-minute to 1 hour range for right now until I see anything different. Everything is sort of different depending on what track you're at, what car you're into. Sometimes these cars and teams have different regulations for the fuel they can carry on board all of these cars. So we'll just have to see in a couple minutes here, probably about, 35 to 40 when these cars are going to want to start to come down pit road. We now shift our focus to the front of the field for this battle for the 4th position.
Yep, just sitting back comfortably at the moment. Those flags always throw me off because there's blue flags being flamed, and of course those flags are in the audience. And if you guys want to see, guys and girls and everybody out there, enjoying the motorsport racing that the VCO series puts on, well, the pit wall timing is available for everybody, so you can pull it up on your browser and check the same thing out that we're watching this race to see where your teams and your friends and family or whatever you're supporting out there. Oh! And I don't think Farad, maybe he was looking at the pit wall timing at the moment and not the track corner as he's gone off for an excursion.
Yeah, he's gone off quite badly there. He was running in 9th place was Farad, so I'll be curious as to what sent him off the track there. But it's so easy to lose your focus here, especially in these cars. If you lose your focus for just a second, you can spin the rear tires up a little bit too far. They'll send you out in the grass, or especially here into the sand trap. So hopefully everything is all right on that machine. You hate to have any sort of a mechanical or some kind of malfunction there. And oh, look at, speaking of getting sideways and being there to take opportunity, Philip Ballawender just on the rear bumper there of Sheck.
Going to compromise your exit speed now. I'm going to get a little bit of slipstream down here, but this is also the tricky Sector 1 section. It's a bit of a follow zone right now, and to see the rear end sliding as we're on board with Philip.
What kind of a green light does that give the driver behind when he sees the guy in front? It's all sorts of slippy and sliding up there. It kind of gives you maybe an opportune feeling there of like, hey, if this guy continues to slide up ahead of me, I can just side this thing down to the inside, and he's got nothing to do to defend me because, of course, he's already overheated the rear tires now. That's twice in 2 corners. He looked a little bit cleaner there through turns 6, 7, and 8, but we'll see if he can do anything to kind of just jam on the brakes as late as possible down here into this hairpin of turn 10.
You're right, but he's also was looking in his mirrors, but he's seizing the opportunity and going for it right now. You're committed to the corner, a little bit of a turn in, because there are blind spots, because you try to focus on your own racing line. And remember, there's cars behind and ahead of you everywhere, and that is job done. Look up the road, there's also a battle for P9.
Yeah, I think that's Aslan right now passing a lap car. Yeah, that's that lap machine. I can't quite tell of who, but yeah, that's that car that we saw 4th and 5th place lapping just a couple laps ago. So we'll see if Philip can get beside this car down the front stretch, maybe put a side draft on him just a little bit and arc that car down into turn 1. Oh yeah, he's using him for a draft right now.
Yeah, but will we get him to turn 1? Yes, he will, thankfully. It'll be close.
We'll see. I don't see a whole lot of giving up here, Dean.
No, but he's gone right up the racing line across the lap car just to not get in the way. But will it compromise the car behind? I think it will a little.
Oh, there's no way it can. He entered the corner so slow. Of course, it's going to just barely check up there the 81 machine. Now we're looking at Michael Muth, he's got that Yeet machine just behind him.
So the cash split is also underway as well, too. So you can follow the action of the command center in the Twitch queue. Look at the speed difference going into the first sector. I love this sector. It's amazing. You see them all bunched up on the track there, but where do you go? You got to commit to a racing line at this point and just hope it sticks.
Further up the field, we've got a battle for the lead. It's been brewing. These cars have been separated by about 3/10 all race long up to this point, all 18 minutes that we've had here. This is Dylan Tan in an 889 car. This car qualified on the pole. He lost the lead going into turn 1 on lap 1. Just a much better start there by Polyakov around the outside of the 98 machine. Dylan's been in his tire tracks pretty much all race long here, just kind of looking for the opportunity to seize this position.
And a huge gap, about 3 seconds down to P3. So they're in a 2-horse race and really applying the mental pressure right there, forcing a little bit of a mistake out of the 98 car. And you know that I don't think they're going to be sending anything too crazy yet, but that's it. That's the mind games at work. And that's what you do for an endurance race.
Yeah, and if you're Dylan, you realize you're in that guy ahead of his mind right now because he's going all the way down to the inside of the track. Look at that move here up the inside. Oh, the door's going to get slammed there by Polyakov just on Tan. We'll see if Tan can mount any kind of a recharge back here. Looking for a move into turn 3, kind of like we saw in Ralph Molansky there in that Yeet car. Might dive it a little bit in deep, trying to exit the corner, really diamond that thing off.
Mr. Dylan Tan's clearly been the quicker car for most of this race, after they had to lose that one position, as you said, being on pole. But they're just biding their time, I think, cleverly. He's not taking too many risks just yet. He's just letting him know, of course, I'm here, I'm quicker. And of course, you've got to give it to the 98 car of defending as much as possible, but keeping us certainly entertained here at the Challenger Split.
Well, but Dean, you talk about that, and you're right. You know, it's a very good job by both these cars for being this far out front, but they're going to have to be really careful because they've got goals just behind them. That 44 machine, he has gained a whopping 4/10 in this last lap alone, so I don't know if this is goals and the 44 being a lot faster than the two cars up front, or maybe this is probably maybe trying to back 10 either into a car, or he just used up the stuff with his tires a little bit too quickly.
Claus is going to have to commit to this right now. Deep on the brakes. Turn into the corner. One of the slowest corner. What you going to find? Turn 10.
That's textbook right there, baby.
Yes, it is. Great job. 214 car up into P4 currently at the moment. Yes, you're right. Going back to that one, Austin, because yes, the fighting that brews up there also brings the other cars into play. They've still got a 2.6 second gap there to P3 of goals. But plenty of action all around the track. And we still, thankfully, I believe, have 26 cars all remaining in this. No wet weather on the horizon just yet. But maybe that'll be reserved for the cash and rival split like us race.
I'm sure, you know, it's one thing to race the GT3 cars that these guys are used to, guys and girls are used to running in the wet, but these Porsche Cup cars, completely different animals here. Looking at Ralph Molansky, he's in 13th right now, looking to see if he can't seize that 12th spot from Czech just up the road, that 81 car. Thought about going down to the inside, but Czech, the 81, doing a really good job to break as late as possible, get that car turned in. We'll see if he can do anything sort of outside to the inside here in turn 3. This is going through right now in turn 3. Once they get up to turn 4, he's been really opportune about just trying to the outside, see if he can't diamond the corner. Not quite close enough, though.
Throwing a dummy. This is the thing with Yeet, isn't it? You don't. I'm quite sure if you want a Yeet Esports in your mirrors, especially Ralph. Just look at that. Different, little bit of the racing line difference there. Trying to throw that mental pressure. They do it quite well. The 16 car. He has the 81 car right up the road there. So the green racing stripe you can see in P12. And yeah, the Yeet Esports team, that's one, and you don't want, as I said, in your mirrors, as they get their overtakes done. Probably the most overtaking team, you'd have to say, so far this season.
Yeah, if it wasn't them, I'd have to say it might be the Philip Bellwender, that 67 machine, the 2-for-1 car in Coda. Made up a handful of positions in Monza, but not quite at the rate of 2 every 1 opportunity they tried. I think they're more just 1-for-1 out there in Monza. Speaking of Philip Bellwender in the 67 car, he's right behind. Looks like that 192 of Tommy Azelin.
That is your, how do you call it, like a blood red kind of thing? Oh, that's a lovely livery. Once you get used to that, you can see get out onto the ripple strip there. It gets a little bit bumpy. That might very much damage the car a little bit later on. Seeing an endurance race, making their way around the main straightaway to start another lap. A lap counter doesn't matter so much. It's more about the time.
Yeah, lap counter only really matters once you're down a couple after that because you had some sort of a problem. And speaking of which, not too many guys, girls teams here out of the race. We get going. We had a lot of argy-barginess to start the race, but it looks like everybody's kind of just started to mind their P's and Q's as we continue to get going into this.
And still Mr. Tan in just 1 point, just under a short period, just keeping the 98 car at bay. And I don't see any shout-outs out for the HyperX. You want to win some HyperX gears out there, everybody? Shout that HyperX in there. You got nothing to lose. Throw it in there. One thing to gain. You might have some fantastic headphones to hear these fantastic Porsches drive their way around for a plenty of time to go.
Yeah, talk about what these drivers are racing for the winner of each of these championship races. So you got the cash, the rivals, and the challengers. The winning team gets 4 HyperX headsets to themselves. So these guys and girls are obviously racing for a lot. Whoa, look at that late move down to the inside, just behind the 47 car. Detchik, that'd be the Agrimentario, the 22 machine.
You got to shout it out, obviously, to Jack doing a fantastic job capturing all this action at the moment. I believe for multiple splits as well too. So the man's going to have eyes peeled for everywhere, and he's doing a great job. He's like a hawk. He spots action and brings us that. And look at this, but it's all coming down to these drivers bringing us the action. They're starting to get a little bit wider and wider and wider out of that exit, aren't they? They're getting really exploring track limits right now.
Yeah, tires obviously, starting to wear out further and further on these machines. I don't expect them to be as nice to the tires as they are with those GT3 machines. A lot less downforce in these cars, so they're going to be chewing through those tires a lot faster. And of course, whoa, look at a big slide there out of Maximilian.
That's what happens in the slipstream with the other car, isn't it? The different racing lines. And of course, you're trying to race your own racing line. You've got to basically, you always tell drivers, as if you're an engineer, just ignore the cars out. Just try to put it out of your head. It's not even that. Just race your own racing line. But of course, you want to avoid slamming the back of them and pushing them around the wrong way. So far, so good for most of these drivers. They've all been very, very admirable, per se. Once again, we've seen great sportsmanship between these drivers for 2 rounds. So far, for the 3rd round, we're looking good. Yeah, argy-bargy happens. That's motor racing. But very, very good, clean racing.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we've really only seen, large collisions between multiple cars here in the early goings of this race. Only in the first couple of corners did we see any sort of business happening sideways. I think most of that was just due to, one car not having the grip they expected, getting a little bit sideways there in the early opening couple of corners, and just, the drivers behind. This track isn't the widest of places here, so there's not really anywhere for the following cars to go in case there is an accident that might block half the track.
Yeah, that's why it is one of those test tracks as well, too, because it just throws everything at you, doesn't it? The kitchen sink is all included in the package coming to España. Hope you like your tapas, mate, on the flight over, because you're going to need a few more. I believe some of the boys in the green room earlier were talking all about the... I can't really remember that one right now, but we're talking about the food you would get outside of a British nightclub at whatever time in the morning. But here we are in Spain. We got the tapas. And we have the Porsches to enjoy.
Yeah, this track's got it all. You've got some fast-flowing corners in the earlier part of the lap to the mid part of the lap. Then you've got some really slow technical corners as well mixed in towards the end of the lap. A fast-flowing chicane just before you come out of turn 16 onto the front stretch. A pretty decently long front stretch too, so you can check out the aero of your car. This is looking at Fahad Ghafour in the 45. This car was in the top 10 before they made some sort of an error on the track. They were forced just a little bit wide. So we saw them go off the track. They lost a handful of time in about 10 positions as well. So looking for this car to be on the mend back up further through the field. We'll see if he's still got any kind of speed in this machine to get himself back up into the top 10. But it's going to be a struggle.
It looks like that they do. So everything's so good so far. Yes, there was a bit of carnage earlier. And there's some clean overtake. I think there was a back marker, if I'm not mistaken. That was just all too easy. It looks like obviously one of the German team drivers there, because it's a very German-esque livery there, of course, with our VCO planted on the back of the bumper. One of the best esports broadcasting, if not the best esports broadcasting networks on the planet, VCO. You're already here, so you know what we can deliver.
Further up the road, you've got Alexei Yukakov in the number 7 car. This is for, the number 22 car. This is for 7th place. He's got drivers in front of him, drivers behind. These guys are kind of packed in like sardines for right now. Really close quarters racing for these cars, and it's really hard to make a move because, if you get it wrong, you're going to be inopportune coming out of these corners. You might just get swamped by a couple of the cars behind, so you're just minding your P's and Q's right now, thinking like, boy, I'm faster than these drivers ahead. You just can't quite get there and make a move down the inside.
I'll tell you what everybody's doing right now is just a fantastic shots. Everybody's screaming through 14 and 15, of course, is they're respecting the chicanes there. Because you hit the sleeping policeman, as they usually call it sometimes. That's going to throw your Porsche up into the air, and they are all doing it so far. But and maybe we had hot zones, didn't we, in Italy, out of the second Lesmo and so forth. What do you think so far the hot zone has been here in Spain?
If I had to guess, I'd have to say either turn 1. Whoa, look at that big slide there out of Alexei. I'd just say turn 1. We've seen a couple of cars get loose there. If it isn't turn 1, I feel like for me it's got to be either turn 3, 4, or 5. All these, those fast-flowing corners where it's really easy to upset the rear end of the car and get that sort of a little bit cockeyed coming out of the corner and just overheat that rear axle.
And they haven't. I mean, obviously we've got so many cars on the grid, 26 of them, so we can't focus on all of them to see the rear end. But they've kind of calmed down a little bit, haven't they? The temperature has definitely started to build in here. Well, speaking of that, at the moment, there's a challenge back in for P16, Alex Richardson, and that looks like Andrew Richardson. Oh, Alex, my friend, but look at this.
It's not very often you see cars side by side there through turns of 5, 6, 7, and 8. They continue to just run barely right next door to each other. That car just behind that 222 car there of Richardson, that car's a lap down, so not quite into this fight. He's just trying to make sure he loses as little time as possible. You can see Gomez now up the road taking over that 16th spot.
Gaining places and keeping us entertained is what it's all about. You can obviously sign up to the Discords and be a part of this series at some point in the future, or many of the other series that VCO bring on. Of course, shout out to HyperX out there if you want some of the HyperX gear. We know that one of the teams are going to be receiving 4 of those fantastic HyperX headphones as they're once again not making their way through here. And a run down into turn 1. Here we go.
Yeah, Philip Bellawender there around the outside of the 192 car of Tommy Azalin. That wine red car, we'll call it dark red. Kind of reminds me of a car Jeff Gordon raced at the end of 2014, that radiant red, as Exalta called it. They're going to come out of turn 3, and look at how wide Philip's going to get coming off this corner. You can see the rear tires just begging for grip as he comes out of there, screaming these cars down into turn 4. This is one of those corners really upset. Oh, whoa, look at that, sideways there.
Yeah, they both were, actually. Because they're a little bit too much power greedy, trying to seize an opportunity. I'd say wine red would be probably the best key for it, isn't it? Because it is that wine red. Of course, you get some fantastic wine regions here in Spain, but not in this area, particularly on the track. But let's not worry about the wine. Let's worry about the whining, perhaps, for some of the drivers if they don't get the car planted in the right place.
Yeah, let's just talk about, too, that save there out of Tommy. That car was really sideways there in turn 4. He brought that car back down up underneath of him, and he still continues to attack there. The Philip Bellawender machine in that 67. Further up the field, this is that big old train we were talking about. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all the way up to, I'm going to say about 9th there. You got the Luca Philippi there, the last car in this train.
On top of it, too, we haven't even saw about that 44 car of Ghost has actually managed to catch that pack. So that is the massive gap. You're looking at that battle from P4 downwards. And it's good to see the 44 cars actually join that party at the top. But this is where still the action is. You see the Golf livery down the back straight, right on cue there. Is he going to commit to the outside? That is the racing line, but he tucks in behind and decides, well, guess what? We still have 5 hours and 29 minutes to go. Let's not risk it for the biscuit in turn 1 just yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, too, if that might have been just, oh, we got to change for the lead there. You see Dylan Tan now going up to the point. I wonder, too, if Polyakov used up his tires trying to get out there, open up a lead, and he just couldn't quite get away from Dylan Tan. Now we've got a battle for second place. You've got goals on the rear end here of Polyakov. Look at Polyakov just sliding that car around. His tires are quite upset by this point in the run, and we're only about halfway through, so he's still got to nurse this thing around for the rest of the stint here.
I think there must have been some sort of action because we only had one camera, one time, one feed. A lot to do. But definitely something's happened because, goals to come back into this. A bit of argy-bargy between P1 and P2 that's now switched their way around. We always know that there's a 8 usually involved. The car number. Yep.
If I were a betting man here, I would have to say that Dylan Tan kind of just wore out Polyakov. You can see him continuing and starting to pull away here. Wouldn't be too surprised if he got up to quite a handy little lead as time goes on. Wouldn't be too surprised as well if Gauls were to have his way with Polyakov in the next couple laps. Sure, I think that car is really just kind of going the wrong way for Nikolai.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this battle for a minute if we don't mind, fantastic producer of Jack out there, because absolutely Polyakov is struggling, but then again, there's more action. We have to go back to this because that's still brewing in the top 10 field. Look at that. Once again, they're not gambling too much out of 14 and 15 where you hit those curbs and you're in big trouble. That'll hurt your back. You all know all about that.
Yeah, Polyakov, we're getting word here now from our fantastic producer, Jack Maloney. Polyakov was a second slower that last lap, so he obviously made some sort of a mistake for Dylan Tan to get by. But honestly, he's still got a lot to hold his head up high about because, he took the lead from the outside of the front row there and led for the first, 17 laps of this race. So definitely a lot to be proud of, and he's still got a lot, 5.5 hours to come back here and get the lead back before too long.
Yeah, and if you want to make a mistake and you're still in the top 3, that's not a bad place to be, because you're pointing in the right direction. That's always the key in an endurance race, as we're looking at the focusing here at the moment for the Almadero. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, but that's a 22 car you're watching in P7.
Yeah, this is that kind of marching band we have heel and toe for these cars, bumper to bumper right now, all 4 of these machines. Of course, Alexi, the last car in this grouping here in that 22 machine, but then you've got the 147, 118, and that 214 machine up there. So all these cars, you could put a blanket over all 4 of them. These guys just kind of, oh, look at the lap car down to the inside, or is this a battle for position? That's a battle for position.
Wow,
look at him. He's continue to get sideways. That's Heinen all over the track.
And that's going to compromise the exit, because I have to slow down big time. There's no way you can get the pedal to the metal out of that one.
Yeah, really hard. All these cars really just slipping and sliding around, really just trying to get all this much grip as possible that they can. That's Heinen, the big loser here, and 1 position up for Decik there.
Oh, you can't handle the heat in the kitchen. You don't handle the heat in Spain.
I think all that argy-barginess there up at the front here is going to allow for Luca Filippi to come more into the picture, as well as the South machine, that 88 car, getting closer and closer to this battle up the road.
What great battles. Of course, you can follow all the action and get the pit wall live timing is available for you to watch everything. It's the VCO Server 3, VCO Server 1 and 2 will be your cash and rival split. But I'll tell you what, right now you want to be here on the Challenger split, as it's heating up. I don't think we've had a pause in a moment for any opportunity for anybody not to make moves in this track. You see the track map to your right-hand side. It shows you where the cars are all spread out. The triangle on the track map is the car in the lead. You can see a little yellow spot there. For somebody's made an incident, I think at a turn 14, 15. Somebody might have made a little bit of a gamble in the wrong direction, but I want to see this focus. There it is, right on cue.
Yeah, this you saw a yellow dot there on the right-hand side of your screen in turns 1 and 2. That was that 33 car. That's why it went yellow. That triggers an incident. Sorry, Dean. Go back to your track map notes.
You're right. My apologies. My track map's all in different directions, but you're absolutely right. That's turns 1 and 2. Nothing gets past Austin. He's a man on a mission with casting. Good to see casting with you again, mate. And then we have to cast for another 5 hours and 24 minutes, and you're expecting those pit stops probably around that 5-hour marker.
Yeah, right? Definitely. I think these cars got about 24 minutes before they're due down pit road. We'll have to see, though. We've been surprised more. Whoa, look at that slide there out of Luca. We've been surprised more often than not. My mind always goes back to we had that Acura that we thought there was no way they were going to make it to the end of the race last time out in Monza. And sure enough, they proved us wrong. They saved the fuel just enough to make it across the start-finish line. Got themselves quite a handy little podium there.
That's when it comes down to crunching numbers as an engineer. That's why, as I said, boys and girls out there, pay attention in math class. But perhaps pay attention to a perhaps overtaken opportunity, but too far back to send it. No! Oh, I was going to say, it almost looked like a fully send there for Alex, but decided...
He thought about it, but...
Yeah, he thought about it.
Well, you can't blame him, too, for kind of moving over just a little bit, get some clean air on the front of that car. The more air you have on the front of these cars, the easier it is to stop. If you got that draft going, the slipstream going down the front stretch, that's why you get so much faster. There's not as much air on the car, so you can, get a little bit more top speed. But the less air you have on the car when you go to brake and actually stop the darn thing, your braking zone is now going to be about 10 feet longer than it normally is. You're going to blow that corner wide and just give Luca Filippi behind you the opportunity to get that car down the inside and make a pass before too long. So you do have to mind your P's and Q's, and looking down the inside kind of just tells the guy up ahead of you, hey, I'm here. If you make a mistake, I'm going to take this. And to be honest, you might not even have to make one.
You don't want to be in the middle of this battle as well. You're going to be feeling the pressure from front and behind, as you said. But they're not done things, my friend. You got to treat these cars like take him out for dinner, buy him some flowers, because they're the ones going to be bringing you home in 5 hours and 22 minutes. But you're right. If he doesn't get past soon, Mr. Filippini in the 711 car is going to looking to get past soon. He's like, okay, you got a couple of laps to get the opportunity done. Otherwise, I'm coming for you, thick and fast. And that's the 711 car.
Yeah, he's been saying, look, I've been nice enough to kind of let you have the opportunity to pass the Heinen machine up ahead of you. You haven't done that the last couple times. I'm going to have to pass you and then try to pass him myself. So if you wouldn't mind, just kindly, maybe you scooch over to one side of the track.
Just going, it's just like the lanes, isn't it, on the freeways at the moment. Essentially, you're in the quicker lane or you're in the slower lane. Well, you drivers, of course, you want to be able to defend as much, man. And there's a strategy, perhaps, with the teams. They're going to say, okay, we're going to try to slow them up as possible because we may be on a little bit of a different strategy. We don't know. That's what's crunching through their minds. And it's also very difficult to seize an opportunity, isn't it? Because you can clearly see Filippini is much, much quicker. And perhaps there's a run, but you know for a fact that the 22 car also wants to get past. And it seems that the 118 car at the moment is the one that's holding them up a little bit. Like, get on, let's go past. But, ooh, power slide too. It's not as easier said than done.
Yeah, Luca's been charging that car into the corners just a little bit farther behind the road from those guys. There's 3 cars now battling for 10th, 11th, and 12th. Look at that side-by-side argy-bargy there, dooring each other for Tommy Aslan. You've got Philip Bello into there in that 67 machine. That light blue car just up ahead of these guys, that's the car we continue to see just barely out of sometimes in the shot from that 4-wide battle there, just up the road from these 2 cars that continue to battle out here for that first top 10 position.
And subs are being distributed tooth and nail there in the Twitch chat. So if you're in the Twitch chat right now, you might receive a free sub. Right now, thrown out by VCO Esports. And there it is. There's the wine red, I'm calling it right now, from Tommy that we're watching right now in P11, the 192 car. Trying to get onto the mine there of Balanwanga in the 67 car just up the road. Who's also
a lot of sliding there out of that corner. He's really lighting up that rear axles. Talking about much faster up the road, Dylan Tan has opened up a 3-second lead there over Polyakov. Polyakov's got a second lead there over Gold, so it looks like things are starting to calm down there for the podium positions. But back here, this is the thick of things. Look at Alexei now, sidling that car down to the inside to see if he can make this position down into turn 1. Looks like he's going to have it right now, have the inside at least. We'll see if he can make it. Look at that. He's just pinching him off there in the middle of the corner.
It's bold and brave to go through that. It's a high-speed turn 1. This is the action zone, I have to say, isn't it, at the moment there? Austin,
yeah,
we're going to be sitting trackside
there. Oh,
absolutely.
Definitely.
Just listen to the beasts.
Not too happy about that move, that pinch move down into turn 1. He had that move pretty much completed there. Just didn't quite break his late, as I'm sure that as Alexei knew he could break there into that corner. And now he's kind of just, you know, in polishing off that defensive move right there, that offensive move, I should say, from Philip just behind. It's giving him an opportunity to have some breathing room, and he's making good time with this here, catching all the way up right now to the 118 car behind him. We'll see if he makes any move into turn 10 here, this hairpin. I don't think he's quite close enough, but he's thinking about it.
And you can see on your track map at the moment, that's the triangle that's leading this race. So they're all in the 3rd sector. All these leading pack. So good to see that so far. We've seen close races towards the end, haven't we, in the 1st and 2nd heats of the series, of course, races. And they come down to final laps before the pass, and that's 9 hours. Now, there's 6 hours. You'd expect it to be even closer, and you can see how close this action is already brewed after about 40 minutes into this race.
Yeah, these cars continue to stay together. I mean, the amount of cars right now that are fighting for position still, we're only about, 42 minutes into this race. The amount of cars still together, not too surprising. These guys and girls very close on time to one another. Looking here, this is still that battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th right now.
Driving to surviving. He can see the pressure. The 22 car's mounting, but he's had to compromise the exit speed. Will that put him under pressure there from the 711 car behind? I don't think so just yet, because they're going to make their way through the tricky sector 1, the fun sector 1. They're all fun sectors for us up here. I'm quite sure for the drivers. But look at that. This 3-way battle. Flip a coin. Who wants it?
Yeah, boy, he got a lot of dirty air there, did Alexei, just up behind the rear end of that 118 car. The closer you get to the car up front, the less air there is getting to the front edge of your car, so a lot less downforce. Looking here to see if Luca might make a charge down to the inside. I don't quite think he thought about it. He thought better of it, though, decided to pull back in line. I think he's going to try to mount another attack here, see if he can't get a larger run as time goes on. And you can tell both he and Alexei are really trying to just make up the position in front before too long, because the sooner you get it done, you can start to go ahead and pull away, put in the lap times that you'd like to. And you can tell both these cars right now faster than that 118 machine.
They are having fun. And that's what it's all about, isn't it, with esports? You got to be having fun. You're sweating, you're grinding. Your teammates are also sweating and nervous. Your heart rate's through the roof, especially if you're looking at like the 22 car right now of Alex in the middle of this, wanting to get ahead. Also, a car coming into play a little bit further up, but they're separated by milliseconds here. A mistake right now means you're going to lose places. If that's for all the drivers. And look at that, trying to get the slipstream down the main straight to start another lap. Look at this.
Yeah, I think that car off the road there, that's a lap down car, so he'll probably just check up down to the inside, let all these cars go around to the outside. He doesn't want to make too big of an impact here on this lead lap battle. Whoa, look at the big slide out of the 118, forced to take evasive action as the 22 car.
You knew this was brewing, didn't you? You knew it was brewing. But somehow slots right back in the middle of this pack exactly as resumed. And looking for the outside. Can't make a run there. Looking behind. You're everywhere. You got to feel like, well, I'm under massive pressure, under massive attack. But then again, as a race driver, you love it. Yes.
He made a move down to the inside, did Alexi there. I'm not quite too sure if he'll ever just sort of pay any kind of time penalty. He really didn't gain any time by going, taking that shortcut through the track there in turns 1 and 2. So we'll see if he does have any sort of a drive-through penalty. Boy, these cars are extremely close to one another.
Gonna be shouting out some HyperX right now in the chat, so you can hear me shouting out the excitement. Hopefully at the moment, myself there in Austin. And don't you forget, Jack is capturing all this action trackside multiple times. But wow, yeah, you go off a little bit of a backbreaker. We've seen this before. Here we go. Tommy in the blood red, sorry, my apologies, 192 car, still trying to find a way up into P9.
Yeah, now both these cars up inside of the top 10, so they both were able to get around that double eight machine of Susie just behind. Now they're catching up to that same black lap car. He's going to stay wide to let them both go down to the inside there as they get ready to now arc these cars through the chicane. We'll see if the 192 car of Aslan can get any sort of a bigger run here out of this last corner, turn 16 onto the front stretch.
No, not through there. It was so twiggly
not
coming out of
that.
the corner. Yeah, that's because, obviously the kink of 14, 15, as I said, you don't go anywhere adventurous on that one. And there's a slide. That's Pal. Pal goes around into the final corner.
Yeah, watch him now, just trying to make sure no one else is going to come through the corner. No doubt he's getting some communication in his ears by his team to let him know, like, hey, bud, there's no cars coming behind. You get that thing turned around and then pointed in the right direction. You hate to see that, though, kind of that was just contact between that car and the Yeet machine. And don't look now, but it looks like that 22 car has made up a position.
Yeah, it's an unusual place to get a bit of a tap there, but very, very lucky that not to lose too much. There's a gaggle of cars behind there.
It's not getting any damage either, just a little bit side-by-side contact with that 16 car, the Yeet machine, and kind of just off and in the right direction. So move the 22 car now up to the 6th position, and now it's all up to Luca Filippi if he wants to try and see if he can't get this 7th spot here off the 118.
He wants it, but one thing wanting it, another thing delivering it.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to catch a car. It's a completely different thing to pass him. Luca knows he's faster right now. It's just all about having to put that car in the right position. Maybe he can force Heinen into an unforced error. We'll see.
And he has to be thinking about pit stops as a Pit Stop UK team. And the pit stop will be on their mind soon as we're getting closer and closer, about 13 minutes and change to the pit stop window.
Ooh,
and look at the different racing lines through here. Yeah.
Yeah, Heine went for a big old slide there. No doubt he's kind of upset that rear axle. If I were Luca right here, I'd be taking notes. I'd say I'm going to try to put the power down better than he can out of turn 16. Mount a charge here down the front stretch. Don't do it right now. You're too kind of just complicated, sort of inside angle here.
Oh, they're really pushing it. You can see when they take the runoff area is so wide out there. Don't get too wide. You'll be in the sand.
I think this is it. I think that 711 car's got a little bit better of a run. We'll see if he's got more or less wing. He's going to have the slipstream down the front. You're going to see him pull out here in just a second. Throw that car down to the inside, side by side as they go into turn 1. We'll see if he can slam the door on him. He doesn't quite get all the way down there. Side by side again, door on each other.
Yeah, keep cold this one, Austin. You got it correct. Has he got it, but has he stolen it?
Yeah, textbook. We'll see if Heinen will come out to any sort of a challenge here to turn. Oh, look at that big slide there. That's going to be any sort of challenge. He can back him out there for that 7th spot. Kind of done and dusted. We'll see he's going to throw the car here into turn 4. Just going to wash up towards the outside. I think this might be Luca's position for the moment.
I'd say so for sure. There's a challenge mounted back there, but a little bit of a scare moment. And the good thing about it is he's still putting on the track. I think he could be off into the fence and there could be game over for a little bit. But there you go, Filippi. Luca, good job. You'd have to say the team should be clapping and happy about that one. But then again, they still have to do it for
really
5
hard
hours.
to pass here too. It is so hard to pass at this track. There's a couple passing opportunities, but usually you're going to have to wait for the guy ahead of you to make some sort of a mistake so you can get that car either down to the inside or up to the outside around some of these corners. This is a battle here. This is for 13th position. Looking at Raul Gomez here. He's got Muthen just up the road in that 267 Porsche, and not too far behind you've got Jay Peters wheeling that 69 machine.
It's always been a kind of a battle of threes, hasn't it, so far? That's the beauty of it. Leaders now have really spread. You see the track map. Remember, look at the track map. You want to know where the leaders are. That's the triangle. You see how spread up they are. But this is the battle you're focusing in the slowest corner right now. 720, you get a better exit.
That was a big slide out of row.
Yeah, you can't overtake that there.
Oh, he's going to slide the car again. Yeah, he's just really overheated that rear axle of this car. I think he's going to have to just, kind of settle himself in right now, kind of just recompose himself, make sure he can get, some temperature back out of that rear axle, maybe mount a charge in a lap or two, but you just can't do much right now when you've overheated the rear tires, because what you're wanting to do is, spin them things up so you can get a better launch out of the corner. He's going to have a pretty good run here going into turn one. We'll see if he makes any sort of move down to the bottom, gets right up on that rear bumper of JP Dub just ahead. He's going to throw the car down to the inside. Could this be an exact repeat of what we saw for the battle for 6th position? It looks like it is.
Oh, but easier done. Yeah, clearly. Much more confident. 720 car, Raul does it. And great job. Textbook.
For as much as we said the tires in that 720 Porsche were kind of just done and dusted, maybe he better take a break for him for a lap or two. I believe the tires on that 267 car were even worse for wear. Look at him, he's still sliding all over the place. We'll see if Joris can get a move done here and put himself up into 14th. Yeah, he's going to have this easily.
That's maybe a clever play strategy, knowing, hey, if your tires are dumb and dust for Mr. Richardson in the 222 car. Sorry, yes. The 267 car, just let it slide. Remember, it's an endurance race, so you got plenty of time to come back later.
Don't want to make a larger unforced error than that, wind up sort of way off the course in the sand, or even put yourself into a tire barrier and have a lot more damage on that car. Look at, he's still sliding all over the place. But looking here at the 69 machine there, nice pass for him, just kind of taking advantage there. Force the car up ahead of you into an unforced error, take away this position. You know you're faster right now, see what kind of lap times you can put down.
And you look where they are. They're in Sector 3. Leaders are in Sector 1. They are well aware of that. They're always in their own battles. It goes to show you the gap difference as we have 50 minutes already elapsed in this race. Oh, whoa! Keep it on the track. Can he get through the S's here of 14 and 15? Yes. Luckily, get back on the racing line on that one. Look at the power slide in the background as well.
There. That might be him going down pit road here. We'll have to see. This is moving back up the track here to the 711. This is that battle of him and the 22 car. It looks like he's going to get that done. So move Luca now up into the 6th position. Man, that was handy. Wish we would have seen more of that battle before it started, but there's just so much excitement all over the track. We're spoiled for choice. You're spoiled for choice. You've got 2 other races to watch on VCO, let alone today. And of course, Jack Maloney, he is spoiled for choice between this stream, the Rivals split, and all the battles going on in both of them.
We love throwing Jack under the bus. Jack does a great job. So cool, calm and collected. If you've heard Jack before in the past, Jack is just, he's like one of those, if you want an emergency in a plane evacuation when the plane's about to go down, Jack should be the one on the voice saying, brace, 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 impact, we're going to crash, brace, brace, brace for some overtaking opportunities. Thank you very much, Jack, for capturing all the action so far. Right on cue every single time. Well, what might be on cue in a minute there, Austin, is the pit stop times.
Yeah, you can see the 267 car has already gone down pit road. I think this is just them saying, hey, our tires are spent, let's come down and just change the set. It'll be a little bit early right now, but it's a lot better to come down pit road, take tires, just kind of realize, hey, you might have just overdone it a little bit on your last stints. Once you calm down, do the pit stop, you can see they're now exiting right now. They're going to come back up to speed. Looking here, this is a battle for 9th and 10th between the 67 of Bellawender and that 192 car just up the road, that dark red car, that wine red as we called it, Dean.
Yeah, wine red for sure. And now you can see how the rear are just sliding so much to these cars. They're now turning into an ice, and you're obviously in North Michigan, are very much aware of dangerous icy conditions. It's now feeling like that with these tires with no more traction. And as teams, you have to be like going, okay, guys, how much more are we going to risk it? Because there's a level before your car's meeting the fence if you push it too much.
Yeah, that's right. Very similar to, I know you understand the feeling having that Nissan GTR. You ever drive that thing in the rain? I know my Camaro within the rain. A little bit of a handful, especially when you try to light up that rear axle. You go for all sorts of a slide there. Well, you can see Philip trying to make his way past the lap car. That's that gold machine there.
Everything you touch turns to gold. That the Midas touch, so the team name should be. But anyway, you're right. Felipe Rampage is a little bit more confident, I have to say. Maybe practices a lot more with the tire wear conditions. There's something as well too, is remember, when you're practicing, you're doing laps, but most drivers are actually just practicing to get the fastest lap. Are they practicing endurance of how it handles when you've done an hour racing every time? That's something else that proves great drivers and great teams.
Yeah, sometimes too, and this is one of those teams that races the McLaren, but I've heard a lot about that McLaren as it goes faster and faster towards the end of a stint. So this, might just be Philip saying, hey, if the McLaren does that too, it's good on its tires. I'm going to just, try to set myself up better for that when I do my own stints. You're kind of seeing that today. He's just had so much more control over this car, not really overstepping the boundaries of grip compared to everyone else. And we'll see if he can't try catch up to that 9th place car, that 192 of Tommy, just up the road.
And the gold car just went completely pearl-shaped to 14 and 15.
Oh, yeah, so much so they've gone down the pit road.
Yeah, they can't. They can see the tires are done and dusted for sure. This has got to be, that's the yellow you can see on the track map currently at the moment.
Well, it looks like the 27 machine.
27,
looks like
that's
out of
27.
turn 13 there. It might have gotten all crossed up.
Yeah, now you're seeing mistakes made. That's not because the drivers are not skilled. It's because the tires are not connecting.
We talk about that too, Dean. What are some of these, some of the ways that you realize that, some of your tires have just gone a little bit awry?
When your heart rate goes to about 100, 200, at that point, it's easy to lose it. And your team was also really stressed because of the fact that, the fence is always there. It's always available. You don't want to be visiting it. You don't want to be signing your autograph on there. And you've got to you've got to communicate to your team, guys, look, this thing is out of control. I cannot control it anymore. I'm going to perhaps put this thing in the fence. I need to box. The team's also telling you, well, push another lap, push another 2 laps. We need to calculate the strategy. I don't know, but that's you can see right now, everybody on the track is struggling to try to keep it on the track.
Yeah, look at Nikolai. All these cars, so one of the things you can tell when your tires start to go away, you've got almost no grip. Whether it's on the front axle or the rear axle, you are just sliding through some of these corners. Sometimes it's a 4-wheel slide. You're seeing here, Nikolai Polyakov going down to the inside of a lap car. He'll be to the outside of this golden car. Wouldn't be too surprised to see this golden car just up the road, that lap machine, kind of just pull away, given that he's got new tires. So we'll see if he can do that here. This will be a good indication here of just how much tires are worth.
Yeah, you can see it.
Kind of figure out what's going on.
Nicola just had to take a wider line out of that. Now, Nicola's obviously these the top guns, the top teams, 98 car. Look, got to be confident, but then again, you got to remember that the gold car's going to have to just allow him on by. But Nicola's, yeah, you can see this right now, the 98 car right on cue. They are handling it. It's a beast to handle. Look at that, slow in, and a little bit less on the loud pedal coming out of the corner, but a little bit more confident. But you can see I still guarantee it's a beast to control right now for Nikolai.
Oh, especially, yeah. You saw he probably overheated his tires there. That's why he was caught and passed by Dylan Tan. You saw him make a mistake that we heard earlier on, but he's got this car well up underneath him right now. He's got good control of it. He's pulled away from that driver of goals in third, that 44 machine. So he's obviously being outpaced by the 889 car of Dylan Tan. No surprise there. Dylan put this thing on the pole, so that's why he continues to be out front. For the first 18 laps or so, it was all that 98 car, and then made a mistake. Dylan found his way through, so Dylan back up to the lead, just putting in his laps right now.
And the camera right on Dylan. Will he go in the pit lane right now? No, they won't. They'll go for another lap, but very soon they're going to be thinking about it, and you know that for a fact that the other team is behind are going to jump, perhaps at the same time as leader boxes. I know for a fact that in my 3 or 4 years now of casting esports racing, that a lot of the teams tend to follow what leaders do for their pit lane strategy, so we'll see if that's going to pan out. Look at Dylan Butt, the way he's controlling it. But go back to this battle brewing here in P18, 19, and 20.
Yeah, looking here at Frank Bergkamp, this is the car that we saw get spun there by the Yeet machine earlier on, coming out of turn 16. Got this thing sideways. He lost a lot of time. You can see that 16 car all the way up in 12th right now. That's just what he lost. He lost a lot of time, about 8 positions. You've got Sophie Aronin, the 714 Porsche, just at the tail end of this 3-car battle here. Dean, you called it perfectly earlier on. This just battles of 3s all the way up and down the grid.
That's what you want, man. When it comes to 3s, right? It's the lucky number on unlucky number, but yeah, let's Sophia for the United team going back up to P10. Felipe once again, always in the spotlight. Maybe still in the spotlight from the Yeet team, but the petrol team at the moment. They've got the wall. Look at the slide. You can see it's so difficult to manage the Porsches. And the Porsches are one of the best cars on the planet to handle anything, but the problem is tires are not on your side.
Well, it's these Cup cars. These Cup cars are so slidey. They really just magnify, the raw speed and talent that these drivers have because they're so slidey. Not a whole lot of grip on these things. It's not like those GT3 cars where they have so much wings and spoilers and just aero devices bolted onto them. These things have a tiny splitter in the front, maybe a little bit of a rear diffuser. You can see that big rear wing, but that thing doesn't add a whole lot of downforce compared to those big old GT wings we're used to.
In most motorsports, if you're in a motorsports career as a racer, generally there isn't a driver on the planet that never touches one of these cars as in their career to learn, because this is one of the best cars you ever learn in a motor racing. Even in the esports scene, to control the Porsche is the way to build your career, perhaps in motor racing. Look at the slides. I love it through here. Oh, even now they're starting to hit the chicanes and bumping their way through the dangerous turns of 14 and 15. I expect the pit stops coming soon there. You know that, Austin, they have to. Somebody's going to have to jump first. Will the race leader jump first? 889 car.
You can see the 88 car there, the double eight of Susie's coming in, as is the 22 car. So a couple cars now coming down onto pit road just as we get ready to flash over the hour mark from the 5th hour into the 4th now. So we're about 1 hour down just a little bit. We're 59 minutes into the race here. Expect to see a lot more cars, as you were talking about, Dean, coming down onto pit road for a fresh set of tires. Some fuel in that car. Look at the 267 machine all over the shop there, just sliding the rear end around.
You called it perfectly, Austin. I think Austin's the right on cue, right? The hour mark has been, as everybody's going to visit pit road right now.
JP Dub down there, Raul Gomez, the 720 machine. Yeah, lots of cars now coming down onto pit road.
And if you want pit road, Pit Wall Live is available for the statistics if you want to be watching that. You can see everybody boxing, as they like to say, some of the cars. We still haven't seen the top 10 boxing yet. We know in a couple of laps they have to.
Yeah, you can see that lap car just at the road going a little bit wide there to make sure he allows the leader to go on through. And look at this. Dylan's going to bring that car down onto pit road, the 889 Porsche. Get that thing slowed down just about there. Down to, I believe it's a 45 kilometer per hour pit road speed. He's got the lap car just behind, as does the second place car coming as well. And he was really on it there, trying to gain all the time he could, coming onto pit road.
Follow the leader. It seemed like I figured that because see goals goes as well. It's follow the leader in the pit road. They're doing that strategy earlier on for the first pit stops that you're going to expect. We know that as we go a little bit more into the race, we start to see a little bit more gap. They'll start boxing like a lap or two earlier or later, but they're expected to do it right now. As Luca now goes up to P2 for the 711 machine. Let's see if they're going to come into this. No, they've committed for another lap, so we've got to stick out there. But yes, you're right on cue, my friend. Nothing gets past Mr. Austin. Good job.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. You got Philip Ballawender here in the 67 car, still trying to see if he can't get around this 192 machine there of Tommy just up the road. Yeah, Argy Bargy there forces Philip there just off to the right-hand side. He's got some grass on his tires, so as much as he was doing a good job to kind of keep those things in check, I think they're a little bit overheated now. They've got some dirt on them as well. You're now seeing Dylan Tan here come off pit road. It's scoring him in the 5th position. That's because there are some cars scored behind him. Also on the lead lap that didn't quite come down pit road. Boy, looks like they did a driver change there in that 98 car. I think Polyakov's out of that thing. And get Oleg Urkulov. He's another one of their fast drivers. You've got a lot of heavy hitters on these teams, Dean.
Oh man, he's slamming this ball out of the baseball park at the moment. If it was baseball, isn't this heavy hitters everywhere? But once again, now they're going to be heavy hitting the fact that they got cold tires and a lot of fuel. So this is the crucial part where you have to get that car up to speed in a polite way to tame the beast of the Porsche.
Dean, did you see we've got a stop-go penalty there for Shaw, the number 69 machine. So a penalty for them. They're going to have to come down pit road and serve that. I don't know if they can do that when they come down pit road to take their tires and fuel. So this might be a double pit stop for them. This is the Benny Whit now in the 16 machine. This is that Yeet car.
Yeah, the pit road, I tell you what, you've got to always get it right, don't you? The cameras there do not fail you. It's like the policeman on a freeway. You get speeding, they'll catch you speeding. Unfortunately, you can't just accept the ticket and move on. You have to serve the drive-through. It's punishing. And that separates the great teams.
On your license or money, and you have to pay in a fine. You're going to have to come downtown. If you can't do the time, you can't do the crime. So they did the crime. Now they're going to have to do the time. Stop-go 30-second penalty. That is an absolute killer for a race.
Especially early in the race, too. They're going to drop a few positions. What about Filipini, the 711 car? They're going to come in soon in the net lead of this race without the pit stop. But see if they can manage to... How much of a gain can they jump on the 889 car on Mr. 10 that's still in control of that beast? That's the key. And can whether or not they can jump the 89 car, the 98 car, sorry, my apologies, or even... Where is the other driver? They've tried to driver swap, as you mentioned there. I think it's the 44 car a little bit further back. So that's the key right now of have they... Well, we know they pushed the pressure of the 711 car, but how much have they pushed? And how long can they last? Where are they on the track map? Have a look for the 711 car. Got to be visiting pit road soon.
It's that triangle, yeah. They should be on the front stretch. No, excuse me.
Yeah.
They're in turn 12. So this is them right here. I expect this car to come down pit road this time by. I mean, he'll have been out an extra 2 laps compared to the rest of the field. I don't know if this is something you had in the strategy. And, of course, one thing, too, we saw Luca following behind multiple cars. He's got to dive down pit road this time by. But if you're following behind some other cars, you can more often than not lift going down the straightaway. Look at that handily there into pit road, getting that thing slowed down, not losing a whole lot of time to the 2 cars up ahead of him. Hopefully for his sake, they're not right there when he comes off the pit road, but I believe all these teams are going to have pretty much the exact same pit stop time, so they'll probably be chasing those 2 cars as they come off the pit road.
Absolutely. You can see the track map. Look at the 98 car, 889. Now they're in the 3rd sector. We know at the moment, Filipini, the 711 car has gone into the pit road. They'll be spending some time in the pit road. They're not going to be able to make a jump on them. We'll see how much of a jump that they have because they've taken the extra I have to say almost 2 laps now, haven't they, to extend their pit stop strategy. And I'm just curious to see how much time they're going to gain or lose on that one as we go a little bit back to Martin Muller, 192 car. That's the lime red car or the vine red car, Vino Tinto here in España, you would be calling it.
I'm not quite sure, too. You know, just take a second here to talk about this pit strategy here out of the 711 car. I like the fact they went longer. I do like how it showcases, you know, some of the speed that Lucas got in that machine. Good TV time for them, leading a couple laps. But, boy, you know, fresh tires, you're running about a 145 with old tires. They were running at the end of their stint. They're putting down some 147s and stuff. So I'd be curious to see just how much slower they were if they gave up any time by coming down pit road right then. Right now, they're being scored in the 4th position, but I think they're going to continue just to tumble down the field a little bit. I think they're going to slot right now into 7th position before too long.
6th position, I think. A little bit of traffic up the road there from the 147. Actually, they are exactly in 6th position right now with a driver change as well. And it's probably about the position time at the moment that we'll have a little bit of a breather and a little bit of a break as the pit stops are done so we can continue the action for another hour. What do you think about that one there, Austin?
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say the cars have come down and taken their pit stop. I think it's about time we took one for ourselves, so we're going to be back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere, but if you want to be entertained as we're gone, go ahead and go to twitch.tv/VCO. You can look at the command center to view all 3 streams at once, and go ahead and just, occupy your time for a while. We'll be right back. We're here back. Welcome back for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Austin Belke here on the mic with commentary from obviously Dean Humpton. We've got Jack Maloney in the production trailer. You're just now joining us after 1 hour and about 15 minutes in. We've still got 4 hours and 45 minutes left in this 6-hour race. A little bit different theme here for this, the third round of this overall championship. The first 2 races, obviously Coda and then Monza done in the GT3 cars. This race, though, everybody's in the same sort of equipment. They do have the opportunity to kind of tweak their setup. They've been working on these, no doubt, for the last couple of weeks, since even before the Christmas break. And Dean, this has been an absolute thriller to watch.
It has been. It absolutely has been. There's gaps are starting to form up. There's pit lane. 13 seconds now separates P1 and P2, as they're separated by half a second for the majority of that race. And of course, into play came the 44 car as well. There's now 1.4 seconds and change down from P2. But yes, it's been brilliant. Pit stops are over. We're looking currently at the Vino Tinto car there of the 192. We got that one right. Martin, that Muller that's driving that one, just behind the Golf livery. Absolutely exciting. And once again, guys, at that pit wall live, timing is available. And I'll tell you what, we just learned, obviously, the Pro. It says, hey, you want to check out the Pro? Check out the Pro. It's free. Gives you all the features. If you're a telemetry, if you just love your telemetry like I do, I just live for telemetry, it's all available right now. It's all free. Just click the button.
So if you're just now joining us too, or perhaps you want a quick recap of the action here, we went green 1 hour and 16 minutes ago for the 6-hour race. Dylan Tan lined up on the pole, but he was quickly overtaken by the 98 car back then, piloted by Polyakov around the outside into turn 1. Nikolay led for the first 18 or so laps, then he made a quick mistake, was a second slower over a lap. That of course allowed Dylan Tan to get around him. He pulled away to a pretty big lead there in the opening stint. Then he had about a 7-second lead. Then pit stops happened. He's now opened up that gap to about 14 seconds now. So Tan's still very much on it when it comes to lap times here. Looking at a battle here, this is 9th, 10th, and 11th.
I think we have to do a VCO Esports recap there, presented by Austin. Austin, mate, you do it so well, mate. You write those notes down. I see you. You got it all captured at the moment. We're in the Challenger split, but nothing gets past Michael. And whether or not Michael himself, Austin, Michael can make his way up the road there for P13, and the 67 car is in his way.
Yeah, making a move here, looking down to the inside. This was, I believe, one of the first couple of cars to come down pit road. They really chewed through their stuff. A couple teams did in the last stint out there, so it does make his way around there. I believe that might have been a lap down car.
Probably while I was just testing this, if you're paying attention, of course, Austin, because you always are. Thank you very much for that. Make sure you look out for the Austin recap on the hour, every hour. We're coining this one now for VCO, Austin. You know that.
I know that might have been for position, actually. I think, the 67 of Bellwinner, I think he just went a little bit wide there to allow that 267 there of Muller to get down there to the inside of him. So another position change. That was for position. Kind of curious why. Looked so easy, though. Of course, to be honest, kind of just a racer's rule of thumb there. If somebody catches you so quick, so fast, just kind of don't make it hard on them. There's no reason to be like a kidney stone, hard to pass, this early into a race. Oh, look at that, a little bit argy-bargy going wide there for Lassie.
I wouldn't be passing a kidney stone like that. You're right. It's great action happening here, and there's been great action, hasn't it, around that hovering that P10 position. What you like to see, the threes, right? It's been the threes, the battle of the threes so far. 3 cars generally always in the mix. Now we got a 4-car battle as they can make their way through 14 and 15. Nobody gambling once again on the ripple strips. Send that car skyborne. I think a Porsche can fly, my friend, but you don't want to be flying through 14 and 15.
Yeah, definitely not. If you hit those curbs just right, you're going to send that car airborne. It's definitely going to mess up a lot of the underneath of that car, and it'll most certainly affect your lap time too. You don't want to be doing that. It's very embarrassing too. Every time you hit one of those big sausage curbs, puts that car about 1 or 2 feet up in the air, and you're kind of looking around like, oh, everybody see that? Hopefully my teammates are both up, getting a drink of water, going to the bathroom at that time, because it's so embarrassing when that happens to you. But it's just part of racing. It's part of what you do. Looking here at the 88 car, the Royal Sim Sport, here to be piloted right now by Stretch. This car been up and down, pretty much a top 10 ride for them all day long. They went back as far as 12th at one point, but still, fighting up here down in the trenches. You've got the Yeet machine just behind as well.
Oh, that's scary, isn't it? The Yeet machine's always been in the camera spotlight. The Yeet machine might be catching them soon. You're right. That's the Golf livery car. We call it the Royal Sim Sport. I don't think it's even the Golf livery specifically, but we're just going to call that one there from Les. Is at the wheeling, the piloting that machine. And yeah, exactly. Well, if you want to make a mistake, do it when you're in a HyperX break there for our fantastic sponsor that brings the headphones that can be delivering your sounds to your ears of the beautiful Porsche machines.
That's right. So last right now in the top 10, last car inside the top 10. Looks like he's just a little bit faster. He continues to catch up to that 192 car of Martin. Then some sort of a weird mistake goes on. He's forced to, maybe fall back a good tenth or two. Just up the road there from Muller is the Cerny machine, the 118. This is the first stint for him as well. We saw this car kind of start to fall off there towards the end of the stint. Don't know if this might be setup base for them. Maybe Cerny's now in the car. He kind of knows and realized, said, hey, my teammate just had a lot of tire wear issues to the end of his stint. Maybe I need to take it a little bit easier through the entirety of my stint. Track temperature 38 degrees Celsius, so it is plenty hot out here in Spain. And of course, it always is every time F1 comes here, super hot because they come here during the season. In the summer, when they come here in the winter, decent about cooler as well.
I think the drivers in the other splits, of course, Cash and the rivals, are sick of the rain that they had in Italia. At the moment, no rain, dry races all around for all the splits. It's good to see because now it's man versus machine and no weather forecast to spoil the surprise on that one. We should be having a play at the fold-out chairs like Fernando Alonso, didn't it? Sitting trackside and watching this one, but we're up in the air conditioning commenting box.
Yeah, getting a little bit of a suntan going on. I'm going to have to roll up my sleeves here, though, so I don't get to what's considered a farmer's tan.
You're nice a farmer's tan. That's right, because you're in northern Michigan, my friend. You don't get too much sun at the moment, and you don't get too far off the track there, Mr. Martin Muller. And the 192 car, because you've got fresh boots on there. But yeah, once again, stretching out your stint for another hour and see if you're going to get too twitchy-witchy. And they are getting a little bit twitchy-witchy at the moment coming out of the corner. Pushing, and pushing.
Yeah, slipping and sliding. I think the problem right now for Martin is he realizes he's a lot faster than that car ahead, that Cerny machine. But it's one thing to catch a guy. It's another thing to pass him. And at a circuit like this, it is so hard to pass unless the guy ahead of you makes some sort of an unforced error, unless you can kind of just, bait him into an old switcheroo. Maybe you can set a dummy up that's inside. He goes a little bit wide or just overdrives the entry of the corner. But then it's all up to you. You have to put the power down into these cars all day long. We've seen it really be easy to let it the rear axle. You can see, look at Raul, all the pressure over this number 67 car. Bellwinder was in this machine. Right now it's over in the hands of Taha.
Yeah, if our fantastic director can go on board right now at the Porsche there of Raul Gomez to the 720 car to see if he can make a run into turn one. Now he's going to set a dummy, of course. He's going to say, you know that for a fact. That
he's just going to back off.
Has to, close. Yeah. But he's going to apply the pressure. That's what you do as a racing driver. Huck Squad have applied that pressure in the past. Great camera angles, great camera direction. Welcome along to VCO Esports. It's the best in the business.
Running aboard H2 with Ryan. Look at how much he sent the car back down there into the corner. If that doesn't tell you just how late he can get on the brakes compared to the car ahead, maybe even just the tire situation of both these machines, I don't know what's gonna, with how much later he could break into that corner. I wouldn't be too surprised here if he sends a light move here into turn 10. He's got to get a big run here out of turns 6, 7, 8, and 9 up the hill. They're gonna make the fast right-hander looking a little bit wide there. This is really gonna hurt his exit speed. Now he's way too far back to mount any sort of charge here, unless of course the 67 car of Camille makes some sort of a mistake, but it doesn't seem very likely.
We shall see. That's exactly what happens. You want to see yourself, everybody out there. Pitwall.live is in there, and if you want links, it's all in the Twitch feed. Just ask somebody if you need a link. They will post it for you. That's what we're reviewing ourselves. You can see the different speed differences in the corner. Look how much is gained, and look at the old twirly whirly coming out of that corner. It could be a bit of punishing territory as you're going to make your way into places you do not venture too deep. as you can
That
make way around the final
720
corner.
car is on the attack. I mean, look at it. He's just attacking those corners. I don't know if maybe just the setup is a little bit different. Maybe there's some brake bias adjustments going on, or Raul just got a lot better feeling for this track right now. But he's really good at entering the corner fast. But for these corners especially, you got to be slow in and fast out. That's what makes it so hard to make a pass at somebody, because the car had just getting such a better run coming out of the corners here.
You got the lights on. Look at the different racing lines that they're taking. You can see the shiny surface on the racing line. That's where all the tar of the rubber has been rubbered down, of course, has been rubbered down for a good 1 hour and 24 minutes currently at the moment. It seems Sector 1 is owned by the 720 car. But then again, as you said, one thing to catch, another thing to overtake.
Yeah, he's right up on his back bumper right now. He's going. Oh, he sends a move down to the inside. They're going to be too wide here coming out of turn 5. Now into turn 6. If I'm right now the 67 machine here of Taha, I'm going to just let him go into this corner. Oh, he's going to stick it up the inside resolutely. He's going to still mount a challenge.
Oh, it blocks him. Shuts the door. It's not on my watch.
I don't know if that was a block. That might have just been getting a little bit loose and trying to cover off that position there to the outside. He's going to get really loose, though, out of turn 9. We'll see if the 720 car can mount any sort of a challenge here into turn 10. Doesn't look like he's close enough, but you know what? That what just happened. Oh, look, he's going to go a little bit wide here. He's going to allow the 720 up to the inside. Both are slipping and sliding. Move the 720 car up to 14th.
Yep, there it is. Committed.
Just that's what you call outracing yourself. You can force that car into the corner a lot deeper, but that is just making it a lot too easier for your competitor behind.
And you got to remember as well, Ted, that's 1 hour and 25 minutes into 4 hours and 34 minutes remaining. So you are okay to allow an overtake as a team. You say, all right, it could be worse. It could be both of you in the fence. It could be pulling in the wrong direction. When there's a challenge that mounted, sometimes you have to yield for the future results.
That's right, and sometimes too, he's going to be beating himself up about that for the rest of the day. But you know what? It wasn't that bad. Just went one lane or two wide, and of course the 720 was already much faster. This is a look further up the field. Here, this is looking at last stretch in the 88 machine. Wow, look at that car just up the road. The Martin Muller machine, the 192, just getting a little bit loosey-goosey there coming out of turn 4. Now they're going to head down into turns 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This fast right-hander of turn 9.
Get a good exit out of here too, as well.
Look at how loose he got there.
Yeah, they did. Loosey-goosey. Exactly. Final corner before you go down to the back stretch into one of the slowest hairpin corners that there are. Show yourself some Royal X. I was going to say Royal at the moment, Royal Simsport. Show yourself some HyperX out there in the chat to get yourself some HyperX equipment. Possibly. Jamie Shaw right down P20 looking for a P19 run. He might have it. Oh, no.
He's looking down there. He's just trying to cover him off right now as the car just took the road there of Azanov in that 999 machine, that red car right there. Oh, this is a fierce battle. Excuse me, the 714. Both these cars just a little bit flipped there in 999 car further up the road.
Ooh, that's twirly from Jamie.
Well, that's turn 9. It takes so much commitment through there just to hit that corner right. And if you get a little bit loose or open up the wheel too much, you're going to be spinning out. That was a good save for him. It takes so much commitment. You really have got to be on top of the wheel there.
And what wheel you need? Well, what rig you need, of course. Next Level Racing. Apparently, I've heard from the drivers, this is one of the most comfortable seats you can be in if you're going to be spending 6 hours at least in it, as most of the drivers will be, even if they're not racing all the time, which they can't, but they'll still be sitting in that rig ready to roll for their teammates. Next Level Racing, you can't deny. It's one of the best rigs you can ever find on the planet for esports racing.
Further up through the field, again, looking at this battle in the top 10, this is the Martin Muller 192 machine being hounded right now by the 88 car of last stretch. And these guys are going to have to mind their P's and Q's. If they don't for too long, that 16 car of Witt just back down the road there is going to be up on their tailpipes in absolutely no time as they go through turns 6, 7, and 9.
Got Swirly out of the corner. You're right. Look at this battle. Side by side. That's risking it for the biscuit.
That's not where you want to be side by side there through turn 9. It's a very fast corner, going to take a lot of commitment. You saw that took a lot of maturity there out of last stretch. Just kind of realized he was going to be bested. Best not to wreck the car right now and try to attack him later on in the run here.
You got to be side by side. There's a little argy-bargy, of course. Yeah, a little side paint scrape. See the slide there as we're looking on board? Lassie in the 88 car. My apologies. And you can see the power slide. Oh, he's overcorrected that one. Compromises the exit as they make their way through the dangerous section of 14 and 15 safely. Bit of lap car traffic coming up the road there, Austin.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen a couple seconds here if there's a lap car just up the road. It's really hard to tell, though, just how much these guys are pushing their tires. It's very apparent, obviously, to us and Lassie himself, too, as he's catching up to this 192 car. He knows he's faster. You can see, too, just how much pressure. Whoa, he goes a little bit wide there into turn one. I don't know if that was him overdriving the corner, if there's something else going wrong.
Overdriving, I would have to say.
That was a big moment.
Yeah. We're still pointing in the right direction. Once again, it's key. And lose a bit of time, that's fine. You still got 40 hours and 30 minutes to make it back up there. Just means you got to put some heavy lap times down there, a little bit to catch back up. But the traffic comes into play now, doesn't it? The traffic definitely comes into play. As you can see the track map on your screen right now. They're pretty much spread everywhere. Leader now down the main straight. But this is the action.
You are correct. So just up ahead of this this 88 machine here, just up the road from them, the 192 car, up ahead of the 192, there is a lap car. It's a 33 machine. It's about, I think they're about 2 laps down right now, further up through the field. Let's just look at that 214 car. These guys, this is that Bentley machine that did so well in Coda, and they were forced to make an early exit at last race at Monza. They came back out on the track. They had a good finish, got themselves some extra points at the end, but definitely not all that they wanted to stay up in that championship contention area. So looking here to make a sort of a race for redemption for themselves.
Different beast, isn't it, from the Bentley to the Porsche? But they're still showing the pace. And Medea is doing it for the 214 car, clearly a little bit quicker. But once again, one thing to catch, another thing to overtake. You see it twirly whirly and a little bit more confident, I have to say, for the 214 car. And this is a battle for P3.
Yeah, he's really on it right now. He is much faster than that 98 car, up ahead of Oleg. Oleg's a little bit all over the track right now, just trying to hold on to this car. This is about that time in the stint where that car becomes a lot twitchier for these drivers, so he's going to have to try to make sure he holds on to this thing before the end of the stint. Otherwise, he could be set to lose another spot here, just like he did to Dylan Tan in the early goings of this race.
And talking about the 98 car being the one I started on pole position. And currently
outside
at the moment,
pole.
Outside pole, yeah. So at the moment, looking at struggling to hold off the 214 car. You have to say the NSN racing team looking a bit quick up. Once again, it's very difficult to overtake. They've got to park that car in the right places if you are the 98 machine. The 214 machine needs to thinking about where are they making mistakes. They study them and study them and study them around the circuit of Catalinga.
Well, that's kind of what you do around here, Dean. I mean, right now, especially in these cars, you just have to pile the pressure onto that guy ahead of you and try to force him into an error on his part. Just maybe you can slide the car up the inside. Talking about lap traffic, though, there are going to be 2 cars just ahead of these guys, both multiple laps down. They're going to have to try to navigate both these guys here as they go through the trickier. Whoa, look at that, side by side, just because of the lap car. That's just how much speed he's going to lose. And now it's, argy-bargy.
Yeah, lift it off a little bit. Maybe said, my bad. But get to live another day, and now the lap car's going to be one on the outside, one on the inside.
Yeah, he's got clouds to the left, jokers to the right. Does this lap car. Look at how he's just going to send the car up down to the inside. There's the 214 of Decazer, and now look at the 98 car just going to come across, sideways.
Yeah, actually threw the back marker off as well. They had to respond in that one to make sure they didn't get on that one. So here we go. Switcheroo time. It's not Australia, my friends. There's no jumping kangaroos at the moment. But it's VCO Esports, the Challenger Series. And it's great. Gone too deep into the 14 and 15. My apologies. Into the
Dorbagan as they come off the corner, going to get that thing back onto the track just in time. But unfortunately, even though he didn't make a mistake, he's going to be forced wide and off the track again. Going to have to relinquish the position one more time to that 98 car, Firkolev.
Great racing you want to experience right now. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. There has never been a dull moment at the moment in Challenger Split. I didn't think even in the first and second race it's been a dull moment. We don't even need to throw a bit of rain in this one, my friend. It's dry and it's beautiful. And the drivers as well. They're providing all the wet sweat, aren't they, right now inside the cockpits.
I tell you what, though, if I'm Decazer in that 214 machine, I am seeing red. I don't quite enjoy, I'm sure, how I was raced these last couple of quarters here, especially with trying to get around that lap car. I had the position, overcooked it myself, and when roles were reversed, I was shoved it pretty much off the track. A door move there. I don't think that was intentional. It's just kind of racing deal at the end. Boy, I think he's seeing red, and that's the fastest you're going to be as a driver when you see red, and you are just absolutely mad as heck.
And yeah, you're seeing red. That's the closest you're going to get to a hospital, and that's you had to be pushing it to the limit of racing. That's right. In the chat, Rivals is obviously heating up some moment there because it's saying that make sure you shout out HyperX out there if you want to get some of that HyperX gear. It's throwing a spanner in the mix if you want to get it or not. But there's racing all around, and this is absolutely racing all around here. Still continuing. Austin, are you loving Spain or not? How's those tapas?
Oh, absolutely digging this place. I mean, you know every time you come here to Barcelona, it's going to be a fantastic race. These Porsches are taking to this track quite nicely. Not as sure as the drivers would like them to be. They're slipping and sliding quite a lot more than even I thought they would be. Track temperature still 38 degrees Celsius. This place is absolutely baking. These tires right now, the drivers are as well. You see a lot of battles all the way up and down through the field. One of such, this battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th. And these two cars right here, Muller and Stretch, they've kind of been, lock and step for these last couple laps here. I'm going to say 10 or 20 minutes alone, but this Heat car continues to get ever so closer each and every lap. Maybe not by a lot, maybe not even as much as a tenth or two a lap, but he's just slowly but surely kind of eking himself into this battle, and before too long it's going to be another three-wide battle, and that's just been the story today, hasn't it, Dean?
Last is chasing a little bit of Vino Tinto, of course, and Mr. Muller's car. Then 192, that is the wine red car up the road. There's been defensive kings at the moment, so we switch to the P4 and P3 battle. How spicy is this one getting turn one?
Yeah, last step on the podium here, looking at 2x2 as they go down into turns 1 and 2. That's a 214 car around the outside. Wasn't going to take too long. You kind of knew that Decazer was faster these last couple laps. Didn't take him too long to, just regain all the ground he lost a couple laps ago, and he made that move to the outside there in turns 1 and 2. That was textbook, man.
Looks too easy. If you look at the track map at the moment, the triangle is the race leader. They're into Sector 3. That battle was in Sector 2. Further back here.
The leader's got a 27-second lead there over the 44 car of Browser right now.
Yeah, but that's okay. Not too bad, you have to say. 4 hours and 23 minutes left. Only 1 hour and 30 minutes, either 40 minutes or so exchanged into this race. Racing is always everywhere.
One of the car we haven't spoken of much today, that Maximilian Decha car, that 147 machine. These guys have been fast every single round so far, and they're right now battling for what looks to be a podium here. They've really run down these two cars ahead for 3rd and 4th while they were battling that entire time. Well, look at how much that 98 car is going to go for a slide. If you're Maximilian right now, you are licking your chops because that car is all over the shop ahead, still going for a big old slide.
Going for some toppers. I like it. Hold it right on cue there, Austin. Said nothing gets past Austin. Right on cue with our fantastic director of Jack is going to be capturing this action right now for the battle for P4. As you said,
if Maximilian can get alongside of him into turns 1 and 2 with just how much he's overcooked that rear axle in an 98 car, I think he might be in pretty good shape to make this move. He's just not quite close enough yet. Maybe he can make something work here through all these fast corners, because it's going to be really easy for that car just to up the road there to slide that rear axle a little bit, lose some mega amount of time here.
Following. If we can go on board right now with Max and see how close he is to the rear gearbox of the 98 machine will be the absolute key. We won't put that much pressure on Jack at the moment because he's also doing the rival split. Look at that. You can just see the sensation of speed as you're going to make your way around. Right on cue. Here we go.
Yeah, look at slipping and sliding all over the shop right now as Yurkolev just up the road. This is another one of those tricky corners. The track really falls away from the car. He's going to slide a lot, but again, you don't want to be side by side with anybody through turn 6, 7, and 8, especially not through turn 9.
Got a little bit of braking point as you climb your way up the hill. Now you're going to get ready to swing it to the right-hand side.
This is going to be a big run here. Watch him time this thing. He's going to have a big run. He's going to lift right here just to kind of check himself up, lose that momentum. Lots of commitment through here, going really wide. Does that car just step in? I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to make a lunge up here into turn 10.
Yeah, here we go.
I don't know.
No, so the dummy.
He stayed there just in case that 98 was going to let him have it or even make some sort of a misstep there. Miscue to the outside, misjudge the corner exit speed, but I think he's going to have to try this all over again next time by as they go through these corners.
Look at the tucking to the apron. Apron, of course, will be your chicane. Fast in and slow in, fast out is the key, isn't it, in a racing course? But once you get tucked up behind the car, now all of a sudden you rely on out the car. You rely on what's going to happen.
That's going to diminish any sort of opportunity he was going to have down there in the turn 1. So he's going to have to set his sights still on that car. I think right now he's going to have to make any sort of a move there about turn 4 or 5. He might get back up to his rear bumper with an opportunity. Oh, take that back. Lots of slipstream here.
There's your bump up. Veer right out side by side in the turn 1.
He's going to have him right here. Just how much he's overcooked that rear axle in 98 machine. I think this is going to go the way of the 147, but no, they're going to touch doors there. Argy-bargy.
Yeah, power down. You can see the rear sliding because they wanted to get the exit speed. Fantastic camera angles looking over the rear view there of Oleg. And you can see the mounted challenge here. And we're only 1 hour and 40 minutes into this. Fantastic racing. This is the Challenger split. I can't even imagine what's happening in the other splits, but this is where the action is right now. The hot zone.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are battling like it's a couple laps to go, and we've still got 4 hours and 19 minutes left in this race. These guys are racing this hard. I can't imagine how much these things are going to ramp up as we get towards the end of the 6-hour race here. Again, this is the 147 there of Dechik. He's all over the rear end of Oleg just up the road. He knows he's faster. He's been trying to get this done for the last couple laps. I think he's close enough now to mount a move into turn 10. No, he lost a lot of ground through turn 9.
What's going to be fun right now? Austin is traffic coming up. He's going to send it right up. He's going to break in time. No.
Switcheroo for the 98. Not close
enough. It did actually. But traffic's coming up in play. Look at this.
That's like a slide job.
Look at the kerfuffle of cars up the road there. There's a lot of numbers you can see on the track map. How are they going to manage this? They're battling themselves. Other cars have to kind of lift it and let them through. There's the friendly way of the blue flag. Don't mess with the 14 and 15, of course, chicane, as they haven't. And they're going to make way around for another lap.
Ooh, that's a big slide. It's going to lose them a lot of time here. This is a battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th. You're looking at Lassie stretch here. Go around the outside, see if he can make any sort of move. Thinks better of it. That's going to allow the 192 to retake the position. And look at the Yeet car all over the back end of these guys.
I thought that power slide was going to be slamming into the back there of Muller's Vino machine. And they still can't get past the Vino machine of the 88. That's been defending and defending and defending. And look at that. Once again, had to lift off there. Had the power slide. Nothing can be done right now.
Back of him.
How's your heart rate, Austin?
16. Decent. Maybe I'll look at my Fitbit here in a couple seconds. He's all over the rear end of him. His last stretch right now. He's going to make a move down to the inside. They're going to be side by side, literally bumper to bumper, equal opportunity here as they go into this corner. Oh, a little bit of a door action there. He's going to try to pinch him off down to the inside, and now he's going to have the outside. Crucially, though, I think Lass is going to have the inside through turn 3. Big wide open corner here, and I think you could see that all that grip down to the inside. It's really dark there to the outside of the corner. All that rubber you were talking about putting down. It's going to be slick, Dean.
People a Yeet machine taking advantage of this situation just in the background.
Oh, and the lap car goes a little bit wide, trying to be a little bit too nice there. The lap car had to get
out of there. Exactly. So I don't want to be a part of this party. Look at the Yeet machine making a run.
Oh, he's going to have the outside. We'll see if he can cross him over. Hopefully he's not forced too wide. Look at these guys. This is some awesome racing. They're giving each other plenty of race. Well, not plenty. They're getting exactly enough racing room to get this thing done. Just sportsmanship out of these guys. I'm loving this.
You expect sportsmanship from the Challenger Series. They've been doing it all season long. Of course, it's race 3, race 2, and race 1. There's the elf little sign that is still stuck on the track there. They've managed to avoid that one, hopefully. But look at that. Yeet, Benny White. Benny's going to make a run. He says, I've had enough of this. Here we go. Overtaking opportunity? Not quite yet. door closed from Mr.
He
Muller.
was there. It's such a fine line. You want to outbrake the guy to your right, but you can't outbrake yourself and go a little bit wide even into him. You just don't do that. I mean, these guys have been super clean all race long, but really all season long to this point here. We're about halfway through, a little bit less because this race isn't quite over yet. But yeah, these guys have been super clean with each other all season long.
That's what you're going to expect here at the moment. Is riding on board there with Benny in the Yeet machine. You can see. You have to say, Mr. Muller, they lost that position, of course, the 88 car. Now they have to try to defend. They've been defending very, very, very well for the 192 machine, but they're going to have to do it against the Yeet machine. We know the Yeet machine has always been the spotlight highlight, haven't they? So far in races 1 and race 2. Look at that. Mistakes are made. And now you're going to have to capitalize on it. Hit the pedal to the metal, right side by side there, Austin.
Yeah, that was close, man. I'm surprised just how loose he got in both directions. He was able to save that car. That was some awesome stuff. Put that on the highlight reel. My goodness, I can't believe we caught that live out of the windshield there of Betty White.
It's Jack, my friend. Jack captures all the action. And obviously go back and clip that one if you can out there, guys, because VCO breathes the show down at the moment. Lap car in play should be out of the way. That even rhymes on a pole. I didn't even know
that
it.
Lap car. That's going to hurt his run.
Absolutely. You call this one, Austin. I'm getting that. My heart rate's through the roof at the moment. My doctor's telling me to calm down.
Well, he's still all over the back, and we lost a lot of time, though, with that slide. That was good defensive move there by Muller in that 192 car, but I still feel like this Yeet machine is just a little bit faster than Muller for right now. It's just really unfortunate for Witt there that he got held up by that lap car. This is exactly where we've seen that 192 struggle, though, in these slow-speed corners, trying to put the power down from a low gear. Really easy to spin that rear axle, overheat the rear tires, and get that thing all sort of slippy and slidey as they go through here now into turns 13, 14, and 15.
And just like that, Austin, we first sliced 40 minutes off this before the pit stops are coming up soon again. But going further back to the P15 position there, and look at this battle once again. Get your heart rate through the roof. Welcome along the VCO Esports.
Yeah, got Marcus Van Vliet there to the outside in the 45 car. Going to make a late move here to turn 10. So we'll see if that 67 car of Taha can get the move done. Looks like he is going to just barely slide in front of him for right now. I don't think this is over. I don't think the last we've seen of these two cars going at each other this stint.
You know that for a fact it's not going to be over, my friend, with 14 there. Oh, 4 hours to go. Twitchy, witchy. This is the point where it comes to those tires starting to disagree with your... Oh, don't disagree too much.
That was a late move there.
Yeah. And you don't see too much through 14 and 15, my friend, the dangerous sector.
No, that's where you play follow the leader through there. If you make any sort of a move, it's ill-timed, it's not advised, and usually it's because the guy ahead of you has made some sort of mistake, or they're one lap down trying to just let you through by going wide in one of the corners. So it's not very often you see a late move right there. But boy, I feel like MWV here trying to get all the spots he can. It's Van Vliet, that 45 machine. I think he knows he's faster than the 67 car, but these guys continuing to trade fast laps with each other.
And great laps and great racing. All about the exit speed. Almost going to get us side by side. Call this one, my friend. Call this one. You know exactly. If car gap.
Man, look at the 67 getting all sorts of close to him there out of turn 5. They're going to head now into turn 6, 7, and 8. This is where I feel like that 67 car is going to lay back just a little bit, get a run through here. You're going to see him start to get closer and closer, especially through turn 9. A lot of commitment, very fast corner. Got a little bit of a bobble, though. The advantage here going to be to the 45 car just up the road. Look at them, just scythe their way through that corner. Look at how wide the 45 car got, too.
And going to one of the slowest corners on the track now. Time it perfectly. It's all, I honestly think it's all about the exit, isn't it? Out of the final
look
couple
at how
of
wide
corners.
the 67 there went. Just overcooked it a little bit. That's definitely, I think it'll be maybe a lap before you get all the way back up to Marcus here.
Yeah, pushed it a little bit too much on that one.
What's wrong with Martin Muller? It looks like he and the Yeet car made a little bit of an unforced error between the two of them. Look at how far now up the road here. The 88 car, they must have lost themselves, about 2 seconds or so.
I saw a car off the track. You're right on that one. Good cue, a good catch there from our fantastic director of Jack. Switching to that action. Oh, that is no traction outside there. Look at that. Oh, they're in dangerous territory. They're on the fence.
Oh man, that is a hard lick there for Martin Muller. That car definitely's got some damage, especially on the right-hand side. I don't know if he'll be able to continue at the same pace he was, but you know, it was a matter of time before that yeet machine there in the 16 made it around the 192. And you know, you can battle, you can defend for so long, but boy, at some point your tires have just had enough, and they're kind of just screaming out right now in pain and agony.
You're about 11 minutes away from a scheduled pit stop, so at this point, if it is feeling an agony in that control of the car, I would say pit stop. An alternative strategy. Look at that. One of those lights aren't even running on that car. You can see the damage on the 192 car. It's painful, but we don't even see the feeling. Look at that. Is no control on that car. That's going to be box, box, box if I was the engineer.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you don't really want him to come down pit road right away because it's going to set you up very poorly for the rest of this race. You're going to have to continue to either pit ahead of time, maybe even make an extra pit stop. But boy, the way he's sliding that rear axle around, I think you're going to have to call him down to pit road. You're going to say, hey, dude, either calm down, stay out there as long as you can,
they don't go
down
in
pit road to get fresh boots. No, they're not going to come in. That's... I'm surprised with how much damage the car has and how much he's sliding that thing. But you know what? If you can tell him, say, hey, Martin, if you could just calm down a little bit for me, kind of hold on to those tires for at least another couple minutes, just give me maybe 5 more minutes, and then we'll be closer to their pit window. We'll call you back down pit road at that time. But boy, he's going to now have pressure by that 267 car just behind that light blue car up front with black in the rear end. That's going to be another race for position. That's 12th right there. So he might lose 11th spot.
Let's see how they hold on. That you're exactly right. Look at the car in the background. That's P12. How much they're gaining? They're gaining big time, absolutely big time. And the Cryonics racing team at the moment should be well aware of the damage there. Their spotters will be telling them exactly what's happening. And I have to say, Mr. Muller's doing a good job there, but he's nursing a wounded beast. And how long can you nurse that wounded beast for?
Too long. It's always too long. You never want to be in this position where A, you're all out of tires, and B, you've got damage on the car too. It's not going to be driving how he's used to. Wouldn't be too surprised if that toe was just a little bit kicked in. I mean, he slammed the wall pretty hard there. Now, it might have been a soft barrier compared to just an absolute concrete wall. I can't quite tell for sure, but yeah, he's driving around a wounded car, and he's going to make a move here. It's at 267. We'll see how much he defends here. We're used to seeing this 192 defend tooth and nail for every spot. He got really loose there.
Yeah, but the problem is right now he's going to keep it on the track. You see the flashing lights at the moment from Marco, and you can't blame him. I honestly think they should have boxed. They should have boxed. And it's okay to try to defend for a little bit, but you know what? Yeah, look at that. I mean, the more risk that you have currently
one car
for the 192 car
off the corner.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think is that the 67? No, that's a 999 car. Ivan Azanov.
I think it was thrown off there as they go their way through. But you got to get the car in the pit lane. Why are you not boxing, guys? It's more about survival now. The fence is your enemy, not the car behind, but the fence.
Well, I mean, I think at this point they don't want to have to. They don't want to box because they then box themselves into pitting a little bit early for the rest of their stints, maybe even making an extra pit stop. So they're just telling them, hey, hold on to the car as long as you can. But boy, at some point, you're asking a little bit too much of a driver. Just let this 267 car by live to fight another day, buddy.
And you got to remember, we are early days into a 4 hours remaining in a race. You got to think of the future, not think of now. You can't keep this car on the road. It's struggling. And nothing against Martin as a driver. He's absolutely fantastic and quick, and has been quick before in the past. But allow him through. But they're not allowing him through, causing carnage, perhaps. Come on,
yeah,
Porsche
they're side by
team.
side. They're dead even as they go here into turns 6, 7, and 8. I think he is going to get by his 267 machine. Yeah, he's going to have this spot handling. Look at how much the 192 car, he's still trying to get that back, and now he's got to be really careful that the 720 doesn't come up here and take away this position, because he's gaining a lot of time right now, each and every corner. Look at this. So he's just coming like a bat out of you-know-where.
Yeah, and this problem is dropping places too for now. That pit stop earlier might have helped them. You're going to drop places, of course. But now, your steering wheel may be on a 720 angle and not the right direction. You want to be pushing. Go back to P13, Raul Gomez. But the Huckett squad back on the camera and back in the pressure. And look at that. You can see. Well, they should have, honestly, they should have, it's even thrown them off.
Wide there. Barely, almost caught out the car.
Absolutely, because they had to brake earlier. And the 192 car, box, but they stayed out again. Austin, what is going on?
I mean, I think it's just you can't force the car to stay out there for too long on one single tank of fuel. If they pit now, they're basically going to have to come down pit road for a splash and go, or force themselves to save for a longer amount of time. And it could just be Martin's out there just hanging on right now. Maybe one of his teammates, the driver that's supposed to get in the car next, just isn't available right now. Maybe he went to take a bio break and he's not back from that yet, or he's trying to put his gloves and his little booties on to make sure he get in the car here and go as fast as possible. But it's just one of those things where you can't put yourself in a worse situation because you're in a bad one right now. But I tell you what, he's really got to just calm down and get that car back up underneath him.
I would be more nervous as an engineer right now to make sure it doesn't plant in the fence. And he's doing a great job. Nothing great. They're absolutely great. And Will is doing a fantastic job. In whatever that nursed damaged machine is, he's driving it like the wheels are going to fall off. The wheels probably will fall off soon. And he
the tires are going to fall off. They already have fallen off. Now he's going to have the outside. He's going to have a lack of grip. And, of course, that rear axle just not complying the way he'd like to. So move Raul up into the 12th position there with an overtake on the 192. Relinquishes that Martin machine back into 13th position.
They're probably calculating at the moment. And as an engineer, you remember out there, this is professional esports. These guys are having professional engineers out there. They're going to be calculating, watching right now, Martin. He's struggling in the Porsche Motorsports team. They're going to be, his engineers out there, his teammates, and everybody are going to be crunching numbers going, okay, guys, it's worthwhile staying out with the damaged beast to try to hold on for a few more laps. And they're not going to box now. And just time it a little bit later because it's an endurance race. They probably are thinking about how to micromanage difficult situations and then plan for the future.
Anymore, Martin's got a pretty decent gap back to the car behind him for position. I think it's about 5, 6, maybe even 7 seconds. So we can stay out there on track and just kind of nurse this thing around for a while before he loses another position up further through the field. Talking about losing one more position, the 44 car being hounded right now by the 214 car of Amido all over the rear end of him.
I'm expected to see a showdown for the top 3. Well, there's a bit of a gap, of course, between P1 and P2, but this is the battle between P2 and P3. And Amadeo is, for the MSN Racing team, putting the pressure on for P2. Good to see this as we're approaching pit stop scenario once again as we reach the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, about 4 minutes until I expect to see a bulk of the field come in. Would not be too surprised again to see that 67 car kind of stay out a little bit longer than everyone else. I don't think that overcut strategy quite worked to the way that they wanted to. You're going to see that black and green car just behind the 214 there of Amido. That is a lap down car, not necessarily fighting these 2 cars ahead of him for position. But look at how close he's going to get to this 44 car just up the road.
You want to be as close as possible. He's gone for it. He's going for it. Will it stick?
I think it's stuck for him. I think he's going to have the spot, and I think the lap car is going to get down to the inside as well, and he's going to force that car back even further.
It looks so easy, doesn't it, on the camera pictures, but trust me, it's not as easy because he's some of the best esports drivers in the world. And got to remember, this is the first time they've all had to manage the Porsches, because in the previous rounds before, they've had the options of McLarens and Aston Martins and Bentleys and all that jazz. Now they're in the even Stevens of the car. The only difference between man and machine or woman and machine, of course, is the way you set it up.
Yeah, if you have a keen eye, you'll notice that the green flag just went to yellow for a split second. I believe the 27 car went for a little bit of an adventure there. In Sector 3 of the course, you can see just where these lead lap cars are coming in through right now. Another battle here. This is the 711 versus the 98 machine. Yurkalev on Gallon.
I enjoy this fight. We are going to enjoy this fight. Let's just listen. Let's sit back. And we all know our fantastic producer, Jack, is going to bring this action here. And it's crucial, of course, because it's P5.
Man, look at how close he is. He's just looking up the inside, looking up the outside. We'll see if he can get a good run here out of turn 16. Don't quite think he's close enough. We'll see if he can get a draft, though. Oh, getting a little bit wide, a little bit squirrely there. That's not going to be a good run for him. Good exit out of turn 16. I think we might see Andreas get a little bit of a move here going on into turn 1.
He's going to send it deep. He has to go to the right-hand side. And no, he's not going to do it here. That's bold and brave. They had to brake a lot later.
Oh, man, that was a hard braking maneuver there.
Yeah, you're right. Called that one, Austin.
So close. I mean, you can just hear him kind of in and out of the throttle, just managing that wheel spin as they come out of there. 98's getting really loose here. I think he's going to have an opportunity to shove it down to the inside. He's going to look at it get blocked. Look at him. He's going to go around the outside. I expect a cutback.
He's undercut. Yeah,
look
here
at
it is.
this cutback.
Oh, turned in
there.
They're going to
be close door banging each other.
Yeah, you like the door banging. That's what we want to see. But can you do it through this sector?
Get another over-under here. I don't think he's... Oh, he's going to get too loose. He's going to lose that opportunity.
That costs you about 2/10. If you're new to motor racing at this level of racing, a little bit of a slipperoo like that costs you a little bit of time. But thankfully, he's back on to the tailpipe and maybe have another opportunity because he's got another sector to go as they make their way down the
One thing
mid-straight.
These guys might be thinking about, if you're on the pit box, this 7-Eleven machine, you might be telling them, hey, let's come down pit road right now. We'll see if we can get an undercut on this guy. These tires are old. They're going to be slipping and slide. Whoa, look at that slide there. Oh, my goodness. What a save there out of that 98 machine that's going to allow the 7-Eleven car to just get up on his door. Look at that move. That's Dale Earnhardt stuff. That's passing the grass, baby.
That's tires done, mate. You've seen this before, haven't we, on the hour mark? They are done and dusted. And I have to say, box.
Yeah, look at him coming down pit road. I think you want to come down pit road as soon as you can. Put the fresh boots on the car. Take advantage of that extra speed you got with the fresh rubber.
Right on cue.
98 car is in. Ooh, he got really loose there. That's a big commitment coming down to pit road. This team has been maximizing their pit road entry. You can definitely tell these guys paid a lot of attention to that in practice.
This is the fun part of endurance racing. If you're new to it here at VCO Esports, of course, you can watch all three speeds, all three splits, my apologies. And of course, you can capture all the action. But yeah, it's the difficult part. The reason why they're sliding is not because they're bad drivers, it's because the tires are destroying them. We're getting to that approach right now, the pit stop window. And what do you think there, Austin? Who's going to be jumping? How's Dan? Obviously, the 889 car. They have to come in some point soon.
Yeah, Dylan's going to bring that thing down pit road right now, as is the lap car. He just passed behind him, and now that he was pushing that thing down to pit road entry, my goodness, he's maximizing his speed there. You're going to see Dylan come down pit road. He had a whopping 42-second lead over the second-place car, that 214 car of Decca's there. So Dylan's been on it, but unfortunately, that's his 2 hours done. He's going to be forced to hand the car over to one of his teammates. We'll see which one is up next. This is the second place car. This is the lead that leader has. I mean, he's already down pit road. He's stationary, and this is right where Amito is. I mean, this is the kind of gap that Dylan is pulling out underneath the last stint.
They're going to come in, right? Amito, the SN Racing team.
I would expect it to, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're going to stay out this time.
Ooh. So we'll stay with the pictures for a little bit before we go to a break, because we want to see when they are going to box. But you said exactly right. The 889 team have covered off a pretty big margin of the pit stop time as they're going to be exiting the pit road right now. That's
that one car we saw on the wall a couple laps ago. Lots of damage to the right side of that car. Lots of damage to the tires on the rear axle.
Get it fixed right now because you're an endurance race, of course. You still have,
you need to.
What, 4 hours remaining? You get it fixed now for sure.
Yeah, you'd be kicking yourself if you're down pit road right
penalty!
Now. For
our leading team, stop going penalty! What have they done wrong?
Must have been speeding. I mean, they were hauling the mail as they came down into pit road, and that's one of those situations where you're kicking yourself. Sorry, say that again? Yeah, it was speeding. We're getting word here from Jack Maloney, our producer and director. He was speeding. Dylan Tan was. Why is the 720 car so low?
Guys. You all know that.
There's a problem with him. There's a problem.
Yes.
Yellow flag.
They stopped on track. Whoa, we're looking at Lewis actually in P13 stopping on track.
Louis Plaza, who stopped on the track. So if you're wondering what's going on here, Dylan Tan, the leader, he stayed in the car as well. I'm surprised by this.
That might have been a little bit of technical issues. We've all had it before, like you'd have a wheel disconnection or your internet's disconnected.
You kick your pedals too far. I've done that a lot of times myself. You get on the brake one time and they move up.
But the race leaders, mate.
Oh, they stopped again?
Penalty. All right. Well, what's happening here right now? You can't go away from this action right now for the Challenger split. I guarantee that, because this is crucial time on the crucial 2 hour marker.
Yes, and Dan has stayed in the car. He's got to hand this off to one of his co-drivers at this point. I don't know if he stayed in it because he's, I've served the penalty. I'll take that hit, put this thing around here as fast as I can, and then hand it off to one of you folks. But boy, this is, I can't believe it.
That's why I mean, it's easier said than done, but stopping in a pit lane entrance is something very, very difficult to do.
Oh, and he stayed out.
He stayed out. Now, he has a certain amount of time to serve that, I believe, unless you're going to keep
he's got a couple laps, but I feel like you want to serve that thing as fast as possible. And this is his third stint in the car. Jack, the viewers can't hear you, but so we'll relay the message. Is there a drive time required? He's going to be on the limit here.
Jack might be busy, producer. Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, so Jack reckons it's 2 to 3 hours. I know for the 9-hour events, the cap was 180 minutes or so. I think it was somewhere around there. So well over, just about to 3 hours. I don't know if the rules are updated for these races, so this team might be taking advantage of the rule book to say, hey, you didn't specify which races we had to run less than, the 3-hour stint. So it might just be Dylan Tan really taking advantage of this.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, look at that right there out of Louis Plaza.
Because everything's up for grabs right now, and you're in a situation where you got a stop-go penalty when you're essentially in lead of this race, and it's all just gone pearl-shaped. So they're kind of doing that, go back to the Formula One, Toto Wolff, the Mercedes versus Red Bull balance, as drivers start coming in pit road.
Yeah, this is the car we saw stopped on track more than one time, so he's obviously got something wrong with that car. He's going to have to either hand it over to his teammate or maybe get something fixed on that machine. And he's going really slow in the pit road there, getting passed by a competitor, not really pushing that car to its limit. I wonder if Dylan Tan here is going to sort of break the rule here of drive time.
There it is. He's going in. He has to serve it right now. Now, you can't do a driver's drop, right?
Don't speed again.
But you can't do a driver's drop?
He slowed it down. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can or you can't.
Stop-go penalty. You cannot driver's drop at a penalty. Exactly. You have to stop at the pit lane and then exit. So he has to go back out again and not allow another driver to jump in the car.
Boy, I'd be really worried about this because you don't want to get yourself into a sticky situation here where you go over the drive time requirement here and kind of break the rule that way.
That's true. We never calculated that one in the past, have we? Because the penalties is not something you calculate into your mix, is it?
It's always been so easy because these guys go through here and it's a 9-hour race. If you want to split it up evenly, everybody drives 3 hours. That's what the rule was written to. I'm checking out to see if there's different rules for this 6-hour.
I'm sure the other teams are well aware of that one, my friend, and maybe following some protests into that one. But Daniel is unfortunately stuck in the situation where he has to just do what he has to do. He can't driver swap. He has to serve the penalty. They're going to come back out again. They're going to lose a ton of places. They're going to lose it to the 118 car at the moment in that is boxing, perhaps, but they are in big trouble. And what has just gone wrong?
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful here of what goes on in this situation because you drive for too long, you're out of the race in and of itself. You got yourself a stop-go 30-second penalty. You were out to a whopping 42-second lead. I think it's going to be all but pretty much eliminated by the time that everybody pits because they're going to lose so much time by pitting an extra time down pit road alone. Plus the 30 seconds they have to stop and stay there, sitting there. The worst feeling as a driver.
Rules are the rules. So it is a time limit per drivers. Remember what you can push. Now, they want to try to change it, but unfortunately, if you do have the drive-through penalties and all that sort of stuff that's been elaborated to us just then, it's no opportunity to drive a swap when you have to serve a penalty. You're on the limit right now of how long you can drive. This may be a DQ. I don't know. I don't want, obviously want to see drivers racing, but yep. Rules are rules, and they had to apply.
Sorry, Jack, one more time. Copy. We're going to stay with you folks here for this race until we've seen it. Can make sure that everybody has come down pit road, which should be happening in the next couple minutes, just to make sure that everybody has taken their second stint. And it looks like we're still waiting for 1 or 2 more cars. Yeah, the leader, the 7-Eleven car, has yet to come down pit road. I expect him to come down this time by. Last time they were out, they spent about the same amount of laps. They were out for 36 laps before, so maybe 2 more laps for this car before I expect to see them down pit lane.
I guess we'll have to wait for the action as we'll go to a little bit of a breather at the moment. HyperX, shout that into the chat there if you want to get the HyperX gear. And I'll tell you what, make sure you tune in a couple of minutes because we'll be back for more action. This is the VCO Endurance Series. This is a Challenger split. Back for more action very soon.
Welcome back to Circuit Catalunya. We're here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Austin Belke, Dean Humpton on the call with Jack Maloney in the production trailer. If you're just now joining us, we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes in. We've got about 3 3/4 hours left of this 6-hour endurance race here for the third round of the VCO season. And Dean, this race has been super exciting here. From the start, we had a change for the lead. The 889 car qualified on the pole, quickly passed by the 98 car into turn 1 on lap 1. Dylan Tan ran away. He had a 42-second lead coming into the second round of pit stops, and then got himself a 30-second stop-go penalty that's relinquished him into the 4th position so far, but he's still in this thing. Recommended the absolute longest time he can be in the car is 195 minutes, so this should be his last stint in the car. He's definitely been super fast all day long, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he were to gain and make up the 16-second deficit he currently has to the leader of the 44 car right now, and come out of this thing, hand the car back over to his teammates in the lead. But it's been exciting nonetheless.
Rules are rules, of course. Exactly. And that stop-go penalty is something you don't really prepare for, do you, as much as a team? And that's just because you're a little bit too greedy on the loud pedal going into the pit lane. Entrance there, and the 30-second stop-go is, as you know, a punishment of punishments. And that's going to spice things up at the moment. They can bring the 44, 147, 214 car into play as well. Make their pit stops. Wow, what a race we've had so far. And we're not quite to the halfway point. 2 hours, 15 minutes have elapsed, and 3 hours and 44 minutes are in play. Austin.
Hey. It's crazy, too, because you talk about that 889 car of Dylan Tan. He's been the only driver to drive in that car so far, but we've had multiple cars here put in other drivers each time they've come down pit road. You got the 44 car, the 147, the 214 has done the exact same thing. Some cars like the 711, I believe Philippi hasn't been in that thing all day long, but there's a couple cars that, they're still on, their first driver, and some others are on their third driver to this point in the race.
Some drivers are going to switch the driving strategy around with their pit stops. We're on the second round of pit stops per se. As you said, right on the marker, as we're looking at battle for P19 is Felix van der in the 13 car. You can see the orange, no doubt, probably the Dutch army is supporting him, but can he support his way around into P19? And Mr. Boiler is the 69 car, denying that one. No, not even denying anymore. He's in P19 now.
Well, that's that orange car, that Felix van Delft car. That was one of the ones that got a little bit sideways there in turn 3 on lap 1. It was just kind of ping-ponged around, so he's been on the mend, basically climbing back through the field since the beginning of this race, qualified up inside the top 10. So to see him outside of it, definitely a disappointment for them compared to where they qualified. But obviously, we've still got a little bit more than half the race still left here to go. So he's still got plenty of time to make up any more of these positions if he so pleases. And if luck falls his way.
Clear track at the moment. You can see on the track map the red dot. Getting it done. A lot of space. Catch the 222 car. Just in P16 currently in the moment.
Felix van Delft doing a good job. He's pulled away from those cars that were just behind him now, looking up further through the field. This is a 7th place machine. This is Max Leverson. This is one of those teams. This is their third driver of today, their third driver in 2 hours and 18 minutes just about. So definitely cycling through all their drivers right now. It hasn't really been one driver faster than the others. In this car in particular, been really solid run for them, battling for top 5 positions at other times, but a really solid top 10 run for them today, Dean.
Top 10 runs are what you need currently at the moment here in Spain. In España. Here's Christian right now, the 44 car leading this one. Pit stop strategy is a little bit different as they make their way down the main straight. Looking cool, calm, and sharp there for the Revolution Sim Racing team. But when are they going to look at that little dot on the track map at the moment? Shows you one of the cars at the moment. I think the 84 car. A little bit of a moment. Making their way out of turn 5 and 6, I believe it is on the track map. You can see the triangle at the moment in the red. That's the car we're focused on at the moment. Christian leading this race, the 44 car.
Yeah, the leader is always the triangle on the map on the right-hand side of your screen, and the car we're focused on with the camera is denoted in red. So right now, that's both of them. So you've got a red triangle and about 25 other green dots. As soon as that goes to someone else, you've got one gray triangle, one red dot, and about 24 other dots as the race goes on. But yeah, this 44 car, they haven't been the fastest. They've been about the second or third fastest pretty much all day long. But you know what? This is what endurance racing is all about. You go out there, you do your best, you quiet, calm, consistent, and come away here with the lead. So they've been doing a really phenomenal job. They've got the 147 car just behind them by a tune of about 5 seconds as they side their way down to the outside of a lap car before the hard braking turn here. Turn 10, harsh left-hander, hard on the brakes, a lot of wheel input.
And they boxed a little bit back there, about 1 hour and 20 mark previously from the 1 hour mark. So they've done 10 laps on these tires currently at the moment. So they still have, on average, you do about 32 laps if you are on the stint that they are. So you just obviously do 10 plus 22 equals 32, 33. So they still have at least 20 laps up their sleeve, as you mentioned, for 44 car leading this race.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent. Their first stint was about 34 laps. The second one was 32. I'll be interested to see how many of these teams continue to pit, at the same rate that they were early, because the first stint for a lot of teams, it was 33 laps and up. The second stint for most teams that I see as low as 31 here on the list, as long as 35. So it really just depends what these teams are feeling as the run goes on.
Seeing their lap times, it's pretty good. 47s, 46s the average. 45 is pretty much the best pace. That would be from the 889 car. We all know that the 889 car had to suffer a little bit of a penalty for the naughtiness of speeding in a pit lane. Reason why they're in P4 at the moment. And most of those cars, P2, P3, and P4, have only done 8 and 9 laps. Only a couple more for the 44 car, but you have to say, looking pretty good. We want to see a little bit of a spiciness and change into the challenges split, because we have the cash split and the rival split all occurring at the moment. And exclamation mark command center can bring you up all the entertainment that you need.
Further back through the field, the 19th position here. Taking a look down to the inside, I believe that's a lap car, so not quite for a position. But again, Felix is doing a good job to make his way further up through the field. He's been putting down some really solid lap times lately, Dean. Doing a good job to kind of make up all those positions, all the time he lost earlier on.
We need to do lap times right now, because you're in an endurance race. You need to be fighting yourself and fighting the clock that's on your wheel. That's the thing. And your team is shouting in your ear, no doubt, in this endurance race of 6 hours. They're all going to be awake. They're all going to be aware. It's not a 24-hour race. You're going to have a bit of a snooze. Going to be allowing you, and you're spotting as well. They're spotting and allow you, hey, you got lap cars coming up the road. And these are the times you need to be setting. How is the car feeling? Allowing the team and the engineers know. Are we good? Like, what are we planning? Can you take the car a little bit deeper into another pit stop strategy or not? And we've seen how much these cars are difficult when they're on skates, essentially, at the end of their stint, aren't they? When the tires fall off the cliff. As we're looking at Dylan right now in the 889 car, putting the pressure on. But unfortunately, 214 is blocking them.
Yeah, no surprise here. I mean, this is late into the race here. I wouldn't be too surprised if Dylan were to get this done pretty handily. He's been one of the fastest drivers all day long. Oh, look at that late lunge there up the outside, then down to the inside is still in 10. We'll see if he can continue to make this move. He's going to have the inside in these next two corners. Then he's going to have the outside. It looks like he's going to get it done. Won't be held up too much, although they're going to be side by side again out of turn 8. This is turn 9. The fast right-hander takes a lot of commitment.
You don't have to yield. There is no blue flags. This is racing for P3 position.
Yeah,
and
racing
Dylan
for
has
a podium
to earn
spot.
your money. Exactly here.
He's going to get it done, though. clean done and dusted. So move Dylan Tan up into the third position. He's got to be pretty angry with himself, I feel like, for incurring that time penalty. So he's going to have to really get back after it here. And this next couple laps, he's only going to be in the car for an additional about 36 minutes or so. So he's got to get these moves done. He's got to gain all the time that he can. I really want to touch on, though, that 13 car, that Phoenix Van Delft machine, he's running times right now to be fast enough to be inside the top 10. He's running some pretty solid, consistent 147. So he's got a lot more speed in that car to be 19th. He's just got to surely but slowly, 18th, excuse me, make his way further up through the field.
Absolutely. If we can go back into that action, as you can see, Dylan. But yeah, you mentioned it exactly. That's the key. As you're doing what, 147.4, I think, for the car. That's an 18th place, the 13th car, as you mentioned. There it is right here, right on cue. There's Felix. The Dutch Army, per se, for the DS. And Felix, I'm pretty sure when you have Van in your name, you are from the Netherlands. And I'll tell you what, right now, you're on a winning crew, because we know that Dutch drivers can win Formula 1 championships. We know that Felix, perhaps, for the DES racing team, can produce some results at the moment, get themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, really good run here. Obviously up in 18th position. The car just up the road, I believe that is fourth position. That's the 999 car. We'll see in just a second, though. But doing a really good job here. They continue to try and recover from what they just had going on there. That's the 222 just up the road. So I don't believe that is fourth position. That might be the car. 2 positions up the road, so I think a couple laps separating these cars.
See how it can bring the orange machine into turn 1. As you'd mentioned right now, it's lap traffic or not. Let's have a look at timing tables and see about that. We can find that timing tables yourself. Pitwall Live is available. And ask everybody in the Twitch chat. Look at the action right now from Deacon in P20. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got some lap car, his lead lap cars just behind him. This is intense battling going on. You're looking at the 69 machine right there of Bowler. He's got the Yeet machine just behind him. That Yeet car, I believe, numbered 16, 12th position currently for Tebble.
Yeet's hungry again for a little bit of camera action, aren't they? And why not? They delivered camera action all racing series long. Here we go. And then they're delivering it again. Up the road, we're seeing the 69 machine. The 69 machine's under pressure from not 1, but 2, but perhaps 3 cars, as there's blue flags being waved in the background as well.
Yeah, blue flags are being waved, but they're not going to yield, though, to this number 16 car. He was just being challenged by, I believe that's, the 853 there of Urbantat. So these guys not really giving the lead lap cars all the space and room they should be.
It's the Goldie machine right now, and piloted by Daniel. Moving alongside. Got the Midas touch. Everything turns to gold. That's the 84 machine.
It's really hard to judge that, too. I just want to touch on this as well, Dean, because you're in a really hard position there when you have the blue flags telling you to kind of pull over and let the leaders by. You're obliged to. And then, of course, you're also battling for position with the cars around you, so you don't want to give up too much time to the lead lap cars, because now you've just dug yourself a hole you're going to have to get yourself out of if you want to catch up to the guy you've been racing with and pass him for position. So it's a super tough spot to be in.
Daniel needs to close his hood right now at the moment. You can see the bonnet or hood is lifted a little bit, costing us so much compromised speed. Bang, gets murdered down the main straightaway into turn 1. That's because, I'm surprised that bonnet or hood, whatever you want to call it, anywhere in the world is not lifted up there and flinging over the top of the gold machine and has to yield.
This is a battle for position. This is that number 16, the Yeet machine we were talking about. Currently, he's under attack from Tafik Moyhin in that 45 machine.
Yeet went off in turn 1.
Yeah, thank you, Jack Maloney. In the years of Dean and I saying that Yeet machine went off in turn 1, so obviously Tebble not quite as fast and as consistent as his teammates, or as he would like to be, so he's now under pressure from the 45 machine. He should be a little bit faster, barring he makes no mistakes, but it's hard to tell.
Nothing gets past Jack, but our producer that is you can't hit necessarily here, Jack, but Jack's on top of the action, and Jack's providing the action on the camera angle. You're watching right now the 13 car, the GSR Esports, trying to put the pressure for P12. And that's the Yeet machine, as you said, that went off a little bit earlier. And why not apply the pressure? Because Yeet don't make mistakes. When Yeet make mistakes, you capitalize and you pounce on them.
Yeah, that's just what you have to do. I mean, it's sort of a dog-eat-dog world out there. If you don't make a mistake, you have to capitalize on the mistakes of others, because it's free opportunities for positions. It's really hard to pressure somebody into making a mistake, so whenever they do, especially not very often, you have to take advantage as good as you can. So you see these two cars kind of heel and step right now, locked together. We'll see if that 16 car can pull away. Wouldn't be too surprised if he did, but he just has to remain mistake-free.
Sounds easier said than done, isn't it? Endurance race. But here we go, down the main straightaway. Start another lap around, obviously, the circuit deck at the Lenga, the test track for Formula One, and any car and any bicycle or anything can ride around here, mate. Even you and me can walk around this track. It's fun. And the fun racing is here right now. If you want to see more fun racing, of course, you have the rival split and the cash split. Command Center exclamation mark will get you all the action. And shout out some HyperX if you want some HyperX gear to be the lucky draw of winning that one. So far, recap at the moment there. You are the recap king at the moment. Maybe you have to wait on this one because of the action.
Whoa, that was close right there from Urbantown in the 853. He's trying to see if he can't get around Bowler and the number 69 machine just up the road. We're going to stay locked on this for a couple more seconds here. I think this is a battle brewing. Oh, we really stuffed the car in deep there. Got really loose there through the center of the corner.
Absolutely. Watch this on board from Nicholas's machine. Where do you overtake? It's not easy. It's easier said than done, of course. And look at that, braking heavy. Turning
I think he's going to have to maximize this run out of 14 and 15 through 16 if he has any prayer. I think it's the easiest place to get it done right now with these cars is to get a good run out of 16 and try to get that guy either to his inside or outside through turns 1 and 2, because you can see really struggling with the rear axle here. I think those tires definitely seen better days at this point in the race. You want to capitalize on those things being a little bit too hot for his liking. Oh, that's all you need. That's all. He's going to get to his inside. He's going to pull the over-under, get a lot of overspeed, forced to check up there just a little bit. You see the flash and say, hey, dude, I checked up for you.
I'll be saying, go right now. Plant it if you're the team.
Down to the inside.
Send it to the left. Follow the slipstream. Go on to the off the racing line. Here we go.
Look at, he's scything down to the inside. It looks like he's going to have this move pulled off. Look at that. Down to the inside goes Urbantown. He's going to have that move completed. Just behind him, that's that Yeet machine, and then the Moyen car, the 45. So they've got, again, lap traffic to deal with.
A bit of lap traffic is nothing for an evening snack here. Oh, look at this on board perfectly. The GSR Esports has to watch the action from P13 in the 45 car. Oh, I'll tell you what, my heart rate's through the roof at the moment. Defibrillator is ready for you there, Austin.
That Temple didn't get the inside there from that from the 69 car. Kind of surprised he wasn't just going to pull over to let him through. He's got the blue flags going on right now. That would have been the best opportunity to let him through and kind of just maximize and see if he can't catch him up to the guy ahead. Look at this run. He's going to get a big run down to the inside as Moyen. Oh, I thought better of it. Veteran move right there. And oh, big slide out of Temple.
Good lift at the moment at the top of the hill. And now just fighting your way. I have to say, good exit out of 16. May give you an opportunity in turn 1. I should be thinking about right now for the 45 car.
He's going to be looking to make a move on the car ahead, and the car ahead, the Yeet machine, he's going to be trying to get around that lap car just up the road, and these guys are quite a bit faster than the lap machine, and I definitely believe for sure that 16 car is faster than the 45, but it's so hard to negotiate through this lap traffic. Oh, went a little bit wide there. It's going to really hurt the Yeet car.
Oh,
yeah, he didn't even let him by there. That's,
not through like there, mate. But maybe we possibly see a 3 wide into turn 1. We've seen this before in the past there, Austin. Hold on tight, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. You've got Moyen trying to overtake for position. The 16 to 16 car just up the road trying to overtake because he's a lead lap car trying to pass a lap car. Looking to the inside. I don't think he's going to be given the lane right here. No, he got the door slammed on him.
Slammed shut too.
Oh, and look at just a little bit of a tappy tap there to the rear end of the Yeet car from Moyen.
I like the tappy taps are good, but the exit speed is also better. You want a door slam at the
Oh
moment.
man,
Change
almost
those
had to
locks.
look down the inside coming out of the corner there. I just cannot believe right now if you're Boulder, you don't just pull over for these guys and let them through and kind of just get back to your race later.
Yeah, there's no yielding, my friend. It's called motorsports. It's called VCO.
Oh, yep,
Somebody spun.
you knew it was going to happen.
Yep, there it is. You called it.
You can't defend like that to a car that's that much faster and on the lead lap. At some point in time, you're going to get the bumper sent to you because it's making all sorts of late moves like that where you just decide, I want to take the apex, so you can't. And there's not much that faster car behind you can do.
I can't wait to go to a carnival and play bumper cars with you, my friend, because I'm sure you're going to be spinning me around and around and around.
Nah. Only if you're lap down, you keep getting in the way.
How do you do laps in a bumper car series? But at the moment, there it is. They're all in the same cars. Porsche series, remember, there is no ballast that we had in the first couple of rounds. So even Stevens, just whatever you tuned your car with, Alexander, we're watching right now, P14. Putting a bit of pressure on P13
you know what?
Yeet
And to be
machine.
honest, that Yeet car really paid for touching that 69 machine and spinning him out. He lost the position to the 45 of Moyen, and now the 192 of Diakowski is all over the rear wing of him, so he might be losing another position here down into turn 1.
We're going to find out, won't we? After short commercial break, sponsored by HyperX. No, it's not. It's live. Can he make it work?
Oh, he forced him into running wide there in turn 1. He's going to get the spot.
Job done. And almost going to lose another spot. Further back.
I'm surprised. I think the 16 car continues to lose time. I don't know if he has some sort of a penalty or he was told his penalty would be slowing down to let the car he spun out by.
Maybe he's...
oh, no, he's letting the leader by. That's all. He's just letting the leader by the 44 car just behind. I want to touch on that, too. The 889 car, Dylan 10, the fastest car all day. He was 16 seconds behind when we came back. He's now got 4 seconds to the leader. He is a man on a mission right now.
Mission to the moon of the not the birthplace, of course, but the Central European birthplace of motorsports. There you go. Neil Armstrong, tune in. Here we go.
And could you believe the car that led the first 18 laps today is about to be lapped by our leader right now? That's the 98 car just ahead of the 711. That's our leader. Excuse me, that's not the leader. That's Luca Filippi.
I think it's past you, Austin.
These cars... No, that got past me. I'll be honest. But but Luca Filippi now is trying to catch up to Mayer here in the 98 car. The two cars look so similar. White, blue Porsches.
Glad you're paying attention. You paid attention in school, my friend, because you're paying attention right now in this race. And if you're paying attention right now, shout some HyperX. If you want some HyperX gear, if you're paying attention right now to the fantastic casting of the man that's paying attention, Mr. Austin. Come on, mate. You're bringing the action here. I'll tell you what, Jack's bringing the camera action, as you can see, car going wide, just to make sure they don't interfere with lap cars.
Yeah, Luca's been catching up to this 98 car here. Boy, the 98 car had a lot of speed in the early goings of this race, but it's right now about this halfway time through the stint that their car really starts to fall off in terms of tire wear. You see him just kind of squirming around, struggling for grip. I think we're going to see Luca here get a big draft down the front stretch and make a move down to the inside. He lifted, thought about it. He's going to go to the outside here. I'm liking this move. It's really easy to pinch that guy to the inside down, make him really wear out that rear axle.
Racing line, side by side. It is swinging to the left and swinging to the right.
Again.
Yep, go ahead.
And now he's going to try to do the old over-under. I think he's going to have to lift just a little bit and try to put the power down here on corner X. Take it away, Dean.
No, you take it away, my friend, because look at this. All I can smell is gasoline as you're on the 6 car.
Forces the car up the outside there. What a move. If he hold it out there out the inside of the next corner, not quite enough. That long corner turn 4, so wide, so long, not quite able to get down to the bottom part there, but he's still going to be all over the rear end here.
Where do you get it done? That is the big question.
I think right now, if it isn't, get a good run through turn 8 and 9 into 10, I think he's going to have to wait until he goes back up to the front stretch one more time.
Got a good exit.
Oh, he's going to hold it there. This is going to be a gutsy move. He got it done. That was a lift, though, out of the 98 car. So veteran move there. We'll see if he makes the move down to the inside. Thinking about it. Going to keep the car there. barely gets it in there. Look at 7-Eleven, just giving them a little bit of room to get that move done. They're going to be side by side through this fast left and then right-hander.
Got to lift soon. Remember the old crucial 14, 15 coming up soon. No overtaking through here. And they got to follow. I'd say that's job done.
I don't know. I still feel like Luke is faster.
Yes, but you have to follow. Now, exit speed out of 16. That's the key. On the back bumper, as close as you can. Kiss it if you can. Buy it flowers and make it run up into turn 1.
Yeah, so he was forced to take the outside last time. I was curious if he was going to make a dive down to the inside. He's going to stay resolutely to the outside one more time. We'll see how late he can slam on the brakes. If he can keep it out there wide enough, he is going to be able to. Oh, he gets shoved down to the inside there.
Keep going, Austin. I'm going to keep the Austin action really here, mate.
How I'm getting raced right now. We'll see what he can do here into turn 4. But again, this corner, it's a lot wider of a corner. The corner takes so long. It's 180 degree of a corner here. Makes the move down to the inside. Look at that. That was a masterclass. Forced him into a mistake in the 98 car. That was awesome racing.
It was. It just takes that little snap of oversteer at the moment.
Lose the position of the 22 car if he's not careful.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, we'll see if Max can get down to the inside again. They're going to be side by side at the 6 and 7. This is not where you want to be too wide.
Well, we'll find out.
Oh, just barely lifted. We'll see if he can make any sort of a challenge. This is exactly the same position he was with, though. With that 7-Eleven car, he's going to stick it up the inside here at 9. Ooh, backed out of it.
And your voices are going, oh, back down of it. We know it's motor racing.
This is tight, man. This is so close between these two cars. I'm astonished. Both of them made it through there. And I think the only reason they did is because Mayer kind of backed out of it.
I thought because the Challenger Series, mate, it's great racing. Like, these guys are like, very, very, if-gap car, but also Admiral will say, yeah, my bad. They make a mistake and they lift off a little bit and allow the challenge to continue. Welcome along to VCO Esports and the Challenger Series.
I mean, to be fair, Dean, we were kind of snubbed last time out in Mons because we didn't get nearly the amount of rain and competition that the other two splits did. So I wouldn't be too surprised if this is us now getting our helping of
they're making up for this racing right now with the motor racing, aren't they? They're keeping this spicy and dicey.
Up the road. Jack, if you wouldn't mind, can we start to ride along here with Dylan Tan? He's already made a move. He just made a move there into second position. He just got past that 147 car. You can see it just barely in the background. He's got some lap traffic to deal with as well. He's now trying to hunt down the first place car. He's got about 1.8 seconds. I think he should be within fighting distance in about 2 or 3 laps. That's the leader just up the road. That's the 44 machine.
Right
and the best part about this, Dean, no lap traffic for at least a little bit of a distance.
I like it. Look at the map at the moment. You're right on cue there. Nothing gets past Austin.
He got wide just a little bit up the road. That's 2 tenths alone right there.
You're bringing the action right now. Here we go. Welcome along. And we are almost to the halfway mark, but 2 hours and 41 minutes elapsed. So we have 3 hours to go. He called it, didn't you, Austin?
He
called
gained
it.
about 0.6 of a second through. Look at this. He's just cutting through this chicane here as they now head up onto the front straightaway. We're going to see the gap between these two cars. It was 1.6 seconds at the last sector time. I think it's going to be about 1 second right now. Look at that. He gained a whole second since we started riding up over them. Jack, thank you so much for this camera angle.
Jack is definitely back. And back with a vengeance.
Diving into the corner. I can't believe the amount of time he just made up on him through there. Dylan is on something special, man. I don't know if he's cheating right now. Maybe he's got something else up his sleeve, but my goodness, he's on fire.
Let's listen and let's watch. Christian has to hold off, doesn't he? Christian has to hold off. What do you reckon about this one there, Austin? You called it
He's got to hold off. I mean, basically, at this point, it'd be like, Mick Schumacher trying to hold off Max Verstappen because he's just all over right now. Look, that wasn't even hard. He just put his foot down. He's going to get to the inside here in turn 5.
Switcheroos, perhaps?
That's not even an easy place to make an overtake opportunity, folks. This is just how much faster Dylan Tan is than the rest of the field. But the only thing good for the rest of these guys is Dylan can't be in the car anymore after the stint. He might have about 15 minutes past this third hour into the race, and then he's forced to get out of the car and hand it over to one of his teammates.
I think his team got to force him out of the car because Dylan's having so much fun, isn't he? He's like, I don't want to leave the car.
He's
Why
got to
not?
be. I hope he's having fun. He's probably a little bit ticked off at himself by having to give up that, I'm going to say it's like a minute he lost in that stop-go 30-second time penalty with coming down pit road and having to do the pit road speed limit for so long. But boy, oh man, he is just, he'd have like a 2-minute lead at this point.
I'm not sure if Dylan would I tell you what, if I only get the airport in under 15 minutes flat, Dylan will be my Uber driver any day of the week. There you go, Dylan.
Dylan right now is like, it's basically cooking minute rice in 58 seconds. He's just on fire today. But back through the field, you got a battle here. This is for the 13th position. This is Ramsden in the 81 car all over the rear end here. The Yeet Machine up and down day. They had some, I'm just going to say bad luck with getting through the field there. Really some missed opportunities due to some lap cars ahead of them, but they've been working their way through the field. But they've got Alistair all over the rear end of them right now.
You like it. And if you are not entertained with VCO Esports, then you're not loving the drivers, and lots of drivers, of course, from all the splits that are putting the effort in. And look at this action. I mean, we are, 2 hours and 44 minutes into this action, and we are not denied any of this action.
I mean, if you're not loving this, either you're not a fan of motorsport, or I don't know what's wrong with you. This is some fantastic racing. Look at Alistair. He's trying to force it around the outside. This is the same move that we saw Dylan Tan put on the 44 machine for the lead. That is not an easy place to overtake there, and Alistair just made it look easy.
It looks easy. Oh, my. I got buttons to press, but I don't need to press those. This is great.
Oh, Steve Parker.
Oh, slow.
There's another car in the wall.
Big time slow there.
I can't tell who that was. The 69 car of Bowler.
That's probably the reason why he slowed down.
Another lead lap car there. I have to see. Yeah, he must have been. You can see the 222 car, that Parker. That was that green Porsche we saw going away slowly. Maybe Bowler again having a really difficult time of getting out of the way. So back again with Parker. Oh man, it's really irritating when you're a lead lap car and the lap traffic continues to get those blue flags, and they just don't quite get the message and pull out of the way for you. You're forced to make some desperate moves to overtake where you wouldn't normally want to, and then they come across your nose and take the line away, and there's not much you can do.
That makes the fun of motor racing, doesn't it? Luckily, there's no splits, of course, of the usual like supercars, LMPs, GT3s, and all that sort of jazz. They're all same machines and the same powerhouses. Remember, they don't have any weight distribution between them as well, too. So it comes down to man and woman versus machine.
Of course, this is just one of the 3 races going on today. There's a cash split and a rivals split. You can view them all. If you're watching us on Twitch, go ahead and type in !command center. Click the link that pops up. You can watch all 3 of the races at the same time. And if you're kind of curious how we can stay abreast with all these timing and scoring updates, we have a live timing and scoring. You type in ! I believe it's live timing. It'll take you to pitwall.live, a fantastic service. Normally, you'd have to pay extra money to get the pro version, but they've worked out a deal, VCO and Pitwall, to give everybody that tunes into this right now, you can go take advantage of all the pro opportunities on this Pitwall site. If you like data, you want to stay abreast of all the sort of splits and timings, they have a live track map, everything. All the data is going on right here, and it's not just when you launch it, it starts to come on for you. The site's been running live the whole time. You can see all sorts of splits, gaps, timing, everything. Seriously, check it out.
And you can check out the cash split, of course, the VCO Award Commentator of the Year Award for another year in a row. And that's Lewis. Mr. Lewis has taken that one. Lewis will be commentating the cash split. So give him a bit of a shout out. Say, Mr. Biggles, Dean, and Austin, say hello to the man that's one of the best commentators on the planet. Well, the best racing on the planet is here right now in VCO. Regardless of it's a cash split or the rival split and the challenger split, all these drivers are absolute gladiators around the arena here in the circuit deck at the Linger.
Right now, looking at the Enyaj, the 147 car, he's just really quiet, consistent. He hasn't been super flashy today, but as soon as somebody has any sort of trouble or 2 guys are fighting up the road, he just kind of comes right on up to the back of them, and he starts to make moves as the race goes on further and further into the going here. This 6-hour endurance race, this car has just been on it. I mean, not the fastest guy, but really quiet, consistent. This is definitely, I think, a podium run for them today.
How do you pronounce Jan's last name there for the FCO ex-Petro Brothers team there? Is that George or Jose? I don't know. The double O on the... maybe somebody in the chat can help us on that one. I'm not that great. I think it's German, if I'm not mistaken there for the drive. But we're switching back to the 11th run. And there is our Avino Rojo run for Demiski Alexander. Oh, where's he going to go? Left, right, left, right. Takes the racing line.
Yeah, you're forced to make really, split seconds decisions here when you come up onto the back of some cars. You're right along with Alexander Diakowski in the 192 machine, like Biggles just mentioned there, all over the back of Moyhan here in the 45 machine.
It's fun to ride on board these cars, isn't it?
And
if you don't want to get into
the raw power
racing, yeah, this makes you want to make you race in ACC. It's what it's all about. Oh, stop car on track.
714 car of Eliza Adrianati.
Difficult is in pit lane
just
entrance
out of the chicane. Yeah. I don't know why his team isn't telling him to just crank the wheel to the left and turn this thing.
Look at the car traffic on the map coming around. Where can you turn?
Ooh, this is a little bit of a late move here. It looks like he just barely enough time, but don't be right there at the exit of the corner.
He's on the racing line.
Oh, I think he's broken? No, okay.
Oh, and he can't go in the pit lane as well. Here we go, Steve Barker
here in the 222 car, going a little bit wide. The first part of the chicane, I don't think he's got any sort of a problem. 16th place for him. Loving these paint schemes, though. These old, they look like kind of like the IROC paint schemes. Just loving it.
Great liveries. The teams put so much hours of effort into it, and why not? Because you're representing yourself for 6 hours of motor racing. Nothing gets past Jack. Jack just all the action, doesn't it? Like, you can throw Jack under the jackhammer, and Jack still manages to chisel his way into the top. He is once again the Porsche 192 car, putting a little bit of pressure for P11.
Yeah, doing a really good job. This is Alexander Diakowski's skill all over the back, trying to get the P11 like you just mentioned there, Dean. And this car's been in the wars today, in the trenches, literally in the wall earlier on, and this car really starts to lose its rear axle as time goes on. So it's one of those positions where you need to get all the positions that you can earlier on in the run. But, oh, by the way, watch your tires, because definitely one of the worst cars for wear when it comes to that rear axle as the race goes on. So one of those things he has to watch out for. And boy, look at him just dancing that rear end around.
Dance, 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 of course. Do the moonwalk if you need to. Michael Jackson, of course, rest in peace, will tell you how to do the moon dance. I mean, around a circuit here in Spain.
Like the Beach Boys, you get off school, you just want to dance.
I like it. See? Casting crew. Loving the
oh man, look at him. He's still all over the shop there, and he's still got 8 minutes left. And
that's box territory. You have to box down, don't you? You're struggling right now. You're losing time.
You have to for new tires, so this car continues to be controllable and drivable. But you can't at the same time, because if you pit now, you're basically going to have to pit in extra time later in the race, or force yourself to stay out longer. And if the car is already this undrivable this late into the run, I mean, you're kind of doomed if you want to spend another 3 laps compared to what you're normally going to run. But boy, this car, I don't know if they need a brake bias adjustment or what, but change something about maybe the camber or the tire pressure to just kind of take some temperature out of that rear axle.
We get crunching numbers right now as the team engineers to realize how much time are you losing per sector? Because it seems to me they're losing a lot.
They're losing a lot of time, Dean. Yeah. You saw when the leader had to come down pit road, he had a 30-second stop-go time penalty. He lost an additional 30 seconds just coming down to pit road one more time without even stopping. If he just had to do a drive-through, that'd be a 30-second time penalty in and of itself. So if these guys want to have to come down pit road in extra time by pitting early this stint, that's going to be at least another 30 seconds to them. So they're going to fall down the field about 6 or 7 spots alone, without even having to stop in their box. So you do want to come in as soon as you can, but you're kind of darned if you do and darned if you don't.
Yeah, got traffic up the road, you can see on the track map as well. Now, I like to stay out. So are they going to they'll catch the traffic, but then again,
I think they're going to stay out until you got about 2 minutes left on the hour. I think you're just kind of doomed for right now. You have to get out of the car what you can. Try and start backing up your corners a little bit to try and keep the temperature out of that car, because every time you slide the car, good rule of thumb, you're losing at least a couple tenths, maybe anywhere from 2 to half a second, and then you're also heating up the rear end, so you kind of lose grip. It's a vicious circle. You overheat the tires, you have less grip, you slide the car more, you overheat the tires more, you slide more. It's just a vicious circle.
And John, at the moment, in P3, currently I'm on 147 car, about 1 second change down the road there for the P2 position. Now, I know you're on top of the timesheets with everything there is to know there. Mr. Austin, how's it going to pan out for our leaders? When are they boxed, and when are they expecting to box?
Well, so currently, Dylan Tan has been out there for 26 laps, but of course you do have to add the 2 and something he had before, so I'd expect he'll stay out for another 5 or so laps before he has to come down pit road. The second place car, the 44 machine, they've been averaging about 33 laps per stint, so I think about 2 or 3 laps they'll be due down pit road. For the 147, I'd say about 6 laps for them before they're due as well. So looking for a lot of these guys 4 or 5 laps more, but wow, look at the 147 car, all sorts of wide.
Yeah, struggling with a little bit of the traction. You can see at the moment on the car. Got to keep it within the lines and don't mess with the turns 14, 15, as they have not wisely done, or have wisely done for most of the teams. Not going to pit lane. There's pit lane entrance right now. About to start another lap. 96, I believe, are on the board, but it's all about the time, not the lap. And we're getting very close, my friend, to the 50% margin of this race.
Yep, half of it down, half of it to go. It's just been challenging and exciting all the way through. If you're just now joining us from the drop of the green flag, Dylan Tan qualified on the pole, but he was quickly overtaken by the 98 car. Back then it was driven by Polyakov. Polyakov led the first 18 laps until he was caught and overtaken then, excuse me, by Dylan Tan. Dylan Tan led all of the race up until about 20 laps ago, as he had a stop-go 30-second time penalty for exceeding pit road speed limits on the entry to pit road. He lost about a minute due to that. He had a 42-second lead before that. Now he's got himself a 4-second lead, so he's been on fire, but after this, his drive time, he's basically going to max out. Unless he wants to disqualify his team, he's forced to hand that car over to someone else.
Also, the top 3 separated by 4 seconds between P1 and P2, and 2 seconds between 2 and 3. Now, to give you a pit stop scenario, 27 laps for the 889 car at the 27 laps that we're running right now, expecting to them come in on lap 33 or 34. 30 laps for the 44 car running in P2, so they're in more of the dangerous territory, having to box a little bit earlier. And then the 147 car running in P3. 27 laps they've run. Pretty much even Stevens when it comes to the leader of the 889 car.
Yeah, it's a good rule of thumb here to just pit on the hour once every hour, because the race isn't long enough. Basically, at this point, because it's only 6 hours, you basically, if you want to get rid of an entire stint, you'd have to stay out there for an hour and 10 minutes, and it's just not feasible to stay out here at race pace and gain an extra 10 minutes of drive time every single stint you're out there, to basically only have to pit one less time. You'd save yourself a minute, but I don't really think it's feasible with the track temperature we have, that the tires could last that long, even if you could make the fuel last that long. If this were a longer race, maybe closer to 10 or 12 hours, I'd say it's more feasible. Go ahead and play the gamut to see if you can stay out there a little bit longer through each stint. Maybe as we get up into the 12-hour mark, an hour and 5 minutes, pretty feasible. We've seen that done a couple times, but a short race like this, it's just not doable.
You know it better than anybody else know it. As somebody shouting out there, error 404. No team found, yells at the Yeet team. That's actually surprising. We haven't actually seen the Yeet team in a little while. The Yeet team running in P14 currently at the moment. I'm not quite sure if you're referring to that one at the moment. Error 404 not found. We could find you, error 404, and right on cue there at P14 will be Benjamin.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, not in the trenches of war doing anything exciting right now. They're just kind of taking advantage of them having the track to themselves for the moment. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there.
Heat Machine always out, like not qualifying the best of their ability, but the race ability has, per se, been on average tonight, hasn't it? It hasn't been tonight, wherever you are in the world. Not quite the Eat Machine, but then, Eat Machines have been producing top 10 results. Can they get another top 10 result in P14?
I think they
currently?
can. I think they've got the speed for it. It's just they've had some really bad luck go their way for the middle 2 hours that we had before this. So they do have top 10 speed, and I think it's just some of these teams, they have a lot more time, effort, and energy to pour into these setups over the week. Some of these guys come here with dictated qualifying setups that are really good at throwing down a single lap's pace, but some of these teams really just focus on their race setup because race pace is what's going to win you the races.
Race pace is exactly what I'm going to P15 behind, then we'll go in. 67 car, we are expecting pit stops right now. Now, the race leader on 29 laps of 34 expected pit stops. 32 laps also for the 44 car. It has to go out a little bit earlier. 147 car is on the exact same pit stop strategy we expect from the 9 car leading this race. Welcome along. Shout out some HyperX, I guess, if you want to win some HyperX gear, right? All we have to do is throw on the Twitch channel.
Dana, I'll be really interested to see who gets into this 889 car because they've got some large shoes to fill. I'm not going to say clown size because this hasn't been a clown run so far from Dylan, but boy, he has been absolutely just lightning fast here today. I mean, we're talking, he is like a half a second faster than anyone else in the field every single lap. He's already got himself a 5-second lead right now over the closest competition right now. That's Steinbauer car of the 44 machine, and he's coming up to some lap traffic right here.
Yeah, Dylan's got the pit lane right on cue. As you mentioned, I was going to say, Dylan, mate, you could drive me
that
back.
Thing up there.
Stop it.
Yeah, he learned his lesson. He was off the brakes well before that line.
Good job, Dylan. You've delivered a fantastic performance for your team at the moment. It's looking pretty strong for a race win. And Dylan, you can drive me back to the airport any day of the week. We'll give you a 5 out of 5 Uber rating.
I feel like when Dylan was turning 5 years old, he was probably 6 already at the time. There we go. A little bit of a team radio there for Christian.
Yeah, they're going to push. Are they going to stay an extra lap? I think they will. Now, what about the times for the extra lap? That's going to be the key, isn't it? Schumacher-esque is the key. That's what Michael Schumacher used to win the Formula 1 races by the alternative pit stops, and Schumacher would pull out a qualifying lap in when your teammates, well, not your teammates, but your opponents are actually boxing. Let's see whether or not he can call this one up. Lewis goes into pit lane there for the Legions of Races.
Yeah, Louis Marino out here. Well, and Dean, sometimes too, it's not the worst idea to stay out there on track a little bit longer than your competition because whilst all their tires might be about 2 laps older than yours, you might be a little bit faster over the course of a run. And if your tires aren't too bad just yet, stay out there a little bit. Maybe your last pit stop, you come down pit road, it's a little bit shorter than everyone else's. So we'll have to see. And of course, it all just depends on the track temperature. I can finally say we have an update to it. It is now only 37 degrees Celsius compared to the 38. So still baking. Yeah, you can probably fry an egg out there, but not quite as hot by a single degree than it was when we started the race.
Austin, roll up your sleeves, my friend. You're getting a 10. Absolutely. Beautiful
it's shining
conditions.
the sun is shining through the commentary box. We're going to have to start backing up
has
here.
to get past 2 cars here at the moment. Crucial times, pit stop times. Can't go through here.
Oh, we made a move there. Wow, that was textbook. I cannot believe he made that work right there. That was some awesome stuff out of Luca, and thankfully for him, the car just up the road is forced to come down pit road. Rob Taplin in the 214 machine. Look at them. They're making a pass on the road, the entry to the pits there. That's Sebastian Vettel-esque.
Yes, exactly. It's difficult to do it because you got to remember when you're making a pass, you also got to remember to stop that car in time. Stop-go penalties are punishing. 7-Eleven machine of Luca putting the pressure down right now, realizing everybody else in pit lane is making the pit stops. He needs to put the pressure on. He needs to go as quickly as possible to try to shave a little bit of time there and position that car up a little bit higher in the timesheets.
Whoa, look at that big slide there out of the 7-Eleven machine. We really got a lot of pressure right here from the car behind. Update, though, the number 23, Ivanov, drive-through penalty for them.
Not another one you want. We'll see if Luca can make this work, but you can see the tires. You know you're at the point right now where it's like you get a box.
And luckily for us too, we have a fantastic vantage point of what tires mean, because that 118 car just went down the pit road, so they just came out of there with their fresh tires. You can see the kind of speed advantage you have by putting on those fresh rubber boots. So I expect him to come down pit road maybe this next time by, after seeing just how much faster he'd be if he were to put on some fresh boots.
They're looking at gaining some places. They could lead, 100 laps. The 147 car, Filipino in P2. Fastest lap is from this man right now. You're watching for the Pit Stop UK team. Putting the bankers in. A little bit of traffic at the road. Will he box? He's coming around the final corner right now. Got a little bit twirly while he got a bit boxing. No, doesn't go to the pit lane. Gotta stay out for another lap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think you might be hurting towards the end of the next stint, or the beginning of the next stint. You'll be further down the field. You might have some more cars to pass, but you will have fresher tires than those drivers around you. Looking here at Rob Felber in the 88 machine, got the Gulf colors on there, trying to hunt down that 81 car there of Ramsden. Both these cars really got, whoa, look at that big slide there out of the 81.
Checking the pit stop scenarios with them. Of course, we call it the Gulf livery, but not quite sure. But either way, you can see the orange and blue versus the green stripe machine now up the road, the 81 machine.
Yeah, both these cars have the top 10 pace for them. It's just a matter of who's a little bit faster towards the end of this race, and both these cars have had different drivers swap into and out of them. I think they're both on their third driver today, so all those drivers kind of just one in the car after another. So I like that idea, although, sometimes it's not bad too to just leave that one guy in there for 2 hours and just swap it out like that. It's, many opportunities, many ways to skin a cat.
If it's working for some of the teams that has before in the past, why not keep in there? But the risks are there. And remember, we've seen the pit lane speeding could extend your time a little bit too much, but extending the potential there for Andrew to make his run into P18. Well, let's see if we can do it for the green machine.
Yeah, he's all over the back right now. That double three, that Ferrandino machine up the road. Trying to see if he can get it done here. This is down the backstretch into turn 10. Late braking opportunity. Going to think better of it. Had into a little bit of a bobble there. Kind of caught off guard by the 33 cars braking. We'll see if he can mount another charge here.
See the front end locked up a little bit, so front bias is key here.
Oh, it got the car down to the inside. This is not where you often see an overtaking opportunity, but the 33 wisely going to back out of it there. That's a veteran move. Very wise to kind of realize you've been bested, kind of back out of it, maybe charge back at him later.
You called it textbook 101. Perfect. Good job there from Andrew Richardson, the 222 car. Make the way up the P18. The pit stops will come into play with them, as the pit stops will come into play with the other players in play. P11, P12 in the pit road.
Yeah, so is the 711 and the 22 car. So second and third place right now down on pit road. So now the last car to pit is that 147 machine. I expect to see them down pit road this time by. Currently, they're going down the backstretch. You can see, again, that's that triangle, the gray triangle on your screen over on the right-hand side, and that track map, that's the leader. The red dot's the car we're focusing on at the moment. Still Andrew Richardson in that 222 car, the green Porsche.
It's about 12 seconds to change down from P17. And a driver change for the 22 car in P4.
Yeah, how about that? What a keen eagle eye there, Dean.
I copied it from the best, my friend, yourself. Look at this action happening here.
Oh, that door banging behind. Oh, more door banging. Look at the red car.
Don't be on the lawn there, Mr. Martin. Martin Muller, of course, has been in control of his car for some time at the moment. He has to switch that over to his teammates.
Plural. Car coming down the pit road, it looks like. No, he stays out. Just got a little wobbly.
Leaders boxing. As we focus on the action for P8. If it could be P8 currently at the moment from Marcus.
See if Ettrick can put it down to the inside here of Ramsden just up ahead. He's going to think about it, but just a little bit too far up the road as Ramsden. He blew turn one, though. He's going to have an opportunity here for the overtake as Marcus. Look at that textbook move. Just forced him into an error.
Looks so easy. I tell you what, the hours and hours and hours I spent here, I spent in the ACC like simulation. Wow, that's just it looks easy, but and again, strategies are at play. Remember, endurance races are not won and lost in one corner. They're won and lost in 8 hours, 9 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. 6 hours for this race, of course.
146.5 being put down by Marino there in that 889 car. So it looks like he has not quite the pace of his teammate there, but just up there. So that 889 car continues to just put down some really phenomenal laps. Looking here at the 147 car, was the leader. I think he's been passed though for the lead. Yeah, by the 889 machine.
Right on cue.
Looks like they kept Yan in the car as well.
You mentioned it, P4 and P5 will change positions. Time for everybody to take off your HyperX headphones and chillax for a little bit. And if you need to tune in, of course, the exclamation mark command center, you're going to get yourself a bit of rival split and cash split, as we will take a little bit of a breather and a break and allow our fantastic producer of Jack to also have a break and focus on the action. Let's once again, cool down. And we're back to the action in a little moment.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 3 here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. This is here. We're at the 6 hours of Barcelona. We've ditched the GT3 cars. Are now all racing the same car, these Porsche Cup machines. Austin Belke, Dean Hopton on the call, Jack Maloney on the cameras in the production trailer. So far, we're 3 hours and 14 minutes into this 6-hour fair. We've got about 2 3/4 hours left. If you're just now joining us, this race has been largely dominated by the 889. The car was qualified on pole by Dylan Tan. He just handed that car over to his teammate, Mr. Marino. That car originally fell off the top step of the podium, though. For the first 18 laps of the race, they were passed on the outside in turn 1 on lap 1. 18 laps later, they regained the lead. They've been pretty much leading ever since. They had to overcome a stop-go 30-second time penalty. They had a 42-second lead in the race at one point. They then fell back to about 16 seconds behind the second-place driver at the time that was relegated to the lead. They've gained all that time back, plus about another 10 seconds right now over the 44 machine. So they've been dominant today, extremely fast. Lots of good racing, though. Extremely close competition here, all the way up and down the field. Track temperature 37 degrees Celsius, down 1 degree from the start of the race, but the car is still slipping and sliding quite a bit, especially towards the end of the stints here. You start to see the rear axle of these cars really start to dance around, more so than you're even seeing right now out of this Yeet machine. Ralph Molansky here, number 16 and 15th place right now. Hounding the car just up the road, though. That's not for position. That's Ralph Felber in the 88 car, currently in the 9th spot.
Exactly. If you want to see some of that live timing that we're watching right now for the Pit Wall Live, and you get some special goodies at the moment there, you get the pro taste of the Pit Wall Live timing. I'll tell you what, I love telemetry, but I love motor racing. Have a look at Ralph at the moment, loving maybe an overtake in turn 1.
Yeah, not for position right now, so it wouldn't be too remiss for this 88 car to kind of just let him down to the inside. If he knows he's faster, might just be able to slide in behind and see what he can do here for the rest of this race. Veteran move right there, kind of understanding it's not for position. He's a little bit faster anyways. So I like the sportsmanship right there. And now Ralph can set his sights on the Ballawender machine, the 67, just up the road there. He's got about a second or two until he's all the way up on the rear wing of that car, just up the road.
Second on 2 is not too bad when you're talking about halfway through the race that we were approaching. Exactly. Not too bad. I'm expecting at the moment there, Austin, we're going to see another showdown finish that we've seen before in first and second races of the series.
I have to agree with you there. Right now, looking at Philip Ballawender, he was Mr. 2-for-1 earlier on in the season. You might be wondering what everybody was driving earlier in the races here. This is one of the McLaren teams. We had about 3 or 4 of them. This whole split, though, mostly dominated by Astons, and you can see that in the overall points as well. If you're wondering what the points situation is like, go ahead and go to the VCO Twitter. That's how you can find them all to look at all the points, not just for this split as well for the top 5, but also the Cash and Rivals split. If you want to get an update on those, of course, if you're watching us on Twitch, type in ! Command Center. You get routed right there. You can view all 3 of the races at once and keep abreast with yourself on what's happening in all 3 of those different splits. This is the Challengers split, by the way.
Yeah, and Challengers split, of course, leading by the Legion of Races, the Aston Martin team at the point before we got to this point in the race, but they're all in the Porsches. 419 for Legion of Races. Leading this from the F1 Memes Racing Team, 379, and Pitstop UK team in a P3. Now, to give you a perspective of that one, I know, Austin, you crunch those numbers. How is that panning out in this race currently?
So you say that again, Dean?
The Legion of Races leading in 419 points from the F1 Memes and Pitstop UK team in P3.
That's a good point. I'm not actually too sure on the points that are awarded for each of these positions, so I'd have to check that for you.
I was testing. It's all good, mate. It's a lot of action to happen, but hopefully somebody in the Twitch chat can help us out with all that as we need at the moment.
Here we go. Okay.
Yep.
So basically the participation points, everybody gets 100 if they run all the laps. Right now, both the first and third position cars are going to do that. It's about roughly, the points change based on positions, but I would definitely expect, they would come out of here with an additional 17-point lead over them. So a pretty handy job they're doing right now.
Legion of Racers are leading right now as we're on board with Luis Monero in the 889 car. Just calm and collective, 8 seconds to change down the road. You can see the triangle on your track map. That always gives you an indication of where the leader is. And there's got a bit of a gap there to a bit of traffic, so get the pedal to the metal. Last lap was a 146. That's been about the average, hasn't it, around here in the test track of all test tracks in the middle of Europe.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned that test track. If you're not aware, this is where the F1 teams always come at the beginning of the calendar year to kind of shake down their cars. The first real opportunity to do that. That's why you'll see them all out there with, giant rakes out there on the car to try and test how the air flows around it, test out new wings, new spoilers, all that different stuff, test out different tire compounds and how the cars react to them. That's why we call this the test center of the world, because for so many years, it's where you kind of realize who's going to be who and what the cream is in the F1 calendar.
You test yourself some of that Spanish cooking as well too, mate. That gets to show how quickly you can get your pit stops done in and out. And of course, if you want to see the other action, there is Rivals and Split. But this time around, my friend, no rain. That's interrupted many if you didn't check the last round in Italy. Wow, that was excitement you had to say, for the Rivals and the Cash Split, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was bone dry for the challengers, but
we didn't get
Rivals
the
and
rain,
Cash,
did we?
It was a monsoon for them. No, we wanted the rain too last week out, but there was no such thing for us. So still bone dry. It looks like everybody's still bone dry for today. Not a cloud in the sky. It is really hot out. You step outside, you better be wearing some sunscreen here in Barcelona.
You better be wearing that sunscreen, mate. You haven't seen the sunshine shining this much into the middle of Europe. Trust me, mate, from Australia. Well, if you're not getting skin cancers burned out of your arm, you're not an Aussie. I come from the skin cancer capital of the world. So cover up, guys, my friend. It's out there. A slip, slop, and slap, as they used to say in Australia. Slip on some sunscreen and slip on a hat and a shirt. But you don't have to worry about that, as Mr. Lewis in the 89 car, Legion of Motor Racing, leading the championship and leading this race as we're on 110 laps.
Yeah, 110 laps. 3 hours, 21 minutes into the 6-hour fair, so we're about a little bit over halfway here. This is looking at the 147 car of Jan Jog. He's been doing a really good job to just stay quiet and consistent today. That's kind of been this team's mantra all day today. They've just been kind of right there to pounce on any mistakes made up the field ahead of them. Then you've got goals right now in the 44 machine. You got about 7 seconds between first and second and second and third, and then after that it's an additional about 16 seconds from that third place car to the 14th car. That 214. The 214, of course, our lone Bentley in the field. They did so well, dominated in Austin, Texas, and then were forced to kind of fall out early last time out in Monza, then came on towards the end of the race to kind of get themselves some more points as the race went on.
Cool, calm, and collective at the moment. I'm right on board with one of those drivers at the moment from a fantastic producer of Jacket that captures all the action for not just the Challenger Split, of course, captures the action there from the Rival Split. Jack, actually we can't hear Jack at the moment, but yes, any feedback in the Twitch channel so far? What has been your favorite races so far? Favorite liveries too. What is your favorite livery so far? The Porsches.
Favorite livery so far, I'm really digging that Gulf-colored machine. That thing looks phenomenal. I like what the 147 team are doing. I really like that complex of the white, the bright neon yellow, and the black. And those guys, I'm just really digging the scheme, really digging their outlook here, and kind of the whole mantra that they have going on. Just quiet consistency. That's what you need for the endurance races. Even if you don't go out there and win every race, it's still a really good idea. If you finish on the podium every race, you've got pretty much 2 hands on that championship trophy come the end of the season. Dean, you got a favorite paint scheme out here yourself just today?
Sorry, mute myself. Difficult at the moment. The gold scheme at the moment for everything touches turns to gold at the moment. But Jan Jorge is holding them off of P3. I don't know. That's one for the Twitch feed out there. Who's your favorite livery? Of course, you can favorite your favorite drivers if you are friends and family of them. The fan boost always works in motor racing.
Yeah, type it in the chat. Go ahead and give them some love. Let us know, too. If you let us know soon enough, we can send that up to our producer, Jack. He might be able to get the camera on them for just a little bit more screen time. Up at the front of the field, it's still Louis Marino. He pretty much picked up exactly where his teammate left him the car. I will say, though, that lead has been getting a little bit smaller and smaller as time goes on because Gulls has been catching him in that 44 car. The lead gap was 8 seconds just a couple laps ago. It's now down closer to about 7. So slowly but surely, that 44 car is encroaching on that. That, of course, the car we were just talking about rounds out the podium, that 147 machine. The 214, Klaus Nyring, currently in the 4th position. Then you've got Ryan Leach in that 711 car. That 711's been up and about the top 5 pretty much all day long. They've been doing a really good job to stay up there in the thick of things, really fighting for spots. And then you've got Polyakov. He's back in the car. He drove the first hour for that 98 team. He was the only one really that's gone up and really challenged the 889 car in a head-to-head battle. He beat him out around the outside as they went into turn 1, led for the first 18 laps until he made just a little bit of a slip up and let the 889 car by. Then you've got the 22 car of Lavershin. That car has been fierce all day long. And then you've got the 118, of Edric. That car has been really solid as well. And then, of course, the 88 car of Felber. That's that Golf colored car. No Golf logos on there, but, you know, you kind of understand from the colors what the livery they're going for is. Then you got Price in that 267 car. They've been really fighting. They had a lot of adversity to overcome in the first couple laps here, as has that 45. That 45 has had a pretty tough go of it so far. They'll round out the 11th spot, but boy, Louis still putting down some fast times, and of course we're down into the ebb and flow right now. Fast times between the first 2 drivers. We talked about it being an 8-second gap, went down to just 7 seconds. Kind of starting to sweat there. Was Louis put down a really fast lap time, brought that lead up by another half a second or so. So he's, you know, picking up where his teammate left off to some degree, but it's really hard to be faster than Dylan Tan. He's just on fire today.
Let's see, Lewis, at the moment we're watching at the moment. See if we can go on board with Lewis and see how to do a lap. We're going to go back to Dominic, of course, in P2 or P1. Let's go on board and ride how it feels to be in the lead of this race with 2 hours and 33 minutes on the clock.
Got some lap traffic up here. This is, again, oh, look at that big slide there out of the car in front. It's going to have to force our leader here to check up just a little bit, compromise the exit. We'll see if this car is going to go wide for him. No, he's going to force that thing down to the inside and say, I'm not going to wait for you to get out of my way. I'm just going ahead and take it. That's kind of the attitude you need sometimes in these races. As long as you have the faith that guy isn't going to overcorrect into the side of you, ruin your race, you can, you know, make those moves, get up there. And now, of course, he's trying to chase down that 222 car just up the road of Richardson. That's that lime green Porsche trying to make a move on the car in front of him. I don't think that's a battle for position just up there quite yet. Battling with the 714 to 714, multiple laps down in this race. There's a couple of cars that had some trouble in the early goings. We had a couple cars go for a spin, and just some of those cars nowhere to go, no way to avoid the wrecks up the track. That kind of got some early damage in the early goings of this race, multiple laps down. But you know what? Staying in it is what you have to do in endurance racing, of course, for a season-long championship as well. You need all the points you can possible, and you want to get that participation bonus as well.
And the nervous wracking of overtaking the lap drivers. Exactly. Because you got to mention you have to time your overtakes perfectly. At the moment, you're still trying to maintain that 7-second gap, which is actually 7.5 now, down to 7 to P2. But on top of it, you want to make sure that you can get this cleanly and perfectly. Remember, drivers up the road can make mistakes. They go spinning off into the fence and back onto the track, and you slam into the side of their door. You're over as a race leader and anybody on the track. So that's in the back of their minds.
Yeah, that's right, because at this point right now, the race is yours to lose when you've been this dominant as a car all day long. The last thing you want to do is take over the car from your teammate that probably could have put seconds or 2 minutes, excuse me, on the entire field. The last thing you want to do is misjudge maybe a corner or the attitude of a lap car around you, get some damage and force that car off, and you go from leading the race pretty handily about 8 or 6 seconds to now being second or third, even fifth place. So, you know, as soon as you start to lose a couple of positions, a little bit of time, you know, all these cars still packed together quite tightly. There's about 10 seconds separating every single car for, I'm going to say, the first 20 places or so. So you do have to really mind your P's and Q's as the race goes on. Looking here now at Frank Bergkamp in the 81 machine. Just up the road, though, is the Yeet machine, that number 16 car, currently being piloted by Ralph Malansky. This is the title battle, the tightest battle, excuse me, we have on the track at the moment. He's just hunting him down, trying to see what he can do. As the race has gone on, that 16, the Yeet machine, it's kind of just wherever they are, that's where the action is. Very few times per race do we not see the camera on that car, because they're just entertaining. I don't know if they're trying or they just have that kind of luck or mantra about it, but with a name like Yeet Dean, you can't really go wrong.
They're loving a bit of Austin casting at the moment. They're on board with Frank. You said P's and Q's. You want to elaborate the P's and Q's? Because I love it. You know, I know the kind of the P's and Q's. What's the P's and Q's into a driver's mind?
Just the nuts and bolts of the operation, the basic stuff, you know, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, doing everything you need at a base level to guarantee yourself some success. It's basically just hit your marks every time. Don't catch yourself out on some of these corners where you can run a little bit wide, overspin those rear tires, start to overheat them as well, because then you start to lose a lot more grip as the race goes on. So just narrow down to the basics of what you need for this operation to do. Don't get bogged down in the more complicated things. Just, you know, mind your own business, run your race. Try not to race the track around you. Just race your car. You know, that's all you need.
And P's and Q's at the moment. I want to see HyperX and P's and Q's. Maybe that'll give you a little bit of an edge at the moment. Frank's getting a little bit of an edge as he's watching the car up the road there in P14. Trying to make a run. He's P's and Q's.
Yeah, look at him. He's all over the back bumper right now, the Yeet machine. This is what I'm talking about. You get right up on a guy, you know, you realize it's going to be hard to pass. This is a circuit where traditionally it's extremely hard to pass because there's not too many overtaking opportunities. There's a great way to outbrake your opponent there into turn 10, but just before that is a very fast, high commitment corner at turn 9. It's really easy to lose a lot of time through there because you've got the dirty air. These cars don't produce a whole lot of downforce, but what they do produce, you absolutely need. It's crucial for the lap time around here. You can see, just like what Frank happened, he had to bobble the car. He got a little bit loose going in there because he's got no air on the front end of this machine. So obviously he's going to have to regroup himself for maybe a lap and a half here, get all the way back up to that 16's back bumper and see if he can make a move here in the next couple laps.
If your team is Porsche Motorsports, well, Porsche is the car you're driving. Live up to the reputation of the beast that you are taming. I see some HyperX in the chat. That's great to see it, but I didn't see that HyperX P's and Q's. Tell you what, the P's and Q's might give you a little bit of a bonus to get those fantastic HyperX headphones wrapped around your ears. Whether or not Frank can wrap his way around P14 would be the key. Whether he has his HyperX on there or not, he's got his foot to the floor on the loud pedal.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are all racing the winner of each of these championships in every split, cash, rivals, and challengers. The winning team gets 4 headsets of HyperX gear, and you can win yourself the same pair. If you spam HyperX into the chat, well, don't spam it, but every time that they ask you to, you see other people doing that in there, you enter HyperX into the chat, you are automatically entered to win a set of the headphones, and they're pretty nice headphones, aren't they, Dean?
I have them on my ears, and I can hear your beautiful voice there, Austin. Absolutely. And why not? And I will be later listening to the cash split and a rival split of those fantastic casters as well. VCO is your land of esports in the world. The best of the best. They present the VCO esports awards, didn't they? And it went to some of the best gladiators on the planet as you're watching some of the best drivers on the planet make their way around. Nikolai goes a little bit wide out there, but still handles the 98 machine. Still handling the 98 machine in P6 currently. Moment after serving that penalty.
Yeah, that's right. Polyakov, one of our only drivers to go toe-to-toe with that 889 machine and come out on top later. He did lose the lead, of course, but he's still really fast. He's throwing down some 146.9s. One of the only drivers to be up there in the 146s. The only other two drivers that have been consistently in that range, the 44 car of Goals and that 889 car of Marino. Again, that lead now down to 6 seconds. So slowly but surely it's coming down, but it's a real tough battle because those two cars up at the front of the field extremely closely matched now that, of course, Dylan Tan has stepped out of that car.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, look at that. Sideways there. My goodness, that was close.
Getting it done. Yeah, of course, the VCO Awards once went to Jimmy Broadbent. Of course, everybody knows Jimmy Broadbent. That is JB is the name when it comes to motor racing. You know why I love JB so much, my friend? He also owns a Nissan Skyline and can drive in the virtual world and the real world. Jimmy, I'll challenge you one day to as we're looking at the 8 cars still trying to get their way back up the grips after the overtakes. Jimmy, you and me, a race to race in a Skyline. But here we go. VCO represents, and the awards are awards. But hey, guess what? It's a new year. It's a new challenge. Anybody's available. Challenger Split is here right now, and if you're I can't believe you would even be bored right now on the Challenger Split, but of course you have the Rivals and the Cash Split also available. Command Center on Twitch will give you the information, and Pitwall will give you all the data.
Yeah, a really cool deal going on with Pitwall too right now. You can come in here, a base version, you get a decent amount of data, but if you, of course, you upgrade to the Pro version, you get so much more. And the really cool thing that VCO has done, they've teamed up with Pitwall to give everybody that uses the ! live timing, the link that comes up when you type that into the Twitch chat, you can click that link. You get the Pro version for free just by logging on. Not even logging on, just by using that link, you can see all the stuff here and all these splits. You got the Challengers, the Cash, and the Rivals all to look at with all that fantastic data. That's how Dean and I stay so abreast of what's going on the track, and you can too. No fees, no money. You just come in here and check it out for free.
Free is good. Who denies a free? As Nikolai's trying to make their way around. Of course, you get to listen to Lewis. Let's say McGlade. We're going to put the MC in there because Lewis has been caught off before with the Glade at the end there. But Lewis McGlade was awarded the Caster of the Year and gets the VCO Semi Award. Good on you there, Lewis. Fantastic. I love him. I'm telling you, he still looks like Seth Rogen there for the celebrities of Hollywood, but he's a great caster. Tune into him. He'll be casting the Cash Split. But then again, you get the man from Detroit, Motor City of the capital of the United States of America. Mr. Austin is here with me in the booth. Can't deny that one, can you, mate? You are in the capital of the world of motorsports.
Yeah, Motor City, capital of the world. So Big Three spawned out of Detroit, Michigan here. Johannes Price, the number 267 car. This is one of those machines, again, they've had to battle through a lot of adversity. Digging this paint scheme, by the way, that fade from that teal into black there. Been pretty fast all day long. Again, fringe of the top 10 all day. They're inside the top 10 for the moment. We've had some pretty fierce battles, though, between them, the 88 car of Feldberg. F4 has been up there as well. And this car has been kind of tangled up all the way up to 7th position. I think they have the speed to get up to 7th, maybe even challenge for 6th, but it just depends on how the strategy is going to play out towards the end of the night. Up front, it's still Marino, then Goals, then Yog. 889, 44, 147 respectively. Just off the podium, though, Klaus Naring in that 214 machine. They're looking to get back to their winning, at least if not winning, podium ways before the day's over.
And looking at the top 8 also, you're looking on the lead lap, which is fantastic considering how much we've endured here in this race as we crossed over the halfway point. Of course, 3 hours and 37 minutes have elapsed. 2 hours and 22 minutes are remaining. I'm expecting to see a showdown. Are the pit stop strategies really that flipped up, you'd have to say, between the top 10 shootout?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty close. I just feel like at the end of the day, you might gain a couple seconds here and there if you pit early or pit a little bit late too. And you never know, these guys might have a ringer left in here. Some of them also just could have a car set up more towards the colder conditions of today. I shouldn't say colder, maybe just cooler. Track temperature has dropped another degree to only 36 Fahrenheit. So the more we get through the day here, later and later, the sun starts to set. This track is going to cool off. So we might see that 889 car, which was so fast when it it was really hot this morning, or should I say early afternoon. We get here later and later into the day. Some of these other cooler temperature car setups might come into play and get faster and faster as the night goes on. So we'll just have to see. It's something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Frankie wants to go faster and faster at the moment. The 81 car, you can see up the road there's P14 up for grabs for him and his team, for the Porsche Motorsports team in the Porsche car. As you mentioned, well, you're glad to be here in Spain, my friend, because I'm sure you'd be freezing conditions right there in the northern part of the United States of America. But look at this battle right now, resuming right on cue. Overtakes once again are not that easy. Sizing your opponent and perhaps dumbing your opponent, perhaps psychological warfare at play once again in endurance.
Yeah, that's right. He's all over the rear end of him here, trying to force him into an error if he can. Ralph Polensky out in front here currently pilots the number 16 car in 14th position. Look at those guys all over that sausage curve there on the exit of turn 15. Now through 16 on the front stretch. He's close enough. He's going to get a slipstream here down the front stretch. We'll see. You go to the inside. He's going to force him to go to the outside. You can pinch him right down there to the inside. Get really close. Well, you don't like that blocking move. You know, pinch the guy down there. We'll see what he can do through here. Going for the crossover. Not quite. He's going to get him.
He has to outbrake themselves. Exactly. Classic textbook 101. Frankie is the man. And back on top. What an overtake.
Getting word here, an accident involving the 81, so there was a little bit of contact there. But I think everything is peachy keen for right now, so move the 81 car up in the 14th slot, that 16 car back into 15. So Ralph Molansky just barely losing out that spot right there. But, you know, you can't blame him. I think this is right where that 81 car starts to come into a world of its own. And also, this is the first time we've seen Frank out there, too. This late into a run, he might just be really good at saving his tires, too. We'll have to see. I'll want to keep an eye on this as the race goes on. It could just be, too, Ralph Molansky not quite as keen on saving his tires in these Porsche cars as we're used to seeing him.
You can't be saving Ralph on that one. He got absolutely annihilated during that corner. It was brilliant because you look at it, they timed it perfectly. They waited for the right moment. They sent the dummy there, forced them off a little bit off the racing line. Look at the twitchiness that are also occurring there for the 16 car in the background. Can't keep it up. Frankie gets, yep, don't mess with the Frank. I can't remember the song right now that I actually want to reference because, you know, we are a little bit into this endurance race. It's early in the morning for us, of course. European drivers, it's late in the evening. Hey, great job. Great job. But once again, it's an endurance race. You still have 2 hours and 18 minutes remaining.
Yeah, still got a long ways to go left in this race. So yellow, looks like the 84 car has gotten a little bit loose there on the exit of turn 4. That's that gold machine, David Brismau.
Well, that Midas touch, mate. Everything turns to gold. Well, not the sand, perhaps, not turn to gold.
Well, you got to remember, you know, it's the Midas touch, but it was also a curse for him. So this car might be a little bit cursed as well.
Oh, that as well.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if that's just they've gone off track one too many times. We'll have to see what this is for. It might have been contact with another car. Maybe they weren't yielding to a lead lap car. It got them put out there. But, yeah, drive-through penalty for them. That's going to cost them at least about 30 seconds on the field.
The drive-through, sometimes if you go off track too much, it'll just the game, of course, the sim is going to allow that one car through. The sim will just issue that penalty. They can obviously, put that one to the stewards later on there and say, okay, the reason why we had to go so far off track is because we had to, allow the lap cars through. So that is generally the case, but unfortunately in the race, you have to serve it, and they're serving it probably right now.
Well, sometimes, too, you don't understand. Is a car getting a lap, you've got the blue flags, you're obliged to get out of the way. You get out of the way. If you go too far out of the way, too far wide in one of the corners, it's pretty close to hitting the wall there. If you go too far wide, you get out there into the marbles. When you get out there into the marbles, it's basically just chunks of rubber, little balls of it, just like you would imagine real rubber, real marbles out there on the track. You hit those, you basically just slide. You get absolutely no grip. You're forced to go further and further wide until you're basically out in the sand trap, and then that's just a huge off-track scenario. That's why it's so dangerous to go offline there, especially to go wide sometimes.
Yeah, but you gotta sometimes. It's cool. It's good to be kind, isn't it, to strangers perhaps on the track, and perhaps too kind going off track that much is something that's debatable a little bit later. Something our fantastic producer can clarify with us as to how those penalties are decided at the end of the day or not during the race. At the moment, we are having some fun with some HyperX headphones. So I got HyperX headphones. You know that for a fact. I've said that for you, Austin.
Oh, yeah, you
your
mentioned
beautiful voice.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned a lot. You got your HyperX headphones in. Crystal clear clarity for the sound here. Looking at Nikolay Palyakov in that 98 machine. Again, this team really doing a good job today. Solid run for them. I don't quite think they have the speed for a 6th place right now. I think they're just trying to race their way up through the field at this point in the going. But it's so hard to catch and pass cars here when you're already at this far up through the field. It's really difficult. But, of course, trying everything they can to chase down that 7-Eleven car just up the road about 3 or 4 seconds. A better part of 2.2, it looks like, with the splits on the left-hand side of your screen.
Look at the track map right now. The red dot is what we're focused on. The 7-Eleven you can see up the road, no traffic. And the triangle dot at the moment is our race leader. So the race leader is going into Sector 3, and we're looking at the drivers. I believe there's kerfumbling in the middle. Once again, the hotspot zone right now is the P10 zone. And that run is right in that memento.
Getting word here, director producer Jack Maloney says incidents are investigated post-racetrack. Cuts and pit lane infringements are automatic. So that settles that. Thank you so much, Jack.
Black knows best. But traffic on the map, you can see it right now. And Trolley Whirly, this is where the action zone is. Tell you what, P10's been the hot zone, hasn't it, so far in this race?
It really has. And just behind these guys, you got the 3rd place car, that 147, that bright neon yellow, white and black Porsche just back there. So you got the Gulf colored car, that lime green car, and then there's the 3rd place driver, that 147 of Jan York. So right on board, you're looking at Ron Felber, the 88 car. Again, solid run for them. Really like their attitude here today. That's the 222 car. The green car just behind. It's not for position. They're a lap down, so they shouldn't be forcing any kind of move on too soon here. It looks like they're going to go a little bit wide to let this 147 car through.
They are allowed to overtake themselves, but you mentioned it correctly. I'm going to messing with Ron. Ron's looking up the road. But the P9 267 car is just in his highlights.
Oh, he's going to go a little bit wide there. Let the 147 on through. I don't think that's an oh-no. I think he just went a little bit wider than he had originally wanted to. And look at that 222. Just going to lift a little bit of a courtesy for him to let him through. Again, that's the sportsmanship we're used to seeing here out of this Challenger split. I really dig how these guys treat each other. It's nice. They give plenty of racing room. It's not like that. I dislike the F1 standard nowadays. If you're to the inside a guy, you can just force him wide and off the track.
Yeah, honestly, if this was an F1 F1 not esports, but of course the F1 racing broadcast, all we hear right now from the drivers would be this and allow. Yeah, that will all be happening right now. But the Challenger Series here at VCO, very, very fantastic driving from all the teams. We've seen it so far. Race 1, Race 2, and Race 3, even in different cars, different models.
It's pretty incredible, too, here, Dean. I've been looking at the gaps from the top 3 cars. The leader now only has a 5.5 second lead, and as well, it's only about another 5 seconds separating the 44 car from the 147. So all the podium positions are getting tighter and tighter together. Wouldn't be too surprised if they catch each other at just about the exact same time. Wouldn't that be a treat here in about 12 minutes? So they're all going to be pitting. So we'll see how each team hands off the car. For that 44 machine, I think they've been playing it pretty fair. Each driver gets 2 hours. For that 889 car, excuse me, he had Dylan Tannen there for 3 hours. So one of his teammates gets 1 hour in the car. One of his teammates gets 2. Looking here at the 15 car of Ralph Molansky.
Austin, did your Christmas presents not delivered from Santa from the previous VCO Esports endurance race? Yes. Santa delivered, didn't he? And Santa's going to deliver again. I expect to see a showdown.
Oh, wow, that was a big old power slide there out of Ralph. He's definitely lost the rear axle of that car. He's overheated the tires. I think that's why we saw Frank Bergkamp make that easy move on him.
You mentioned that gap closing and closing and closing at the top of the timesheets. And it is. Now, their pit stop strategy is a
what
little
happened
bit
to that
different.
one car? There's a car going pretty wide there. I believe they spun out there in the chicane. Looks like they're going right now in the right direction.
There's one direction. And no reference to the band, of course.
Oh yeah, best boy band.
And Muller's in the pit lane for the Porsche Motorsports team in the Porsche car.
It looks like he's got a new front end on there. Oh, what happened to Nick Urban? Oh, look out, Nick!
Nicholas in trouble.
Yeah, he must have got all sorts of squirrely through turns 1 and 2, and poor Ralph Molansky really had nowhere to go. That's the exit of the corner. You're opening up the wheel at that point. Had to kind of pitch off the corner exit there.
See, the track map at the moment spread. There's a bit of a gap between Sector 2. There's a couple of cars in pit road. Now the leader is 30 laps. They're going to be in for a pit stop at the moment soon. 889 car, 30 laps at the moment. They're expecting 33 laps.
And Dean, look at the gap there. At 3.3 seconds separating the driver from first to the driver in second. So I believe that 889 car, if they haven't caught a lot of traffic, they're falling off something fierce. Jack, if we could go look at that 889 to see what's going on in that situation, expect him to come down pit road pretty soon here.
Right on cue, our fantastic producer has cooked that one up. And whether it's Lewis is going to hook this one up, he's going through the second sector.
Just behind.
Yeah,
it's a clean car back there, that white one.
Look at this. Nothing separating him between the pit road. But will they visit the pit road will be the question going through the mind.
I feel like they're going to stay out there another 10 minutes. I think they've got about 5 or 6 laps left. They're lapping about a little bit under 2 minutes, so I think they've got about 5 more laps before they come in.
Yeah, last lap was about 30 laps ago. Done 30 laps, sorry, in the stint. So you know you can push 33, 34 as they go through.
I tell you, one thing I'm curious, though, you know, Louis been out there for a while, and he hasn't quite been putting down the same lap time as Dylan, and that's fine. I'm just curious, does he maybe have a little bit something left in the tank? And what I mean by that is his tires. You know, he's been relatively smooth out there. We haven't seen him step in the rear end of the car out very often. Has he been taking it easy to kind of just punish his tires from here to the end these last couple laps? Or is he just kind of comfortable to ride at about this pace?
Well, Dylan, of course, they had the extra pit stop for the 889 car, having so that penalty. So, while Dylan's now running on 34 laps, they're right on the absolute bubble of their car. They're going to have to come in a little bit ahead of the 889 car. And further back in P3, the 147 car, well, they're on 34 laps as well, too. So I'm expecting to say that our race leader at the moment could stretch it a few more laps.
Looking back here, this is that 147 machine. And to be honest, Jan's been catching David just as much as Gulf's been catching Marino. So all three of these cars really coming together. I think they won't be able to catch each other if they continue this rate until after the pit stops. And then, of course, it's who gets into each one of these cars.
Look at the triangle on the race track at the moment. You can see the triangles approaching the third sector. And we're looking at the 147 car. Remember, the 44 car is running in P2. So look at the track map at the moment. Now, are they going to follow each other? The race leader could stay out a little bit longer. The 44 car going to go in. If 44 car goes in, I imagine right now that Jan, we're watching right now in P3, will follow them in. But then again, I'm one thing as a car star and not a race engineer. Here, Challenger split. What's going to happen there, Austin?
To be fair, I think there's a lot of opportunity to be gained if you pit early here, but you do have to mind your P's and Q's about it, because if you come in too early, your next stint is going to be even longer than I'm sure you'd hope, especially when you're chewing up that rear axle. You're definitely disrespecting those tires every single time you step that rear end out. So I feel like you ought to come down pit road, once every hour on the other, to kind of give yourself the best opportunity to really just minimize the wear you're putting on each single set of tires and come down pit road as soon as you can. I would expect, though, for these guys, as soon as they can make it on fuel, I'd go ahead and bring that car down pit road.
And 44 car has shaved more time, half a second off our race leader just in that lap, because it's down to 3.3, give or take, for the 44 car. But the 44 car, of course, has done 34 laps on the stint.
Just through there. That's not where he wanted to catch lap traffic. You saw our leader just kind of side his way around that lap traffic between turns 5 and 6. That's not the most opportune place to do that.
Now they cleared the traffic. They couldn't get on with this one. And now the 44 car has to clear a little bit of this traffic. And that's to clear it quickly as possible. And it's not going to be right there right now. 7-Eleven car's going to deny them the opportunity. And that is about a 1/10, 2/10 costed right there. Not the time you want to be delivering a couple of 2/10s.
Yeah, I think Polyakov has done a really good job. Whoa, look at that gold car coming across the track there. Thankfully for those two lead lap cars, they didn't have to check up too much, so the battle is still on. I think Polyakov has done a much better job of saving his tires all over the rear end of here of this 7-Eleven car. It's going to be looking down to the inside. Keep your nose there. Get some fresh air on it. Get a good run out of this corner. Get a draft here into turn 10. Oh, he got just a little bit better run out of the 7-Eleven car. I don't think he's going to be quite able to make a dive down the inside. Just wait a second, buddy. Wait for turn 16 coming out of there. Seize your opportunity here in a couple of corners.
I love the Cool Common Collective at the moment. So seize the opportunity, but wait,
really driving the car down in there.
Yeah, you're on the racing line.
Well, he has to. He has to get as close as he can. Try to upset that car. He wants to make sure he's as close as possible. Coming out of turn 16. Look at that. Blew the apex just a little bit. Oh, he just shoves the car down to the inside. You don't see that every day.
I got it done. Stuck it. Great job.
And look at it again. Oh my gosh, that 7-Eleven car continues to step out on corner exit, hand the position over to Polyakov. Up at the front of the field, 3.1 seconds separate P1 to P2. Another 10 seconds back separates the 44 from the 147. So they lost about 2 seconds through that last lap there.
147.3, 147.6 for the race leader. So that 3/10 gap is coming down to pit road territory, but they're on different strategies, of course. Our race leaders have probably about 3 laps left, I'd say, before a pit stop. And right on the bubble, the 44 car has to go in soon. And also to mention, the 147 car running in P3 is pretty much on the bubble as well. So our race leaders should be able to stay up for another lap or two, but P2 and P3 is going to be a close battle.
Yeah, I expected leader to come in at about 3 laps. The car in second to come in at about 4 laps, P3. I expect him to stay out there in an additional 7 laps from this point in time. So going to try to do the overcut strategy once again. We'll see how that works out for him. It could just be them trying to get a shorter pit stop here at the end of this race. But again, you know, you're kind of just down to how long does it take you to change tires. So we'll see. I'm interested to see how this is going to play out strategy-wise.
You're right, Austin. I forgot to scroll to the side there and realize the pit stop strategy at the moment there. It's all provided for pit live in the pro.
Yeah, you can see them up at the top of the screen there.
I messed up, Austin.
Pitwall.live. Oh, the 33 car.
Yeah.
Oh, good there, Dean. A little bit loose there. In what is that, turn 12? Just kind of a little bit loose off the track. You can see that yellow. We're back to green flag racing. Everybody seems to have sorted themselves out. Up the track, though, Marino has stretched out the gap an additional half a second. Now that gap is about 3.5 or so.
Good gains, isn't it? Absolutely good game for the 44 car. That was 7 seconds a couple laps ago, my friend. It's down to 3.6 already.
Yeah, he's been gaining on it. Oh, drive-through penalty there. Car number 69 for Bowler. He'll have to come down pit road and sue that penalty soon enough. Not quite sure what that was for. Most probably some sort of an incident count going off track one too many times. There's our leader. That's the distance between car 1 and car 2.
Oh, look at this. Excitement all around. Welcome to the Challenger split of VCO round 3. And we know box time is coming. Our race leader, 31 laps on these tires, 30 laps for 44 car. And down into the 147 car, 27 laps up. The number 3 position can roll a little bit deeper. Look at this battle here for P19. Not quite there right now. Here we go. No boxing yet for race leaders.
Yeah, again, I expect him to come down at the turn of the hour. That's usually when we've seen the leader, at least the 889 car, come down. And then I think the 44 car is going to come down the next lap after that. So I think this next time by, we should see that 889 car down pit road. And boy, they've continued to just kind of eke themselves away just a little bit over this 44 machine. It was 3.5 seconds of a gap last lap. They get about 0.7 of a second on this past lap. So doing a really good job to just kind of do everything they need to put in those fast, clean laps.
Race engineers out there, and you all know spotters or elder teammates, let us know, what are you planning? Where are you going to get your car out and clear traffic is the key, isn't it? So you get the bank of laps in. You don't come out there in a pack of field of cars that you have to overtake. It's going to cost you time, knowing that your opponents are only like milliseconds now down the road. That's going to be the key. That's what comes down to engineering when it comes to endurance races. We've seen it before in the past, haven't we, Austin? We're going to see it again here in the future of that Challenger split.
Yeah, these endurance races, they really throw everything at you that you possibly can have thrown at you. Just so many different variables you have to play with throughout the entire course of the run, entire course of the day. 6 hours, it's a lot of opportunities for things to pop up that you're maybe not used to, or that happen, don't happen very often, because usually, you're in a race for what, about an hour. So these endurance races are a whole different type of animal. Coming down, of course, we've got the 2 hours and 30 seconds left. I would expect our leader in the 889 car to come down pit road this time by. This is a battle here. This is the number 22 car. This is in 7th position. Not a battle for position, excuse me. The car just threw. That's the 714 of Halfalar. So just catching them. Again, lap cars. It's something you're just going to have that on these bigger jobs, these endurance races.
Look at the track
looks like
map
the
at the
889
moment.
car stayed out.
Absolutely. You look at the track map at the moment. The triangle is the race leader. 44 cars in P2. They've all elected not to go on the pit lane, but they're on the edge of the limit of the gasoline. But look at the edge of the limit of Marcus. Oh, Max,
yeah,
my apologies.
Max shoved the car down to the inside there in that lap car, made it look pretty easily. I think that lap car did oblige and kind of just make it a little bit easier for Lev Rushin to get by in that 22 machine. So move him forward just a little bit up the track again. Not a battle for position, but just something you have to do in these longer endurance races where there are no caution flags to bunch the field back up together. Everybody just kind of runs their own race, and you get lapped when you get lapped.
4, 5, 6 are in, and 9. So electing to take that little bit of an undercut. Will that pay off for them? As you can see right now, it's a Porsche pit lane field F1 memes racing team at the moment there of Nikolai, the 98 car. Electing to take that. We still have the top leaders 1, 2, and 3 have to come in the pit lane at some point soon. Otherwise, right out of gasoline, you're in big trouble. I expect them in right now. Look at the triangle right now on your track map. That's your race leader. Austin, you had to say it's to come in now. He has to come in, right?
I would think so. I think realistically he can do about another lap or two on fuel. I've seen some cars pull 35 laps on a tank of gas, but I really feel like you need to minimize the tire wear on each of these sets of tires. So to do that, you want to come down pit road as frequently as ideally possible.
Yeah,
one car went a little bit wide.
Ooh, it didn't go in.
Oh, it was that gold car there, I believe. He's going to stay out one more time as our leader.
What about the 44 car behind him?
They're in pit road. They came down pit road, so that should be about 1 second faster per lap that they're out there. So as it stands right now, I feel like that gap, the least they could gain, I feel like, with just some side laps from both drivers, I think that gap could come down to about 3 seconds or so. That 147 car is going to stay out as well.
I think you're right. Now, that little incident that caused you saw on the track map, there was a little yellow, there was a bit of a spin. Maybe that's thrown the leader off, because that was almost in the entrance of the pit lane. Has that thrown the opportunity of them going flat into the pit lane and saying, no, we're going to risk it, go out one more lap? That's going to be a question.
So. And to be fair, I don't really think they're risking it. I mean, if you go on to the earlier stints that we've seen some cars do, especially towards the beginning of the race, you can see some people have done 35 laps. Even last time by, that 22 car, they had a 35-lap stint last time out. The 711 did a 35-lap stint. A bunch of cars did 35 laps at the beginning of the race. One car, the 711, even did 36. So it's not out of the question to see that 889 car do 35 laps on a tank of gas, even 34 for that matter. I think you're right, though. I think you're just kind of caught off guard by that one car, just a little bit slow. Of course, he just had that accident on the track. They did not want to have to follow him into pit road.
Is this going to help out the other teams? The 44 car, of course, is boxed. Now, we know the 889 has to come in right now. We haven't seen anybody stretch 35 laps on a gas tank.
I mean, we've seen a couple. I think a 98 car last stint out, they did 36, so it's doable. You can do it, but again, I think you're pushing it there, and they are going to come down pit road this time by. Yeah, 65 minutes for a driver's stint, right?
We just heard from a producer, of course, that at the moment it's capturing all the action. Absolutely. As we're getting the feedback there. Drivers know, and you guys know in the Twitch chat. Anyway, what we do know at the moment, our race leader's in. Are they going to lose their position? Yes or no will be the question. P2's in. Let's find out. After short commercial break, sponsored by HyperX. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Jack was talking about to us misinterpretation on the rules from our part. So again, stint timers are set to 65 minutes, so these cars can go a lot longer on fuel. Jack was saying up to an hour and a half, but stint timers are set to 65 minutes. So you can go until you're about to run out of time, but you need to have that car down pit road. You need to only spend 65 minutes out on the racetrack at a time. You need to come down pit road at least every 65 minutes for one of these drivers. So thank you, Jack.
Yeah, Jack's on top of everything you need to be. And how's this going to pan out for the pit stop strategy, as you would imagine? Can the 889 car come out ahead and resume this? Is going to come into turn one. Should be no problemo. What about the 147 car, 22? A few of the other drivers at the moment, that nobody's going to put up a fight too much, would you have to say, to Mr. Lavrish. I don't think I pronounce that name, but either way, you will know on the timing sheet. So 22 car leading this race currently at the moment.
There's the 22 car, the current leader. He inherited the lead basically under these last sets of pit stops. So currently he's the car out front. Again, he's only got 32 laps on this stint. Crucially, the time he's been out there, 58 minutes. So he can still come out and lead this race and not go down pit road for at least a couple more laps before he's due. His stint timer will expire.
.22 car has to box, but they're on 32 laps. 889 car is still in the lead of this race as we're getting to under the 2-hour margin. We'll stick with this for a little bit to see how it pans out before we go for a little bit of a breather. Give yourself there, Austin and Jack, a little bit of a breather so that you guys can also tune into the action that's happening on the split and the cash split series. Of course, splits all over the place.
Big sideways moment there for the 22. They're going to bring it down pit road. Yep, good idea there, boys.
Absolutely, mate, because it could have been even worse if we stayed out for another lap, and they're going to drop a couple of places, 2 for now. As the 44 car will go up at the P2, and 13-second gap to P4. Yeah, they'll lose that one as well.
Well, with everyone now having come down pit road, I think we can afford to take a little bit of a break there. Dean, what you say?
Absolutely, my friend. Get your recap ready, because the recap specials are coming from Austin anytime soon. Let's don't go anywhere. Of course, HyperX. Listen to the action. We'll be back for the finale coming soon.
Welcome back here to round 3 of the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. This is the 6 hours of Barcelona. If you're just now joining us and you've missed the first 2 rounds, round 1 is the 9 hours of Coda, round 2 is the 9 hours of Monza, using the GT3 cars for both of those races. This one, a little bit of a mix-up. This time only 6 hours, so a 3-hour reduction, and this time all the drivers are in the same car. We're all racing these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Looking pretty serious here at Barcelona, the Circuit de Catalunya. Pretty serious stuff. All these cars going through some serious slick spots. Of course, Austin Belkey with you, Dean Hompton as well, and our fantastic producer, director, Jack Maloney, behind the scenes controlling all the camera work you're seeing. You're doing a fantastic job, as always does Jack, all knowing he's got eyes in the back of your head. It's like the world's best mom, keeping us in line. Out front, it's Pratama in the 889 car. That car's been dominant most of the day. Dylan Tan qualified it on pole. He was overtaken, though, around the outside into turn 1 by the 98 car, back then driven by Polyakov. Polyakov led the first 18 laps until he was overtaken by Dylan Tan, who was in that car. He will not be getting back in the car. He's driven the maximum amount he can. He's done 3 hours so far in this race alone, so half the race being driven by him. That car mostly dominant. He even had a stop-go penalty after walking out to a 42-second lead, and then still brought that car out to a 10-second lead before handing it over to his teammates about 1 hour and 13 minutes ago. You're looking here, this 3-wide battle here, the 711 car of Luca Filippi around the outside there, the 98 machine, they're going 3 wide around the lap car down to the inside, that lime green machine, that's the 222 car of Sean Parker. See him pretty down the order there in 16th position. Make sure to get to one side of the track and let the leaders on by, let them continue to fight it out. This is the closest battle we have on track. Seen a lot of these cars, a lot of drivers having to battle with tire deficiency as this race goes on. These cars so easy to overstep the boundaries of grip, and of course the track temperature has been absolutely searing today. When we started, it was at 38 degrees Celsius. It's dropped 3 degrees since then, so a little bit cooler temperatures. Of course, you can start seeing the shadows from these cars getting longer and longer here as the sun as it continues to set. 4:21 p.m. your local time here, so we ride on board with Luca Filippi, riding on board of the dash, looking out over the hood of the cars. He tries to chase down that number 98 car of Mayer just up the road. These cars fighting over for the last spot in the top 5. You can see sliding around back and forth. Look at how wide they go. That's just how detrimental tire wear is at this track, especially with these hot temperatures here at the F1 testing track so early. So often used early in the going of the season. That's when you can tell who the big boys are going to be in the coming Formula 1 season. So many times have they come here with all sorts of manners of wings and spoilers and end plates and different things on the car to test the airflow around these things and fine-tune their adjustments. These drivers have been fine-tuning their setups that they've been using today for qualifying and the race for no doubt weeks on end, of course, since we ran in Monza. So everybody comes here with their own sort of setup. You can see Luca Filippi faster in some corners than Mayer just up the road, and Mayer able to kind of continue to hold out over Luca and pull away in some corners, but it's just the name of the game here in endurance racing. You might be wondering as well why it says Challenger Split in the lower left-hand corner. This is the Challenger Split. There's 2 races going on simultaneously with this one. There's the Cash Split and the Rival Split. You can look at both those by going to twitch.tv/VCO. You type into the chat. You're probably already here. Type in ! Command Center. You can view all the races at the same time. If you want to know how we keep ourselves abreast of all the timing and scoring, you can just type in ! live timing. It'll take you to pitwall.live. You can see them up in the center of the screen there. One of the sponsors, VCO, has worked out a pretty sick deal with them where everybody for free, you just click on the link there that comes up when you type in live scoring, and with the ! out front, you get taken to the pro website for pitwall.live. You can see all sorts of cool information like the name of the race, the time elapsed, the time remaining, all sorts of the incidents involving everyone, including the penalties that have happened this race so far. The entire car list, the running order, you got laps, time, gap, all the sector times, as well as a pretty awesome track map that shows all the different cars with different colors responding to each car. And then, of course, all their stint lengths. This is seriously an awesome site. Take advantage of this opportunity to check out what it's like to have pitwall.live, the pro version. Seriously, highly recommend you do it if you have an extra screen on hand. Even sometimes if you've only got one, go ahead and take advantage, open it up in a different tab. Just look at it every now and again.
And loose at the moment is going to be taking advantage of the 711 car. Fantastic job there, Austin, to try to make his way up against the unicorn machine, essentially. You have to say for the livery colors up into P5. Great job there, Austin, of course. Absolutely mirroring everything you just said. It's there, isn't it? That's what we are following. That's what we are watching. And this is the Challengers split. And it's definitely brewing into a storm here in the heart of European motor racing in España.
Yeah, these guys are really on it today, and you really have to be up on the wheels of these cars because they don't produce a whole lot of downforce. It's really about learning your P's and Q's and just the bare bones of racing. These cars are so instrumental in teaching the likes of racing drivers all around the world, you know, carcraft, racecraft, race control, how to control that car when it goes into a slide, and how to manage your tires because it's so easy to overstep the boundaries of grip in these cars. These cars, seriously, much harder to drive than you'd think until you get behind the wheel of them.
Driving like that around lap cars is what you need to be curious into the third sector. And around the track map, you can see the red dot of the 98 car making their way up to get a bit of clean air up the road. Tricky section, climb up the hill. Once again, nobody gambles at the moment, 14 and 15. Taking it easy off the chicane. Make your way around the final corner and start another lap, which will be about 142, 141 on the dial. With 142 on the clock. I didn't even script that one, my friend. It was just planned.
Well, Dean, looking up at the front of the field, Pratama currently in the lead in that 889 machine. He is definitely filling the shoes of his teammate there, Dylan Tan. He's already put down 8 seconds on the field. I believe he also might have, no, he doesn't quite have the fastest lap, but he certainly has put down the fastest lap so far in a long time, especially versus everybody else out there on the track. He put down a 146.002. Absolutely flying. That team still has the fastest lap. Dylan Tan put that, though, I believe is a 145.2. So he's still got some time to gain until he gets up to take over the purple lap for himself. But again, that team getting that fastest lap for right now, and 8.3 seconds over the car behind in the 44, and they even undercut that 889 car. So that's just how blazingly fast Pratama is right now.
Trying to build that gap, of course, with the final pit stop range that will be around the 1 hour marker. But the battle is brewing. The 98 car was brewing on the back of the P5 car. But look at Daniel and the Chronics Racing team trying to brew his way up into crucial points playing positions in this championship. Of course, we are round 3 and well, getting closer and closer to some of those HyperX headphones if you can make your way at the top there. Pit lane entrance there. So Daniel will get their way up into the P9 position. No problemo, you would imagine. There it is on cue for the Chronics Racing team.
Kind of surprised there to see that 81 car already going down pit road, but they are just like that. They're actually, this time they did a normal stint. They had 33 laps, but the time before that, they only did 23 laps, so a little bit of a shorter stint for them. That's why you're seeing them kind of pit so far off sequence from the rest of the field. Everybody else has been pitting pretty much on the hour, if not within 10 minutes or so of that, usually after instead of before. But boy, you know, Dean, you talk about the 65 minutes stint length for these drivers. I would expect everybody to come down at about the hour and 5 minute mark, take advantage of those 4 fresh tires and try to see what you can do before the end of this race. We're getting close. We're going to have about one more pit stop before the end of this race. We're going to take a pit stop for ourselves, and then the pay window is open.
You can have the best machine on the planet, but unfortunately there's 4 little points of contact to the track that make all the difference. And look at Luca trying to make their way in. We've seen the 711 machine in rounds 1 and rounds 2 making their way in. The only problem is, of course, Mr. Meyer in the 98 machines kind of deny them. Great battles brewing. As you said, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this race. 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining. It's still going to be close, and I expect it to be close to the end.
Yeah, that Pit Stop UK bunch, they've been on the podium, I believe, the last 2 races, 3rd overall in the point standings currently, so definitely looking for a pretty good run here today. But you know what? We're only in these Porsches 2 races out of the 6, so if you're a little bit off your game in these races, it's not going to hurt you too bad, but you really just want to win that championship, get you 4 pairs of HyperX headsets.
I'll take any 1 pair, mate. I'm not greedy. But I tell you what, it's a team, isn't it? It's a team effort, and you win and lose as a team. 3 drivers, of course, have engineers and fan boost out there, and fans can win them as well. Shout out HyperX in the chat. Maybe you'll land yourself some fantastic headphones. I'll tell you what, our fantastic producer, Jack, he has a pair of HyperX headphones on there, so Jack can hear us shouting in his ear as well. You can hear the other casters in the challenges and rival split, my apologies, shouting in his ears. And Jack's like, Biggles, it's enough. All right, I have enough in my ears at the moment. And fantastic. This is what you do at VCO Esports, the best esports racing leagues in town. 1 hour and 38 minutes remaining. What do you think about that one, Austin?
Yeah, Philip Grammy currently in the 3rd position. This is the first time we've seen Philip in that car for the 147 machine. Like I said, most of these cars delegating each of their run times 2 hours per driver. Oh, look at Steve Parker, 222 car, that lime green Porsche going off there in what it looks like to be turn 3. Tricky corner there. I'm kind of curious if he might have gone a little bit too wide there on some marbles, trying to let some lead lap cars through and just spun the car out all by himself.
So the marbles are dangerous, of course, because they will. This is a great thing about ACC, of course, in a racing sim. It actually calculates those little balls of marbles. And we've all fallen on Lego and stuff like that, haven't we, in a house before? Well, imagine those balls when you're traveling at 200 miles an hour, traveling on the outskirts of the racing limits. Well, they hurt.
Yeah, they hurt, and certainly you don't get good traction on round pieces of rubber. Imagine just like you say, a real marble, like the kind, no bigger than maybe a quarter of an inch in diameter. As you can see them out here, you got Assetto de Kizzer in the 214 car. This is that car that did so well at Circuit of the Americas, then really fell off the pace there at Monza, forced to kind of pull off the track a little bit early, then came on to get a couple more positions towards the end. They're trying to run down that 147 car there of Philip Grammy. Excuse me.
Yeah, Austin, I don't want to throw you on the spanner on the mix in this one, because I'll say Austin, Texas, of course, with the previous round we had, your name is Austin. Would you prefer the track in España, or would you prefer the track in Texas?
This track, by far, this has had some absolute amazing racing. I don't know if it was the car and track combination, the temperature today, or what, but this has been way more fun to watch. This track, it's just...
You're going
over
so Texas here to Spain, but look at this battle for P4 brewing at the moment. P3 actually brewing, as you can see right now on the track there. You got to imagine, these guys have done, guys and girls, 4 hours and 24 minutes, and we're down to, 7/10 of a second between them.
Yeah, it's really astonishing to see just how after, 4 hours and 24 minutes, these guys are only separated by, a second and a half. It's pretty incredible, and it's not just these two guys separated by that little of a gap. It's a couple different instances in the field where even 10 seconds is an extremely small amount of time to be separated over the course of a 4-hour race.
I feel for Jack as well, because there's also a battle brewing for P5 and P6. Jack, you're going to be busy. But we all love Jack, and Jack's on cue. As you can see, they're making their way around through 14 and 15 and into another lap of this race. But at the moment, they're not worrying about the 145 laps that they've completed. They're worrying about the 135 minutes, 135 seconds remaining. There you go. Don't even quote me on that one. I'm going to go on there. But the race timer is clicking and clicking and clicking.
That's right, looking here back at Luca Filippi, still trailing that number 98 car of Mayer, trying to see what he can do to get up there and try to yank this position away from the last spot in the top 5. These guys have been pretty much lock in step for the last, hour, maybe 20 minutes at the very least. But tell you what, there's a lot of close battles up and down through the field. It's so hard to pass here. A lot of these drivers pretty much, in equal equipment, the setup being the only difference between these cars. And again, even at that point, you're extremely close in terms of lap times to one another.
You have to say the 889 car, once again, even the machines that they've had in the past before with the different manufacturers, now they're all the same manufacturer. You have to say the 98 car, serving that penalty down in P5. Could have been in the mix a little bit earlier, but they had to serve it. 711 car right now of Luca Filippini is very quick there for the Pit Stop UK team, trying to make their way into the P5 position. Now, to give you a little bit of a rundown, Austin, what's the pit stop strategy between him as we're right on board right now with Luca?
Well, pit stop strategy between these two drivers, again, it's like everybody else. They're kind of constricted to basically pitting every 65 minutes. That's basically the driving force of what these cars are doing. The 711 car was last down pit road 13 laps ago, and the 98 car was last on pit road again, same 13 laps ago. So these guys pretty much on the exact same strategy. I expect them both to race until about the 1 hour 5 minute mark left. Come down pit road, fill them up with fuel, get 4 fresh tires, go back out onto the racetrack and continue this fierce battle that they've had since pretty much a drop of the green flag this last stint.
It's fierce and it's fighting. It's the Bulls of Spain. Get your red flag out there if you need. Of course, there's going to be a red flag on the race. And if you want to capture the action that you just mentioned at the moment, Pit Wall Live is showing you at the moment. So I clicked on those buttons at the moment to show you right now. 711 car has 14 laps on these tires, 11 laps on his tires on the 22 car right there behind him.
I don't know.
Wrong way around. 5 and 6, sorry. My apologies. Anyway, I was waiting for somebody in chat to pick me up on that one.
But yeah, I mean, you've got Mayer all over the back, basically defending from Philippi here. Not really defending, I mean, just running his line. You don't see a whole lot of moves out of either driver, and you basically, at this point in the race, you're down to the high percentage moves. You're really only going to pull out and pass some guy if you think you can. And basically, when you're so close like this, those high percentage moves are hard to come by because it's so hard to gain all that ground on somebody, especially because when you get up there, you get all that dirty air. Like I said, these cars don't produce a whole lot of downforce, so when you get that close to somebody's rear bumper, you've pretty much got nothing but, raw mechanical grip forcing you down onto the track. And when that guy ahead, he has all the aero grip plus the mechanical, he's going to go a lot faster than you around a lap, especially through the corners.
Said it right, my friend. You are a race driver. You know how to throw a car around a track. I have no idea. If you were Murray Walker right now, James Hunt would say all I have to say is that it's a bunch of. It's not that at the moment that you know what you're talking about, though, Austin. That's a reference back to the past, of course, if you listen to the legend of Murray Walker. But here we are here at the VCO Esports Challenger Series, and look at this battle that has brewed and brewed. You got your coffee? It's brewing. It's right here, right now.
Yeah, coffee's been steeping in there for quite some time. It's kind of like tea. It's been brewing for a while. Been getting hotter and hotter, really starting to heat up. It wouldn't be too long, I don't think, before this thing starts boiling over and giving that big old whistle out the top, that ear-piercing sound of, oh, I better take that off the burner.
I love it. Look at this.
Speaking of burner, things are really hotting up here. This is not where you want to make a move here down to turn 7, but I don't think either one of these drivers cares much about that. Oh, tries to go for the old pinch maneuver. Try the over-under, keep that clean air on your car there, buddy. Keep that clean air. Oh, just a little bit too far in behind. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to now into turn 10, but boy, that was really close. I think one more opportunity, he does it again. That's a learning experience. Can't fault him there.
Got an hour and 30 to get that learning experience done before the pit stops will occur, probably in about 30 minutes for these drivers. They've done 15 laps each on the sprint. And 36 also in changes, the limit that you can have, actually, as recorded there from.
Oh, look at that big old slide out of the 98. That's going to hurt those tires, no doubt. That the 711 of Philippi saw that. He might try to really be on the attack here out of turn 16. Hopefully, this component gets a little bit loose here out of the corner. He can get a good slipstream here down the front stretch.
Is it going to be enough to go the gamble off the racing line?
I don't think he's close enough, but he might take a peek down to the inside. No, he's going to give him the outside. He'll take the bait. Going to go for a pinch maneuver. We'll see if he gets close enough. No, he's going to back out of it.
Yeah, you're fishing right now. Hook, line, and sinker. Well, that's a gamble, isn't it? When you throw
just
the
look
hook
up
line.
The road there. That's the 88 car. That's the driver in 10th place. That's a Stretch. So while he still is in the top 10, this isn't for position. He's a lap car to these drivers, and that just shows you the true pace of the guys at the front of this field.
Where they're going to catch him? Look at the track map.
This is not where you want to catch a driver. We'll see what Stretch does here. He doesn't have a whole lot of competition around him at the moment, so it wouldn't hurt him too much to maybe give up a second this lap to let these guys through, but he's going to be thinking, where do I want to be caught? These guys are going to be thinking, where do I want to catch him, and how fast is he going to get out of the way?
Hold up, Carl. You don't give up any of that. You don't give it up if you have to. And high-speed section, of course, screaming through there. But now down to a tight, tricky, the slowest corner. Will this be the overtaking opportunity?
I don't think so. He's not anywhere near close enough. I think they're going to catch him, that lap car out of turn 16 here. We'll see, though. But if I'm right now, if I'm Luca Filippi, I want to pressure this guy ahead of me. I want to make sure Mayer starts to spin up his rear axle. I want to make sure he overheats those rear tires, make sure he gets a porous start and launch off these corners as possible so I can get some sort of run here up the inside of him.
Is he going to get
let's remember too how Mayer got this move done, or I shouldn't say Mayer for sure, the 98 car. It made that dive down the inside in that 14-15 chicane there, not the way you want to do it.
Got to be a run right now, slipstream. Down the main straightaway, they're going to catch him.
You got to remember, the 98 car's got slipstream from the 88 just ahead. I don't think he's quite going to get there enough.
But then again, it's going to be a run to turn 1. Here we go. Oh, hold on tight. Tray tables upright.
Oh, he's going to get it here. He's going to do the old switch over. He's going to get the clean air on the nose right here. Oh, that dirty air is going to force him out a little bit wide. He might try something to the outside here in turn 4. Oh, he's looking down at the inside. Does he take it? No, thinks better of it.
We saw that before, didn't we, in the previous round of the second Lesmo. Don't gamble too much.
Going to make another move here. Lunge to the outside. Is he going to pull the crossover here? We'll see how good of a defense here this 98 car can run. Oh, a little bit of sand there up in the air. I think one of the cars just up the track, they're getting a little bit wide. Hard to tell who that is, but now these guys are going to have an even slower car up the road ahead of them.
They will.
Not the place you wanted to catch him.
Oh, now this is a It's a car park, and let's run right now. Get up and
he got down to the inside and thought better of it. That is some heads-up racing there. If I were the driver of that 7-Eleven car, I'd be a little bit ticked off by that.
Jack is capturing all the action right now, right on cue. Thank you very much, Jack. Look at this run. And it is only a run for P4, but P4 is crucial points in this championship, and it's exciting. Still,
yeah, you've got
the Golf livery up the road.
Here. Well, they did make contact a little bit. Accident involving that 98 car. Seeing that on the timing and scoring sheet here at pitwall.live. We'll see what kind of run they can get off turn 16 here again. I think the best thing for the 98 car of Mayer is that he's got that 88 car just up the road that's going to give him some slipstream as well. But look at how close Filippi is.
What an angle. Look at the rear.
Oh my gosh, look at him just pull
How
away.
close
that
it is.
Is it really bad?
Is it enough to go off the racing line? Remember, you break the slipstream. No.
Oh, he's going to make a move to the outside. Let's see how far he can stuff it down into the corner around the outside there. He's going to think better of it. He's going to go for the crossover. Let's see what he can do here. Into turn 3, he's going to have the outside. Can he cross him over again? Oh, he doesn't wash up the track enough. Too much dirty air.
Yeah, tuck in. He's tucking in.
Make him move down the inside. He might think better of it. Yeah, he's too far back right now.
But
he might
good
get
pressure.
him here to turn 5, though.
Good pressure. The Golf livery car up the road still in play. Remember. How much
not quite close enough to make a move down the inside of 5. We'll see if he can time it just right, though. If he gets a good enough run through turn 9, he might be able to make a move into turn 10.
I wonder what everybody in the Twitch chat would think about that one. Shout out HyperX!
Oh, look at him side by side, really close to him now. Makes a move up the inside. I don't think he's close enough. Yeah, backed out of it just a little bit there. That's going to hurt his run through turn 10. Or up to turn 10, I should say, but he's gaining just ever so slightly. With this overspeed, he might be able to think about a move. He forces it up out there. We'll see if he gets forced wide.
Oh, he can't do it there.
Oh, that's a little bit of a dirty move there, forcing him wide.
But it's great racing here at the Challenger Series.
But he's going to remember that. As soon as you do that, now that 7-Eleven, you give him permission to run you just as hard like that. He might force it up the inside. No, not quite. But now you know he's thinking about it. He might pull that move out of his back pocket. This might be a really good run for him out of turn 16.
There's a mirrors and mirrors and mirrors for the 214 car. Because Luca wants it.
With Filippi now in the 7-Eleven machine. Not quite close enough yet. He's going to get a lot of slipstream down this front stretch. He might be able to make a move into turn 4 or 5 here. This is when you start planning on making a move here into turn 4 or 5. If you're going to do it, you start thinking about it right here. You start putting together these corners to make sure you get overspeed enough. Look at that wiggle. That's going to be an open door for him right now.
You can't stay on the inside part because he's closed at the chicane.
No, that little slip up there from the 98 really hurt the 711.
Welcome along to motor racing and the best motor racing series on the planet.
He's slipping and sliding. Look at how loose he is coming off the corner. This is an open door for Philippi to send it up the outside here. Maybe pull a crossover. Going to stomp on the brakes hard and turn it back left down the hill. Oh, look at him. He pinched him off there up ahead of the 98 car. Just slowed up enough in the middle of the corner to prevent a crossover.
Let's follow this action right on board with Luca.
Yeah, just
you can see it.
Oh, he's got it now.
But where? But where?
He's there. Oh, he backed out of it. That was a nice move. A lot of sportsmanship going on here, but I think at some point patience is going to run out for Luca.
Yeah, motor racing drivers, I have no patience, of course. Here we go. Got to lift off a little bit.
He's right there.
Traffic coming up the road, remember, as well on top of this.
Yeah, that orange car, you see, that's the 88 machine. That's a 10th place. He's pretty much on the same exact speed as these guys. Nothing to worry about there. But the car ahead of him, a much slower lap car. That's going to come into play here in a couple of seconds. Look at him. He's going wide. We'll have to see how this affects these guys.
Oh, I would not want to be in this motor vehicle right now, but Luca's in control.
Oh, watch
the 711.
Luca, watch this. He's got this all planned out right here. Slipstream, he's going to have twice the air gap to go ahead and get some slipstream up to that 98 car. We'll see what he can do into turn 1. If it doesn't happen to turn 1, he's going to be thinking about what almost happened into turns 4 and 5. Hopefully this lap car for Luca lets up a little bit early, doesn't compromise his entry. He doesn't. He backed up just a little bit.
What absolutely fantastic motor racing.
Oh, you got a little bit
wheel
loose.
to wheel.
Luca got really loose there out of turn 1 into turn 2. That's really going to upset the car, especially into turns 3, 4, and 5. We'll see if he can get him into maybe 6 or 7. He was thinking about it. I think his patience is up.
I need some HyperX shout-outs at the moment. That might give you a little bit of a HyperX boost. Maybe Luca needs that one for the Pit Stop UK team. But putting the pressure, mounting on the 98 machine, running in P5.
Yeah, Luca's doing a phenomenal job of getting this car up off the corner. It's just for him, that 98 car is close enough, sometimes too close for him to get a really good run in the center of the corner.
This is absolutely brilliant. Can you believe we're 4 hours and 38 minutes into this race and we're looking at milliseconds separated between these drivers for P5 and P6?
Oh, we've been focusing on this. Just an update as you continue to see this battle of the leader, the 889. 20 seconds almost of a lead over the 44 car. Another 15 seconds from the 44 to that 147. Then you've got the 214 right with the 147 as well. We've got two really close battles. There's this one, and of course there's a lone for the last spot on the podium too. Luca finally gets that car down to the inside. We might be able to see this battle clear up just in time to go look at the other one. Oh, he's a little bit too deep there.
Oh, I was going to say. That's risking it for the biscuit. Good exit speed. And now a run to turn 1.
Luca might be able to get him here into turn 1. Going to either see a late dive to the inside or the outside. It all depends on what that 98 car does up ahead. Luca says, I don't want the outside, but he has to take it anyways.
Mind games at play, which we'd like to see.
Oh, he was alongside, gave him a door check there. I really don't like that.
Come on, Austin. What do you think he's going to do? How do you get past? It's not easy.
I think at some point you have to drive him as dirty as he's driving you. You have to just send a dirt nasty move up the inside and hope that either he gives you the room or you come out ahead of him. Because this is just, he's not making it easy.
Well. I mean, 21 laps between both the drivers.
Right here. Boy, the battle for third place continues to stay just as close.
This has to be the closest battle at the moment, isn't it, for P5?
No, because you look up the front, you look up through the field, third and fourth place. There's 6/10 of a second separating them. Not quite as close as this, but again, an extremely close battle just up the road from these guys.
You have to choreograph their overtakes with the camera. Told them before in the past, haven't we? You're going to get your overtakes done. Highlight that reel.
Lucas got to keep pressuring here, Mayer. Otherwise, he might just use up his tires a little bit too much trying to get this move done.
Is his last opportunity, perhaps, driving this car? And you can still see the Golf livery car up the road there, as you mentioned there before.
They're catching them.
Yeah.
This is the closest they've been.
And down the main straightaway.
I think Luca's going to get a really good run here through turn 16. Again, though, I think that 98 car just up the road, too, he's going to get some slipstream as well. I'll be really curious to see what that 88 car is going to do. Looks like he might allow for that car. No, he's just going to brake. That was heads-up driving by him. Phenomenal sportsmanship move. Absolutely love that there on a stretch.
Absolutely brilliant. Challenger Series always produces. Buddy. Absolutely, yeah, of course, because there's motor racing going on. Because he's in the motor racing himself in his team. This is the action that we're the hot light. And the hot zone. P5 is up for grabs.
Oh, he sent the car in there. Oh, he's going to hit him.
He's going to back off.
He's going to check it for him. Now, get back after it, but
yeah, he's backed off. Sportsmanship Bronzo won. He realized my bad and allows the other driver to continue.
I mean, you've been pushed wide more than a couple of times. I don't know if that's warranted, but you know what? I do like the sportsmanship there. That's hard racing.
Yeah, if you realize that you brake a little bit late and you push the car off and he lifted and allowed him to go back and by, this is absolutely amazing racing. VCO right here 101.
I really appreciate the fact that Luca did that. That's really, really good sportsmanship.
Yeah, we've all done it, haven't we? My bad. Hit the brakes, slapped the back of the car, pushed him off the track, and allow him to come back in because we want to see this battle.
Oh, get up there, buddy. Get up there. Get to the inside.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, he's going to chop his nose there just a little bit. Forces Luca to back off one more time.
We want to see this battle
he got
resuming.
Really loose there. Come on, Luca. Get him here. Get him. Does he try up the inside? We'll see if he does. He might look for the outside. No, I think he's going to check himself up here, try to get a good run out of turn 16.
Now it's a chance. Now it's a chance.
I guess that dirty air really hurts him off of 16.
It's even Stevens now after that sportsmanship between them. Game on again.
Yep, we'll see how much Luca can set it up either the inside or the outside. A dummy move there from the 98 forces him to go around the outside. See if he can stick it up resolutely. And that's heads up over there by Mayer. He realized he gave the line, and as soon as Luca wasn't there, he just went out and took it.
I tell you, boys and girls out there, if you want to get into esports motor racing, watch this right now. This is championship battles.
Look at the timing tower. 2/10 separate third and fourth place.
Amazing.
Oh, did you hear that extra downshift to the center of the corner from Luca? He's really getting after it.
I love it. I'm excited.
Oh, he might have him here. He might have him. He's going to get a really good run here up the inside. Not quite close enough. He's going to be thinking about it, though.
Covering off for the braking point. Bang on the brakes. Traffic up the road could be a play.
Really slick. He might get him here to turn 9. Oh, he covered him off. Yeah, that's not on Luca there. That's on Mayer. You can't brake that late. You can't brake and you can't cover off a move like that late into a run. So heads up driving by both those guys. It was fun to watch. Jack, if we could take a look here at the 214 car now.
Jack's right on
this
the
battle
bubble.
has been brewing since about 2 minutes into that battle there for the last top 5 position. These guys have been pretty much trailing each other by anything less than 0.6 to about 1 or 2/10 this entire time. We will keep you abreast though about that battle for 5th though if they get any closer.
I think, and right on cue at the moment, haven't they? They've learned that the spotlight is only on one track at one time, and now we're on the spotlight of P3 battle.
Yeah, this definitely isn't as close. I don't see the speed differential between these two drivers being as much as it was between Filippi and Mayer. But again, this is the closest battle now that we have on the track.
And shout out some HyperX if you want to hear this. You got the cash split and the rival split, but the championship split at the moment. We didn't have the rain, did we, in Italia? But I'll tell you what, we have the excitement right now in España.
Yeah, this is really an exciting race. This is some awesome racing. Heads up driving by everybody in the field here. And you know what? I think there's been a lot of sportsmanship, and you can't really pull for one driver over another. You just want to see overtakes and hope that as soon as one guy passes another, he sends it right back up the inside on him.
What can the NSN racing team we can see right now do? The 214 car tucked up just behind the 147 car. I guarantee one thing, they're in a Porsche. And can they do anything about this? Because they're getting closer and closer and closer to the pit stop. Final pit stop, I'd have to say. Time riding aboard with the Innocent Racing team. Look at this. Control, momentum, speed, exit. What are you going to do?
Well, basically anything you can do, you have to get as best a run off the corner as possible to try and at least catch that guy down the straightaway. Maybe show him your nose so you can go too wide into the corner. Hope that your tires are better than his. Hope that you can either force him offline or pinch him enough that his rear axle starts to give out. He gets loose and doesn't get, as you just mentioned, a good enough corner exit compared to you, and you just kind of complete the pass right there.
It's easier said than done. Overtaking is difficult, as you mentioned.
It's one of the hardest things you can do in motorsport.
But you got to pressure your opponent into a mistake. That's been the key. Look at that little twitch of the steering wheels. Cost him a 10th, at least.
Oh, a
right
drive-through penalty for Filippi.
Oh, no.
I don't agree with that. I'm not quite sure what that's for, but I'm not sure I agree with that.
Either way, it's been dictated, and they're going to have to serve it. And that is going to cost them at least P6. Maybe not P7, but P6 for sure. Something up for the Stewarts later on at the moment.
I think that'll probably put him all the way back to maybe, it's definitely going to cost him 6th. He might have a shot. I think he'll be battling for 8th or 9th at that point when he comes back out of the pits. Maybe they can fight that. I'm not sure if they can, but that's puts a bad taste in my mouth.
It does, and it's motor racing in the esports world.
I'm sure whatever race control has at their disposal can see the kind of inputs they were putting on in the cars right there. So I'm not going to question that decision. Just whatever I have from what we saw on the onboard there, I don't think that was Luca's fault.
A couple of local yellows as well presented on the track map. Exactly, and well, unlike a real motorsports, the virtual world punishes you very, very quickly, of course, from the electronic world. Drive-through penalty, of course, for the P5. But going back into the P15 battle there of Alexander for the Petrol Motor Sports Racing team there. And
the number 67, he just crashed. I was going to say, there's all that hood separation you can see in the front end of the car there. So obviously must have just had some pretty fierce damage to the front end of that race car.
Yeah, if your bonnet's lifted up like that, I'm surprised it's not flipping up over your car. But then again, what can they do? Gap kind of them.
Tommy Boy situation. You ever seen that movie, Dean? Tommy Boy with Chris Farley, David Spade?
Of course I have.
That's one of my favorite movies. Talk about that hood going up over the windshield, blocking the view.
You're right. Exactly. I think it gets past you, Mr. Austin. I told you that. What about race leaders? 158 laps, 24-second gap, give or take, between P1 and P2.
That 889 car continues to pull away. He's put an additional 4 seconds on the number 44 behind him. You see that lap car down to the inside, letting these two cars go. 0.3 of a second separate them. Closest
Any
battle
action
we have for
in
position
the other
on track.
splits at the moment? We have, obviously, the rival split and the cash split. They don't have the rain that we had last time to spice us up. I'll tell you, the challenge split has been exciting. Now drive-through penalty for the 7-Eleven car. That's not going to be probably too happy about that one, but then again, it's been dictated by the rules of the racing. And you can see the track map at the moment all spread out at the moment. Where's the triangle? Look at the triangle on the track map. The triangle is our race leader, and the triangle's about to in sector 1, trying to dictate
just
a little bit of traffic.
Turn 4.
Yep, right on cue.
Oh man, look at these two guys. They're all over the track, getting loose with the synchronized spinning.
Scammy, isn't it? Losing a little bit out of the exit speed. Under pressure.
Well, just barely. I'm kind of surprised here that Decazer doesn't get a bigger run here with just how loose that 147 car got coming out of turn 15 there. But look, he's just going to follow him through. Great job by the lap car there to go ahead and let these two cars by. They can continue their battle further and further on into the run. And this is the point in the run where the cars drive their absolute worst. You see Filippi not able to kind of combat that penalty, forced to come down pit road. We'll see how much this affects that speed of that car and their overall position.
I've been casting for about 3 years at the moment, different motor racing leagues. I tell you what, Challenger splits have been some of the best driving I've seen in all motor racing. The respect
look
from
at these two
drivers
guys.
is amazing.
I mean, just heel and toe between these guys, lockstep with each other. As soon as one guy makes a move on a lap car, the other one goes right through. Luca's penalty, the 711 car has been cleared. Looks like he's going to come back out on the track in the 6th position for right now. And though he's going to be really close to a battle between that 22 car and he for 7th place.
You have to respect the drivers.
I think Luca's a lot faster than this 22 car. He should be able to dispatch him pretty quickly here. I don't think you'll be able to catch back up to that 98 car unless they pull some pit stop trickery, some magic out of their hat. But again, a really solid drive for this guy.
Last time they'll have that opportunity with the next level of racing rigs, perhaps, if they have that they're sitting on as they race their way around for perhaps the final 1 hour time of the Porsche Racing Series. Of course, they had the opportunity of using Aston Martins and Bentleys and all the other jazz of cars they have at their disposal, but at the moment they're only Porsches for round 3. Even Stevens, as it comes to weight.
Oh, look, he's going to get him up the inside here in a 9 and 10. We'll see if he sticks this. Yep, he stayed there. So he should be able to get this move done, put himself back into the 6th position here. See what the 22 car can do on the inside, though. Oh, they're going to have a lot of lap traffic up ahead.
Oh, you're right.
3 wide through the apex of the corner. And now watch out, there's still another lap car up ahead, and Luca forced to fall back in line behind that 22 car for Brave.
Scare moment for the team members, all 3 of them driving. There's going to be enough exit speed here to make a run.
I think he might be close, but it'll be tricky with this 45 car of Morgan up ahead of him.
I've taken opportunities to turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. On board right now, Luca. Can Luca get it done? 711 car.
Oh, I think he's going to get close. We'll see if he can get alongside of him. I think he'll be able to, but I'm just not quite sure if he can really commit to the center of the corner.
The car's going to be in play. Oh, look at it. Hold on tight. Get your seatbelt on, mate. Yeah, need it.
Oh, he's going to try to pull that car back down to the inside. Not quite enough overspeed to get this move done into turn 4.
Almost approaching the 1 hour marker.
Yeah, he got a little bit too much wheel spin.
It's going to be compromising course.
Oh, he might try to, again, try to corner. Yep, diamond the corner there again. Too much wheel spin in the center. I think he's really burned off the tires on his rear axle there.
Yeah, we're approaching pit stop territory.
Oh, the 22 car goes wide. This might allow Luca to get him to the inside. He does just that indeed.
Power.
We'll have to see if the 22 car stays resolute on the outside. It looks like he's going to back off just a little bit. Does he try the over-under? Not quite close enough.
He's got it. Got it done. Once again, we're talking about the cars that are approaching their absolute limit of the pit stop window.
Yeah, so, this is one lap more for these drivers, and then they can make it to the end of the race here.
Bit of a shot.
Although it all depends, you know, the time can run out. The clock of the race can run out before the race finishes. So then it might just come down to, you know, sure, you got in the car when there's 65 minutes left on the clock, but not 65 minutes left in the race. Kind of curious how race control would dictate the penalty at that point. The camera now shifts back up to the last podium position and the battle for that between the 147 of Gamey and the 214 of De Keyser.
The key thing will be looking at the pit stop strategy between those teams that you're looking at for the battle for P3. That's going to be the crucial thing, and looking at that information. You can find this information, of course, yourself on the Pit Wall Live. Well, 27 laps for the 147 car, 29 laps for the 214 car running in P4.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they play this thing. This is about the time when they can come down pit road, and that'll be their last pit stop of the day.
And traffic as well with our Vino Tinto car
to the outside.
Yeah. I was going to say, I guarantee you there's a Porsche that's going to win this race, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, look at this move down the inside. Thought about it. Room was given. Room was taken.
Room was forsaken.
The next time down pit road, I expect one of these two drivers to pit. You just have to do the opposite of whatever the guy ahead of you does. In worst case, you want to pull the same strategy because you think it's the best one you could possibly do.
And you're right, but it's the exit 16 that's going to be dictating that.
214 is going to go around the outside. He pinches him just enough. Oh, this is going to be really tight here going into turn 3. He's going to still have the outside. It looks like the 147 is going to cover that off. Oh, but the 214 is through. We'll see if Gammy can get back to him.
Maybe able to.
He's having a look down the inside. I don't quite think he's close enough. And look, he just shot that car into the corner. He's going to diamond it, but he's going to get a good enough run off. I don't think it'll be close anymore.
Switcheroo, possibly.
I think that 214, he's only a little bit faster. I think he's just barely fast enough. He can start to pull away here over the course of the next lap and a half and try to get ahead of him.
So you switcheroo in the pit stops right now? You're down in the pit stop territory?
Definitely. Because even if the time runs out just before the leader crosses the start-finish line, or just after, I should say, you're still going to have the bulk of that, minute 48 period or whatever. I think you can afford to come in this lap.
That's going to be the key, isn't it? Pit stop territory now.
But it all depends. Do you want to make your last stint a little bit longer than everybody else's? I think it's worth it, but again, these guys might have a better idea.
They know what they're doing, but then again, they don't have. You can't plan it, can you? You can't deliver yourself race results like this over and over again. You gotta change it up. We've seen the best teams in the world. We've seen Ferrari make mistakes. We've seen Mercedes make mistakes. We've seen Red Bull make mistakes.
Oh, look at that loosey-goosey out of the 214. Neither one of these drivers coming down pit road. They just lost a lot of time right there through turn 15. I think the 147 is going to have him here in a 1.
Yeah, if he goes off the racing line right now, I have to be deep on the brakes.
Force him down, leave him a car with. He's going to force him to go around the outside. It's just the opposite of what we saw last lap. He forces him a little bit wide there on corner X, and I'm not quite sure he liked how he was driven there through turns 1 and turn 2. We'll see if the 214 can mount any sort of a charge back at him.
Tell you what, but it's a lot cleaner that you get to see through turn 1 and turn 2 in Italy, isn't it? Because in Monza, that would have been halo on the halo action.
Oh, definitely one car absolutely mounting the other.
I have to say, that's what a Spain track is brilliant for that overtaking in turn 1, turn 2. It's just much cleaner, much more speed. And sensation of speed is what all VCO Esports is about.
Hard braking here into this new section of corners, and it's wide open. It's not wide open up the hill, but not wide open through turn 9. Very commitment-oriented, fast corner here.
Get down to the hour mark.
Back on the throttle, wide open again into turn 10.
Yeah, they're going to be thinking about an overtaking opportunity right now, or just tucking in behind and seeing how they're going to pan out for that pit stop strategy.
Yeah, if I'm De Keizer right now, and again, it all just depends, does your team know that the driver in the car right now is much faster than the driver who's going to get in the car after him? Do you want to try to maximize the time out of this guy compared to the other one? Another battle back further in the field. This is Pascal Cerny trying to see if he can't get around that 22 car just up the road. That's that purple and gold car that we saw Filippi pass just a couple laps ago. So this is another close battle on the track.
Watch Pascal on the Firefly blue team. And he wants to take a little unicorns for breakfast up the road.
Oh, one car off into the sand there on the right side of the track.
Just getting out of the way.
I think that might be the 720 car of Plaza.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be in that party, don't you? And I hope that they get any off-track excursions. But let's battle brewing. It's brewing everywhere.
Yeah, pay windows open, man. Points are going to start to get paid out. This is the last time these drivers are going to be expecting to come down pit road. And just behind these guys, by the way, is the 889 car, your leader. This is going to play a lot into this battle as well.
We knew it, didn't we? We knew it, didn't we, Austin? We knew this was going to come down to the wire. It's definitely going to come down to the wire.
If you're the leader right here, you got to pit. Just come down pit road. You don't want any point of this. You don't want any part of this. You don't want to get taken out by this. Oh, they're going to stay out, though.
They will stay out. Interesting. We're on the 1 hour marker remaining of this 6 hour endurance race.
They're going to pull over for him right here. Good sportsmanship move there. Maybe you could follow him through. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. That lap car is going to make a dive down to the inside. I'm not quite sure I like this move. I don't get that.
It is interesting at play strategy. Yeah, we've seen this before, haven't we? We've kind of questioned some of the engineering or the dictatorship, perhaps, from the teams that kind of decide these maneuvers. Then again, it's a championship series. A couple of points.
One of these two guys battling for the last podium position here comes in. It's going to be the 214 car, De Keizer.
Yeah, pit stop territory is right now, right on cue, isn't it? With 1 hour remaining in this
slowed
race.
down just in time. Sorry, Dean.
No, you're all right, mate. I have to slow down. Pit stop, so we don't want to get that penalty, do you?
No, you can't afford to at this point. Earlier in the race, you can kind of recover from it, but anymore, there's no recovery. You've basically got one stint left. There's no way you can recover from a drive-through penalty. You see the 267 car making the dive down pit road. The 88 just up the road. These two cars are locked in a battle. This is for 9th position.
Got to remember, too, that
Boyhood down perfectly. There as well.
You can't make a mistake in your pit stops. It'll cost you a couple of seconds. At this point of the race, you cannot cost any seconds at all. Expecting a couple of leaders to come in soon. We'll see if the gamble has paid off. Action all over the place. We're looking currently at the moment as our race leader of the Legion of Races when they're expected to come in, probably soon. Here we go. The triangle. No, don't go in. Stay up for another lap.
Yeah, see, well, we think soon, but honestly, they've only done 56 minutes this stint, so they can afford to stay out there a little bit longer. They've only done 32 laps, so they can obviously make it on fuel a lot longer. They're going to just be dictated by, they can only stay out there another 8 minutes, so I think they ought to come down pit road, maybe get some fresher tires. But to be honest, they've got a 35-second lead. They're not too pressured by anyone else. This is kind of just the point in the race where you just kind of cool down. You got this lap car behind you. Maybe just let them go for a while.
Lap car is actually quicker than them. You're right. And as the moment, it's like you're saying not pressured. They are pressured.
Yeah, that's at 67 car just behind in 15th
what do you
place.
Do at this point? You got to still continue
if,
laps.
If he's faster, either you pull away from him to show him that you're faster, or if he's faster, you don't want to get wrecked by him, just let him by. He's got new tires, or you can come down pit road. I'm kind of curious why they didn't already, but it is what it is.
P2's in. P2's in. The race leader's going to come in a minute. But that's the thing, too. If you're a lap car behind, do you really want to risk it for the biscuit and overtake the race leader?
I don't know why you would. I mean, I don't know what the gap is to that car ahead of him, but I can't imagine it's large enough or small enough, I should say, that he can make sort of any kind of a charge up the road.
If I was the race engineer, I'd say just get past them as quickly as possible. But let's see at the moment, 44 car in pit lane. So that means Gammy will go to P2, but we're now on the 166th lap of this race. 57 minutes remaining for the final time of the pit stops. We know that I think the 889 car at the moment there is cool, calm, and should be able to resume the lead of this race. What is the gap that they have currently to everybody else behind them? 43 seconds?
Yeah, and that lap, that 67 behind him, the gap from that car is about more than a lap, so it's quite a large distance. So if he does pass the leader here, congratulations, kudos to you. You unlapped yourself a little bit, but again, the distance you have is so large, you can't really make that up to gain the position. Now, granted, they might have been a little bit earlier. It's just really hard to tell.
Almost led to the back of the leader as well, too, braking in turn one. That's something you have to worry about, isn't it, as a leader? You don't worry about the cars behind and ahead of you as to, all right, don't take me out. They're struggling for traction right now, too, for the race leaders. You can see it. For a fact, everybody wants to get past them, but they're also scared of not trying to overtake the leader of the race.
And the track temperature down to 32 degrees Celsius. This might also be as well with that 889 car. Maybe it was set up for hotter track conditions versus right now. We'll just have to see as it comes down towards the end of this race. They might be slowing down as we get closer and closer to the finale here.
They're in difficult zones as we're seeing the pit stop strategy from everybody else. So that 147 car goes in and hopefully back out. Going back to P12, the battle that's brewing in there for P11. As our Golf livery Porsche up the road there, the real Porsches, of course. We're watching Jonah in P12 for the Chronix Racing team.
And number 267 machine hot on the heels of this 88 car just up the road. These guys been in a battle for pretty much all race long, just kind of, in the same vicinity as each other. Not in these heated battles that we keep seeing other drivers have, but again, they've been in the same area, so they're kind of used to running around each other. Pretty late in the race, you kind of understand how the other team drives and kind of the strengths and weaknesses of each other's cars. This late in the run is just what you're going to have.
We are going to have a showdown. The VCO Esports Challenger split. I don't even know what's going on in the other splits at the moment there for the rivals and the cash split. But I tell you right now, race leader's in for the final time.
Yeah, 889 car down pit road. Leader comes down pit road. We'll see if there should be a driver swap. I wouldn't imagine so. Pratama is showing a lot more speed than the secondary driver, not Dylan Tan. So I would expect they keep him in the car. So Philip Allender passing another car, lap car. I believe that's the 333 car.
The 98 car on the track map. The triangle's in the pit road. That triangle is your race leader. The 98 car is, I can't even see where the 98 car currently is on the track map, but probably nowhere near an opportunity to take a challenge to our race leader.
I think, to be honest, the closest car to challenge our race leader for the race win here as we wind down the time is the 44 car. I think even though Polyakov did take the lead away, I think their car just isn't suited to the rest of this race, and I think they've had a lot of problems kind of negotiating the setup of this car as the race has gone on into colder and colder temperatures.
So the 44 car in the pit lane right now. Race leader goes into the first couple of turns. 44 car still sitting in that dark grey pit lane. Might be right on that one. That's a lot of time to gain within an hour. Well, less than an hour right now. Especially the pace, hasn't it? The 889 team had been delivering over and over again. We're looking at Nikolai in the F1 Memes racing team, P5 98 car. Remember 98 car was challenging for lead of this race earlier, but the drive-through penalties hurt them big time.
Yeah, it certainly did. That drive-through penalty cost them, I'm going to say, probably close to a minute. If they had that minute back, they'd be right about 36 seconds behind our leader, so kind of pretty much equal footing compared to the other podium positions, not including our race leader, that 889. They've just been a step above the rest of their competition, putting on an absolute clinic thus far in today. But we've still got 52 minutes, and I think these guys have taken their last pit stops of the day. Dean, what do you say we take our last one?
Absolutely, take our last pit stops of the day as we tune in for some HyperX. Shout some HyperX in the chat there. And we're back for the finale of the race for the Challenger Split.
Welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid. This is the 6 hours of Barcelona. Austin Belke, Dean Hampton on the cause. We've got Jack Maloney controlling the cameras in the production trailer. We are 5 hours and 20 minutes into this 6-hour race. We've got about 40 minutes left, as you can see in the top middle of your screen. This is the Challenger split, like I mentioned. Simultaneously, if you're not aware, is the Cash and Rival split too. You can watch all those simultaneously, like I mentioned, in the command center. You can also look at the pitwall.live timing. Type !live timing into the chat on Twitch. It'll give you a link. Click on that link. Seriously, super cool stuff going on over here at the pitwall.live area on the website. Everybody gets the pro version of this for free. VCO worked out a deal with them. Seriously, it's awesome. That's how Dean and I stay up to date on all the different stuff going on the racetrack. If you're just now joining us, Dylan Tan qualified the 889 car on pole. He was then passed around the outside by the person who qualified outside pole in second, the 98 car by Polyakov. He's back in this thing to finish out the race. He led the next 18 laps until he made just a slight mistake, was overtaken by Dylan. Dylan opened up a whopping 42-second gap before incurring a 30-second SAPCO penalty from speeding into pit lane. He went back out on track, 5th position, gained all that time back, retook the lead by about 10 seconds before handing over the car. Since then, his teammates have picked up where he left off, opening up a now 40-second gap over the rest of the field, Dean.
The pit stop window is closed for the pit wall live. Of course, you can capture the action you exactly mentioned. Look at the pro features. If you're a person that loves telemetry, I love telemetry. It's there. Click on everything. You can click on the drivers. You can see where they're boxed, what times they're doing, what laps. Every single detail is mentioned at the moment. But as you mentioned, the detail of the 889 car leading this race with about a 42-second gap. I'll tell you what, they've done 8 laps for their final pit stop, 8 laps that they just have delivered, 10 laps for the 44 car running in P2 and 11 laps running for the 214 car. I only found that out because Pitwall Live is providing it.
That's exactly right, and boy, it has been an absolute clinic here put on by the 889 guys. Looking here at the number 98 car, Nikolai Polyakov, again qualified in second. They were also the victim of a stop-go penalty themselves. They had to do a drive-through penalty. They lost about a minute's worth of time, so that's why they're back all the way in the 5th position. Without that minute pet or so penalty, they'd only be about 20 seconds behind our leader at the moment, so they'd be well in the game for a podium position here, definitely second place by quite some margin, 20 seconds clear of the current second place driver, that 44 car of Steinhauer. But he's been on it, so is Klaus Nairi in that 214 car. Nice to see them back in championship podium fighting form again. They did so well in Austin, Texas, only to kind of fall off their high horse there in Monza. They had to come down pit road for a while, lost a lot of time, definitely lost a lot of points to the championship leaders. Of course, we're just going to be halfway through the overall 6-race season after this today, the 3rd race. We'll be back in these cars, in the GT3 cars, before the end of the season. And of course, all the champions of all 3 of these splits get to go home with 4 pairs of the HyperX headsets.
Oh, I'd love to hear the 4. You hear 4 casters or 6 casters in all of the racing splits at the moment to hear yourself in the purring engines, at least the Porsches right now. It's brilliant, and you've done a fantastic job there, Austin, of course, of our fantastic producer of Jack in the background. Well, I'll tell you what, as you mentioned, the 98 car didn't quite get it all done there. Pit stop penalties will punish you. Watching right now of Marcus in the 118 car. We haven't seen too much of the Firefly Blue racing team. Currently running in P8. 3.5 seconds to change down the road on the 22 car in P7.
Yeah, I was watching this car under brake there. That's pretty much the most screen time that this team has gotten. They were right on the heels of that 22 car just up the road, but they've kind of fallen a little bit out of touch with them these last couple laps here. Speaking of the 22, that's this bunch. Armenterio, we got Alexei in the car right now. He's been flying today. This car has been in the thick of it all day long. They've had top 5 speed. They kind of just basically settle into a top 10 here. 7th place has been pretty much where they've been running all day, but still a lot of fighting spirit in this car.
Fighting spirit is what you need, especially in your fighting your spirit. 5 hours and 23 minutes into this race of 36 minutes remaining. You got to tell you, if you guarantee yourself in the top 10 in an endurance race, at least for 6 hours, we had 9 hours for the first 2 races. That's a good result because points are points, aren't they? They're the ones that could deliver the trophies at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, too, just ahead of this 22 car is the number 711 of Ryan Leach. We saw Luca Filippi be in that car about a half an hour ago before he gave it back over to Mr. Leach. Luca was doing an amazing job, had a lot of battles on his hands. Unfortunately, he was issued a stop-go penalty, a drive-through penalty, rather, for contact he made with that 98 machine just up the road. Race control gave him that, but again, he's recovered quite well, and basically it kind of put that 711 machine right where it was before it was issued that penalty, before he even made the pass on the 98 car. So really not a whole lot of harm, not a whole lot of foul in that whole drive.
Remember the threes, the battle of the threes that we had early in the race? We had battle of the threes earlier on, over and over again. What about the 889 car at the moment? We're about 42 seconds and change down the road from everybody else. Looking like a secure victory here in España. And 44 car, I have to say, done a fantastic job. You would have thought it would have been the 889 versus the 98 car, but that penalty really hurt them. As you can see currently in the moment, Alexia making their way around in P7 currently in the moment. They're 1.3 seconds, and they have an opportunity of getting the 711 car. But we saw the 711 car before making goals and runs. And I tell you what, you make a run to the store for a 24-hour store, 7-Eleven's the way to go.
Yeah, I've been looking at the lap times of all these cars for multiple laps here, and again, this is where that pitwall.live timing comes into play really, really handily. The three cars really that have been consistently putting in those 1 minute 46 times, the 889, the 98's been right there with them all day long, the 44 and the 214. Those are the guys really consistently putting in those 146s, so it's really just going to be a day of what if in terms of what could have happened to that 98 team.
146 has been the average time overall. I can't tell you the average fastest time. Tell you what, if you're doing 146 after 6 hours of grueling racing around here in España is a good time. They're all in the equal cars. Remember, there is no balance of power. There's no weight distribution difference that we had in round one, round two. It's just how you tune the car for the three drivers that'll be driving that car. Let's see, as we're looking at a race leader right now, pretty comfortable in the purple and black machine for the 889 car. Legions of Races leading the championship here for the Challengers to Split division.
Yeah, they've been on it. One of the two teams to finish on the podium in both of the last two races. They're looking to make it 3 for 3 and see if lightning can't strike thrice for them. Been doing a really, really good job all day today. Been really solid. Dylan Tan, of course, honestly, the guy was lightning fast earlier on in the day, gave the car over to his teammates. They have picked up where he left off. Marino Pratama has been absolutely on fire, pretty much doing the exact same job that Dylan Tan did in just about the same amount of time. You can see him scything his way through the lap traffic, not taking no for an answer there, put the car down the inside of that 69 machine.
Yeah, 14 and 15 is a dangerous place to make an overtake, but then again, you got no risk without a reward, and that's the reason why Legion of Races are leading this championship. Good, a comfortable gap at the moment, 42 seconds and change from P2. But where's the action? Right here, right on cue. P13 and P12 up the road.
Yeah, who would have thought that after almost 6 hours of time, you'd have Frank Bergkamp and Moyhan separated by what, 1.1 seconds or so? This is one of the closest battles we have on the track. Lots of close battles, and it still astonishes me each and every time we do one of these endurance races that we still have cars fighting for positions with one another after such a long length of time.
We need to add a little bit of rain to the mix at the moment, but no rain, of course, from all the splits at the moment. And if you want to find all the splits, exclamation mark, Command Center. But at the moment, right now, you mentioned the 81 car. Frank is trying to make his Porsche Motorsport team. Of course, what a name for the car you'd be delivering right there. BSC on the side of the car. Up the road is the potential for a P12.
Yeah, really close. And to be honest, I mean, any kind of position you can gain at the end of this is well worth it, because you look at how the points are handed out all day long for the rest of the season. It really just comes down to it. It's sort of like how F1 does it, where each and every position is worth a different amount of points. And the difference from 13th position to 12th position is 3 points.
Yeat's gone off the track a little bit there. Yeat is probably a little bit hungry for the camera. We haven't seen Yeat Motorsports for a little bit, but Benjamin made a little bit of a mistake, I think, out of the final 15 and 16 corners.
Yeah, they put Ben back in the car for the number 16, running in 14th at the moment. Frank Bergkamp quite a far way out in front of him here. We'll see if we can get that timing and scoring to update once again, but it looks like that car has quite a long ways to catch up to any sort of car for position up the road. He's got a long ways to go.
Clean air means lap times down. 30 minutes to go. Just put your head down there and just deliver those. 146 is what you want to be putting on your dial. That's at 146 FM if you want to be tuning into the VCO Esports.
Gold contact between these two cars. I believe that's the 711 car and the number 22 machine.
You called it perfectly right there, Austin.
See if we can't get a better view here of this overall battle. But yeah, the 22 is caught all the way up to the back end of Ryan Leach here. Wonder what was the cause for contact there, if that was just a little bit of argy-bargy between those two drivers, or if maybe Leach might have sent the car into turn one a little bit too deep. But you can see really dancing all over the track. And unfortunately for him, he's still got a half an hour left on those rear tires.
711 car, of course, is battling P6 behind him. P7, P8 right on his tailpipe.
Yeah, we're talking about a 3-wide battle for each of these positions at the beginning. That was all we had. It was 3 cars. Maybe we'd have 1 of 4, 1 of 5 kind of in the mix, but there were always 3 cars packed tightly together all day. And what do we have here at the end?
Look at the traffic coming up at the moment. Blue flags are waved. So they're going to come to traffic scenario. Welcome along to VCO Sports Challenges Split. It's going to get hyped up. And it's HyperX Racing right now.
Yeah, boy, look at Ryan Leach up at the front of this little mini pack here, this 3-wide pack, slipping and sliding all over here. 31 degrees Celsius track temps, so the track obviously has gotten quite a bit cooler since the beginning. This is when some of those cooler temperature setups really start to come into play. And look at that 711 car dancing all over the shop.
Struggling. Traction maybe under big pressure right now. As Alex
look
is
at
going to
that
be
compromised exit there.
You're right. Let's see what Alex can do.
Yeah, that's not opening the wheel all the way up because you get too loose coming off the corner. It'd be practically suicide. Open the wheel up more, bring yourself all the way out to that AstroTurf, that green stuff on the outside. Practically spin the car out. He's going to pinch off the 22 as they go into turn 1 and turn 2, side by side, all the way into turn 3, forcing him a little bit wide there.
Oh, that's argy-bargy, my friend. You said a bit of side scraping and painting.
Man, look at all the way onto the marbles. There's no banking of the track all the way out there.
Gets it done.
Yeah, gets that overtake done. And crucially for that 118 behind, he just kind of picked up the scraps there, and he's going to follow the 22 car on through.
Great racing with 28 minutes to go. You can imagine. After 5 hours and 31 minutes, they're still racing within milliseconds. It's what you call VCO Esports.
Yeah, we'll see if Marcus can get all the way back up to the rear end of this 22 car. It's hard to tell who is fastest right now because, again, both these guys caught up to that 711 machine in about no time. So I think it might be the 118 car just a little bit faster, but being a little bit faster, you can't do much of it. You have to be quite a decent amount faster to make any kind of efficient overtake on a car.
It's the test track for Formula One Motorsports, and you've done laps and laps and laps and laps around the Circuit de Catalunya, and it's all about climbing your way uphill. It's all about the slipstream. It's all about the braking timing zone. I tell you what, heart rate is through the roof for these drivers right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is when the heart rate really starts to spike. I mean, you can do hot laps by yourself. Your heart rate might be only about 100, 110. You get to be in a pack like this where you're feet away from somebody as you go through these corners lap after lap after lap. My heart rate sometimes gets up to 120, 130 in the car in these situations. That's just how tense it is for these drivers inside these cockpits. You start to sweat, you get off the sim afterwards, and you got stains up underneath your armpits. That's just how hot you can get sweaty as you're focusing inside these cars. Over the gold car, off to one side of the track.
Get out of the way to the crucial braking points of turn 1, turn 2. Look at this on board right now for Marcus. Can Marcus do anything? The 118 car, but it's going to
have
be
an opportunity.
Brave.
See if he can get this car rotated through turn 4. He might have a decent opportunity into turn 5. Look at the run that 22 car is going to get off the corner.
Tricky section, of course, in sector 1. And once again, the 88 car
just ahead of these guys. Get all sorts of loose coming off the corner. He's going to be in their way in a couple corners here.
He's been in the wars before in the past.
And oh, by the way, he's only in 10th position. The gap between these cars and him is almost an entire lap.
But I tell you what, throw a spanner in the mix, and why not throw a spanner on the track?
I will say, though, don't be too worried about that 88 car. Time and time again, he has shown he's got very good heads-up driving. He's got a good head on his shoulders. When push comes to shove, he will pull out of the way, make sure he doesn't impact this battle too heavily.
I'm loving this onboard action. We're in a shotgun seat there of the Firefly Blue racing team. Tried to find their way around the course, but then again, the car up the road is trying to find their way around. The 22 car is trying to find their way around. Can they get anything done?
That was a much better section of corners through there for the 118 car of Etrix, trying to see if he can't follow that 22 car through. Compromised exit there, having to exit to the inside of that 88 car. Now we'll have the slipstream into one. I don't quite think he's going to have the overspeed to make a move into turn one.
Let's listen. Let's listen. What are you going to do as a driver? I'm sure right now all the teams plural are listening to this action.
Right on the heels of him. Oh, he gets a little bit squilly there coming off of turn 2 and into turn 3. Let's see if Marcus can get a good run through 3 and into turn 4.
Tricky. Look at the map at the moment. The triangles making their way into sector 2. We're focusing on sector 1 battle. We're focusing on the battle between P6 and P7 currently at the moment, with 24 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, currently it's the 118 car of Mark Etrick all over the rear end of that Amarantario car, the number 22 machine just up the road, that golden pink car versus the black, gold, and blue machine.
Loving the liveries, loving the drivers, and loving the Challenger split. Because there's more action going on the rival split and the cash split, but no rain in Spain.
See if Marcus can mount any sort of another charge here towards the end of this race. He's got 24 minutes left until the pay window for points opens up. That's when the points get paid out. That's the end of the race. He's got 23 minutes left to make any sort of a move. He's got some lap traffic up there on the horizon. That might come into play as well. That 720, that black Porsche just up the road.
Is a Porsche on the road?
Yeah, they're all Porsches.
Yeah, good on you. And that's, of course, awesome. You had an Austin in your HyperX headphones. You don't have HyperX headphones. Here we go, down the main straightaway. Start another lap.
Boy, I don't think he's close enough this time by to make any sort of a move on the 22. Look at him just sniffing for draft there. Not quite sure if that helped him or hurt him. Look at this lap car just going to get out of the way. Look at that. Heads up driving. I like that. You know, very selfless.
It's the Challenger
22
split.
Got so loose. Did you see that, Dean?
Yes, got loosey-goosey. But waiting to get an overtake is get into tricky sector 1.
And it's so hard to be behind somebody and come out of turn 3 like that and have any sort of overspeed unless you hit a large gap. That's what I'm talking about. These guys can get a good run out of one corner, but they go into the center of another and just can't go anywhere with their extra speed.
Yeah, overtaking opportunities are difficult around here, especially when you've gone so deep into this race. 5 hours and 37 minutes. You don't want to be spinning in the wrong direction right now. See if we can do anything. I say they're a little bit of a straightaway in turn possible 10. Maybe an opportunity.
These cars following one another through the high commitment corner, high speed, turn number 9. So the 118 car fell pretty hard, heavily back through the field there. Not through the field, but further from the 22 car. He continues to get further and further away right now. That was not a good turn 9 for him. Just got a little bit wide there, all that dirty air.
Yeah, stop car there on the yellow that was flashed there for a little bit. No traffic around them. Race leader looking comfortable. The 889 car, 185 laps, 22 minutes remaining. But this is the action. Ring on track, of course, for P6 as you're watching. Courtesy.
Might be wondering what the lead is between the first car to the second car. A whopping 45 seconds, 3/4 of a minute that the 889 has pulled out over the 44.
It's almost a pit stop, isn't it? They could splash and dash if they need to, but I don't think they worry too much at the moment. Big worry at the moment is the 98 car to hold off the 22 car. The pressure from Alex.
Now they're pretty safe. I'd say the leaders. I think everybody is pretty much safe on fuel to the end here. I don't think we're going to be even near somebody running out of their stint length total or running out of fuel here towards the end of this. As you see Salvatore Ferrandino, the number 33 car, trying to see if he can't make a move on the 69 machine of Jamie Shaw just up the road. Again, hounding him. Whoa! Look at, there was a big loose moment there out of Shaw.
Yeah, that's a big loose moment. Cost a position big time, as Jamie's well aware of that one. The 69 car racing for the biscuit. Brisket for the biscuit motorsport team. Brisket too much.
Going to have to regroup here, see if he can mount any sort of a back charge here, but he lost a quite considerable amount of time there to Ferrantino up the road. Oh, he must have something wrong. He continues to slide. I think, he doesn't have very much grip on that rear axle, went through the dirt, got a lot of dirt on those tires, and I think it continues to sort of haunt him in terms of a lap of grip this far in the race. 20 minutes remain. We'll now go back to this battle for P6 between the 118 and the 22 cars.
Maybe the USP connection came a little bit loose on that car. No loosey-goosey from Marcus, trying to hunt the 22 car down. One of the closest battles you're going to find in one of the best motorsports racing platforms on the planet for the Challenger splits. We're now down to 20 minutes. No more pit stops in play. It's all about drivers, man, woman, and machine versus clock.
See these guys just slithering their way through that fast left, then right chicane, the complex of 14 and 15 out of turn 16 onto this really fast, really long front straightaway. Not going to have a whole lot of slipstream here as Marcus just a little bit too far behind off of turn 16 to mount any sort of a charge as they go into turn 1. We'll see if he can mount another one in the next 19 or so minutes here. Look at the corners these guys are having to take absolutely all over the track. Was that a slow car there? That was.
Yeah, it was. You called it perfectly. It was.
Forget slow car. That was a stopped car.
SP25 is like your grandma driving in the middle of a motor race here.
Driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah, exactly. But the battle's brewing. You can see it right now. It's brewing everywhere. Frank is trying to brew his way up into P12. 45 car is in his way.
Yeah, he wants that 12th position, does Frank. And you know what, Dean, let's talk about this one more time, too. For the bulk of the day, we've been up around 35, 38 degrees Celsius, somewhere between those. The track temp has now dropped off to 30 degrees Celsius. So these cars are obviously set up for a hotter temperature. This is the lowest temperature we've seen all day. The cars are starting to handle a lot poorer and poorer as the race goes on. So you think the hotter a tire are, that's fine. But ACC, it allows for a very, very fine, limited window of tire pressure operation for these cars to get the optimal grip around a lap here. And with the track cooling off considerably, it's going to be a lot harder to hold that temperature in those tires to make sure you get the maximum amount of grip possible out of them.
It's like a date. I swear. Your car, you have to treat it as a date. You got to micromanage every little tiny thing, making sure that she's okay, she's feeling good. You got to walk her home. You walk her home. Buy her flowers. Buy her flowers. Do whatever you need to do. You mentioned it, and I'm glad you're probably glad that you're here in the hotter temperatures than you are in the northern part of the United States of America. But here in Spain, it's heating up, and it's definitely heating up. Once again, take care of that baby. That baby's the one who's going to bring you across the line in 18 minutes' time. That even rhymes.
Yeah, Poet didn't even know it. Good rhyme in there, Dean. 18 minutes left to go. The leader is still the 889 car. Second place is that 44 machine. Then the 214 right now. Klaus Nyring, 147 car, rounds out the top 4. Rounding out the top 5 is the Polyakov, the number 98 machine, led for 18 laps earlier on in the day. That's that McLaren, that 25th place car, still looks to be right there. He spun around in the exact same spot as he did before.
Now, you don't want a repeat of that one. You won't get an Olympic medal for that, repeating the effort. But the 81 car putting pressure, putting multiple pressure. Can Mr. Moen hold off? And you have to hold off for 17 minutes and change, because Frank is on a rampage. And he has the little key there under his name that says Porsche Motorsports.
Yeah, Frank's been on it these last couple laps trying to see if he can't yank this 12th position away from that number 45 machine of Moyen. Moyen, though, he stayed resolute in terms of not, harsh defending, but he's just been fast enough to make sure that he can't be caught and passed. This is the battle for the last spot in the top 10. This is Falber in the 88 car. That's that orange and blue machine. Just behind him is that 192 car, the car you and I have called the wine red car.
Yeah, a little bit of Merlot coming out of the corner at the moment if you're going to go Vino Tinto. And we've seen the Vino Tinto. Tommy's giving us a little bit of a taste of the vine, of the wine here in España. Look at the sliding out the back of there. Have they burnt the tires too much?
I think they have. Yeah, I think it's just overheating them, having a hard time keeping the heat in them, at least in that optimal temperature and pressure range. You can see him laying down those marks coming out of the corner. He is drifting that thing all over the shop right now. It's going to be hard for him to run down this 88 car and pass him with tires like that in that condition. We'll see if he can mount any sort of a charge here in the next about quarter of an hour. 15 minutes remain, 16 on the clock.
So exits out of here. They are struggling big time, the 192 car.
Look at how busy he is working on that wheel. You see how those minute adjustments, just trying to keep this thing in a straight line around here.
Granted, at the moment, if you're on a Tokyo Drift competition, you'd be doing pretty good at the moment there, Tommy. But unfortunately, it ain't Tokyo Drift competition. It's the VCO Esports Endurance Challenge. But then again, once again, it's got the Golf livery car up the road. The Golf livery car up the road has always been the wars, hasn't it, so far? But just defending their position and trying to defend at the moment, Tommy from making a run on P10, which is a position gained, of course, or loss. I don't think Tommy has the speed.
I think Tommy's got the speed. What he needs to do is cool down his tires and make sure that car is fully up underneath him. I think at that point, he caught up to this 88 car for a reason. There's no reason he didn't catch up to him. It wasn't just for free. 88 car Ron Felber, he's had this car well up underneath of him for a while. He's been a smart heads-up driver, very sportsmanlike of him. I think this 192 car is faster. It's just when he needs to get this overtake done, he needs to put the power down just a little bit earlier to get a good run out of the corner. You do that one too many times, you start to overheat the rear end. It's a vicious circle.
Look at the difference, but at the moment, Ron, it's like Cool Calm Collective. It's like the cars on rails. And you can see, granted, sorry, my apologies. The 192 car behind definitely has the speed, but no traction. He hits the loud pedal. That car screams in the rear end, slides, and your potential overtaking opportunity is not going to pan out. Ron has to be cool, calm, and collected for another 14 minutes and guarantee themselves into the P10 position.
So he's taking a lot more of a different entry there into turns 1 and 2. You saw him kind of turn the car, get it rotate a little bit early. Look at him get all sorts of squirrely though on the exit of turn 2. That might allow for the 192 car to get right up on his rear bumper. He's going to go for a slide too.
It's the first time we see Ron make a little bit of a mistake. So, yeah, maybe their tires are starting to fall off the cliff.
It's like everybody. I mean, We've seen it time and time again. These guys run their cars for about an hour. The tires just start to really fall off as soon as they get past the 45-minute mark. And that was, 2 minutes ago? So the tires are only going to start to get worse and worse. Let's also remind ourselves, they really set up their cars to be in conditions a lot warmer than this. So these cars are definitely on the limit of grip all the time, and you're just struggling to put your right foot down.
I'm struggling for the fun that we're going to have, and tuning in at the moment. Pit Wall Live is all there, and we'll see all the action at the moment there. Command Center here in Twitch. Go further up to the P7 at the moment, putting the pressure on P6. I've told you the rotor race is going to end in style and multiple times, and look at this. P6, P7's up for grabs. Multiple places are up for grabs. 12, 13. Nothing, unfortunately, for P1, P2, but look at this. Marcus trying to put the 5.5 blue pressure on 22 car.
Yeah, we were watching these guys, about 5-10 minutes ago. They were in this exact same predicament where the 118 was trying to chase down that 22 again. He's a little bit faster, but it's so hard to catch a guy and pass him. Like we always say, Dean, it's one thing to catch a guy. It's a completely different thing to pass him. It's so hard to pass around the circuit as well.
And especially when you're on the tire life limit, because no more pit stops. 12 minutes remaining. No more can you visit your pit lane and then help yourself a bit of tires. You have to, how you've managed and nursed your tires right now will be how you're going to take your date to the next level. The next level will be obviously the end of this race and get some points there and make your way into race 4 for the next round.
Yeah, you're going to get another date. We're going to come back here racing, I believe, January 21st, if I recall correctly. So we do have another couple outings in these cars. You're guaranteed another couple of dates, but you really want to woo this chick. You really want her to be your woman by your side, as it were, for some of these cars. So you need to treat this thing as best as you can. You want to come out of here with all the points possible. These guys are all fighting for different points in the championship here. So any position you can gain on track is more points you can have in your total.
Especially after 5 hours and 48 minutes. How well? I mean, if you've been on a date for 5 hours and 48 minutes, you better be hoping you're delivering the results right now. Walk her home, to her home, or his home, or whatever you want to call it, but bring it home is the key. And I tell you what, Marcus right now for the 118 car is thinking about that very scenario. But will Marcus think about P6 or P7? He can't even get the power down out of the corner.
Yeah, that was a big slide for him. You could see the black tire marks he left there coming out of turn 16. Again, he's fast enough to catch back up to this 22 machine. He's just not quite fast enough to put the power down efficiently and get a good run out of that corner. As you see,
look
one
at
car.
yellow.
Oh, the
Benjamin's in the fence. There's the Yeet machine. They're hungry for the camera.
What
That's
happened
the
to him?
camera you want.
This is turn 12 here. It looks like he just went a little bit wide there. Make sure to do a safe rejoin. Good on him. Again, sportsmanship out of this group has just been phenomenal all season. Look, a 27 car has gone off just in front of our leader in Sector 1. Leader gets through just fine, but that 27 car still... Oh, look at him backing out of the wall.
Lorenzo. Yep. I'll tell you what, some people are maybe hungry for a little bit of camera action at the moment. There's 10 minutes remaining. Remember, everybody, at the moment, there's still their rival split and the cash split, but we're getting closer to the finale of this race. And I'll tell you what, it's been a race.
Tommy had to wrangle this thing back up underneath him there in turn 3. That was incredible, and that was like drifting 3 different times through the corner. The tires on this car obviously worn themselves out, but you know what? He's gotten around that number 88 car, Ron Felber, put himself into this last top 10 position.
You got to teach me how to ice skate, my friend, because at the moment these cars need to ice skate their way around because these cars are losing the grip and traction with 9 minutes to go. You see the rears are slipping tooth and nail, and it's easy to slip a position or two if you make a mistake this dangerously at the territory. 5 hours and 50 minutes at the moment as we're watching P12 of the GSR Esports in a ton of traffic.
Yeah, and look at this, Dean. You get that 192 up there. That's that dark red car, the wine red car we like to call it, all the way back to that 81 machine. That is 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. All right here, you can put them underneath a blanket. These guys are still looking to get more positions before the end of the day, and all their cars are handling awful right now.
Talking about the threes, we got the threes. We have
Look
it.
Look at that lap car down to the inside.
It's battle for P10. Look at this, 11, 12, and 13 are all within 1 second. DRS range? Well, not F1. But I'll tell you what, right now, it's DRS range for the Porsche Cup at the Challenger Split.
But you know what? Down the straightaway, you're close enough to get a draft. Not necessarily to pull up to the guy in front of you. Not quite close enough as 1 second for that, but you do get some sort of a slipstream. Helps you out on a lap time basis. Right here, looking at Tafik Moyhun. Trying to see if he can't run down this 88 car of Ron Felber for the 11th position, and then past that he can start licking his chops. He's got the advantage here. You know, it's an opportunity for a top 10.
I'd be foaming at the chops for an opportunity to top 10. Exactly, right on cue. Look at them sliding the cars. Traction is no longer available.
These guys are going to start foaming at the mouth looking over for this thing. I mean, forget drooling, you know, forget any of that. Oh, man, look at that slide that Ron just did there out of turn 5.
This is it. Crunch time in España.
Oh, look at that slide. He's going to allow for Moyhun to get to his inside. If he's not careful, he's going to allow the 81 to do the exact same thing. Looks like he's down there. Man, Ron continues to tumble down the order. Not what you wanted to see for this 88 bunch.
Got to give an opportunity. Our lap cars are going to be in play. Welcome along, everybody. HyperX, your HyperX chance of winning some of the fantastic gear that we're listening to in our headphones. And this is going to be a nail biter to the end. 7 minutes and change remaining for the Challengers Split Series Round 3.
Oh, caution out again. The 69 car has gone off just outside of turn 9. He might have gotten it all wrong, forced himself out into the gravel there. Yellow flag gets redacted again. Green flag flies once more. Look at the 118 car still all over the rear end of this 22 machine. This is exactly the same way we left him about, 5 minutes ago, Dean?
Absolutely, he called it. And now, they got 15 seconds to change to the 711 car behind, but they're thinking about a P6, not a P7. The Firefly Blue team have to see that car right at the road. As you can see right on there, there's the gold team racing. They're going to be lapping straight on there, but look at that. It's down to under a second.
Under a second, the gold car moves to the side. That's the 84 machine. You can see 23rd place. That's Brosamel. Getting out of the way just to let these two cars by Marcus Ettrick, and then we're at 118 car still trying to hunt down this 22 machine. He's faster. How much faster anymore? It's hard to say. He continues to get up to the back bumper, spins the tires just a little bit too much, trying to get too eager on the power, loses all that time. We now shift our focus. This is the 11th place machine, Frank Bergkamp. Look at Moyhun. He's all the way up into the 10th position now.
So close. They're separated by milliseconds. 5 hours and 53 minutes. and they're down to milliseconds. What a race. Welcome to the Challenger Split. It's going to be decided on the line in 6 minutes' time.
Oh, Ron Felker lost a ton of time there through turn 9. Couldn't quite commit. That car got loose on him. He was forced to back off the throttle there. Look at the 81 of Frank Bergkamp down the car, dive the car down to the inside of the 192 machine. We're going to take a quick second here and go quiet as we switch to the main feed. I'm Austin Belke alongside Dean Hompton. In the commentary booth, we've got the fantastic Jack Maloney in the production trailer controlling all these fantastic cameras. Hello and welcome to the Challengers Split. The first one to go today, the first one to end. To start you off, Dylan Tan in the 889 car qualified that machine on pole. He led all the way up until turn 1 when he got passed on the outside by the number 98 car, piloted back then and still by Polyakov. He led for the next 18 laps until he was passed back again by Dylan Tan in the 889. Tan stayed in that car until about the 3-hour mark on the session, until he was forced to get out of the car before he violated the drive time requirements. He led through that entire stint there. The first 3 hours walked out to a 42-second lead before he was caught speeding as he went down to pit road. He inflicted himself with a stop-go 30-second time penalty, wiped out his entire lead, gave him another 15-second deficit to who was then the leader, then the 44 car. Walked himself all the way back in the lead, got himself a 10-second lead before he was forced to bring that car down pit road and hand it off to his teammates. His teammates then, Pratama especially, picked up where he left off. He now has a 51-second lead before the end of this race. The car in second place, the number 44 machine. Steinhauser done a fantastic job all day to bring this thing home in one piece. And then, of course, you got Klaus Nyring and the 214 machine. You can't forget the winners who came home victorious in Austin, Texas at COTA. They were forced to take an early exit, then come right back into play at the end of Monza. Lost a lot of points before the end of that race, Dean.
Absolutely. In the race is brewing at the moment between P6 and P7. It's half a second. Can you believe it? 5 hours and 56 minutes into this race. It's coming down with 3 minutes and change to go. Thank you much, everybody, for tuning in. If you like it, subscribe it and be a part of this party, because this is coming down to the tooth and nail. We've been racing for 5 hours, almost 6 hours at the moment, and can anything be done about the 118 machine to get past the 22 machine?
You know, we've been looking at this battle, Dean, for the last half an hour or so. These cars have been pretty much locked together from one another at the same kind of distance. The 118 gets close. As soon as he gets too close, he gets a little bit overzealous on the right foot pedal, and then he gets a little bit too loose coming off the corner. This is the closest he's been in the last 10 or 20 minutes or so. Extremely close now. We'll see if he can make any sort of a run through the fast left-right chicane of 14 and 15, and then onto the front stretch. It looks like he's losing a bit of time, though, these slow-speed corners.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. At the moment, 2 minutes and change. All the twos on the clock. Can't do it through here, of course. 14 and 15. Down the main straightaway, coming up out of the final corner. 16. Here we go. Got to make a run right now. You can see a little bit of clear traffic up the road. So here it is. Battles brewing. 889 machine should be cleared to take the top step of the podium. But right now, who wants to take 6th step on the podium?
It's going to be really close here. Marcus continues to have the overspeed going into turn 1, gets really close, but again, can't make quite anything of it. He's got a little bit better tires than that 22 car ahead of him. He continues to be faster. When he makes a mistake, he can catch back up, but he just can't ever quite get alongside and make that final ever so important move. You see a lap car down to the inside, pulling off to let both these lead lap cars go by.
Got to get it done soon. Time is on your side. Look how close they are. You can't believe it, can you? After all this time, we're almost at the 6-hour barrier. Can he get it done somewhere around here? Maybe a lap or so to go. Thank you for tuning in. And you better be HyperXing yourself right now for some HyperX gear, because I'm HyperXed right now myself, my friend.
Look at Marcus. He tried to pull a dummy there into turn number 5. Couldn't quite get it done. He's going to be locked on the back bumper here. The 22 car just up the road ahead through the fast corner. Turn 9, high commitment through there. Now into the hard braking complex. Turn 10 here. Fast, really, really slow left here. You got to slow it down a ton right here.
It's easier said than done, isn't it? There it is. It's nail biting. The teams, all three of them, have been racing and driving to surviving. It's not a Netflix series. It's live in the VCO Esports, and it's live here on the Challenger Split. Can it be? Who wants the P6? It's up for grabs, but can Alex hold on for a final little memento to deliver the result?
One car off a little bit. You see the yellow dot there. That's the 72 car, a little bit off the track in Sector 3. Looks like they've gotten that thing back on. The yellow flag has been redacted. How about this 889 bunch? They just took the white flag here. You can see the next time by the start-finish line, the checkered flag will be waved. They've done everything they needed to do today. Dylan Tan qualified the car on pole, lost the lead, but didn't fret about it. Stayed in the tire tracks. That 98 car all day long of Polyakov until 18 laps in. Polyakov made a crucial error, allowed for Dylan Tan to get by. Ever since then, he pulled away. He continued to gap the field. 42 seconds of a lead. Had a stop-go 30-second penalty. Lead erased. Brought that car back from 15 seconds behind the leader. Took the lead again. Handed the car off to his teammates. They turned that 10-second lead into what is now a 53-second lead. These guys have been on fire all day today. You talk about cooking minute rice. This team could do it. This group of guys, 58 seconds flat. These guys have been just phenomenal all day long, and they've only got a couple more corners separating them from yet another win. Top step upon the podium here in Barcelona. He's going to go through the ever so slow corner at turn 10, around turns 11 and 12. This big wide open corner, 180-degree turn almost. Now he's only got 3 corners left. He's got the fast right and then left right chicane. 14 and 15, slow the car down. Easy now, buddy. All you need to do is just bring her home. Couple more corners through 14 and 15, through the wide open corner of turn 16 now.
Legion of Motorsports have done everything they delivered. They are leading the championship for 19 points. Add a few more to the ticker. They've done it. They delivered, and that's a race win. The 889 car have done it, and they've done it in España with style.
This is a look at the second place driver, Christian, in the 44 machine. This team, they've been really just at top level performance all day long. There's been very few cars that have been able to deliver solid, consistent 1 minute 46 lap times. That's been these guys, the leaders, and very few others. These guys have just been minding their P's and Q's all race long. I think this is going to be a phenomenal race here for Revolution Sim Racing. Definitely a lot to hold their heads up high about. And not too bad coming home P2. Just utter domination. That 889 crew put on an absolute clinic on the field, and these guys did too. The best of the rest, as it were. The 44 is going to come through 14, 15, and 16. He's going to see the checkered flag waving for himself. He's going to take home P2 today in Barcelona.
Barney is your friend if you can finish 6 hours of the endurance race here. Absolutely brilliant. Good on you. Good on NSN Racing Team. You've done. You delivered. The bubbly stuff is coming your way.
Yeah, Klaus Nyring gets his second podium in 3 races for that 214 machine. You're going to see Philip Gammy in 147. These guys have been on it all day. Really quiet, consistent run for this bunch. They've just been on it. Phenomenal job from them. Love the paint scheme. Love the attitude. Great drive, Philip. Awesome job, guys. For all you FCY Petro Brothers team, really just phenomenal stuff.
More stuff, of course, is the VCO Esports. But don't you go anywhere, of course. We still have the rivals and the cash split coming up a little bit there. Actually give thank to Jack for presenting all that action, as we're going to get presenting more of that action, of course, with the rival split coming up very soon.